strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。 It is a powerful feeling set on fire. It brings to the table enthusiasm, devotion, and respect. And the dreams of careers as professional players is shared by many. Despite many ups and downs, they stood their ground, season after season of a never-ending fight. With one common goal to come out at the top. Not many take the leap of faith, but those who do make history. As Singapore returns with its 5th rendition of MPL SG, we celebrate the large strides within our little red dot. Determination unwavering, we are beginning to pave the way to putting Singapore on the world map. Our lions, our pride. Ignite your flame. Take this burning passion relentlessly to the finishing line. Seize the crown.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
It's the moment that you all have been waiting for, and welcome everyone to Season 5 of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Singapore. MPL SG is the only professional league in Singapore which features the best teams in the country of our sunny island of Singapore. Now, my name is Cheryl Yao, and I'll be your host for this season. Now, the teams will be duking it out for hashtag Our Pride, Our Passion, as this season, not only we are attaining the coveted title of champions for the winners, but also securing a spot representing Singapore for the upcoming Mobile Legends Southeast Asia Cup of 2023. So as you guys know, stakes are as high as ever. Today, we'll be kicking off the regular season where our top 8 teams in the country will battle it out to secure themselves a safe spot in the upper bracket, as well as the extra life that is extremely crucial for the playoff seasons. Now, the regular season will be held over the course of the next 4 weeks until the 1st of April. So be sure to tune in on all of our favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and not forgetting Twitch as well. And if you guys don't want to miss out on any of the action, do remember to catch us on these platforms. Now, with that being said, the teams duking it out in this regular seasons are, we have Bleed Esports and Team Flash. We also have Revival, Team Evil, Alchemy SG, Team SMG SG, Stellark SG, and ladies and gentlemen, your back-to-back defending champions, RSG Slate SG. With the teams introduced, today's matchup schedules are as follows. So as you guys can see right now on your screens, the first match that will be happening will be Bleed Esports going head-to-head against Team Flash. And next up for match 2, that will be happening at 12:30 p.m. We have Alchemy SG crossing swords with Team SMG. And for match 3, that will be happening at 3 p.m. today, we have Team Revival going up against RSG Slate SG. And for the final match closing today, for match 4, happening at 5:30 p.m., we will have Evil that will be duking it out against Stellark. Wow, what an exciting match lineup that we have for today. So before we start, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our wonderful sponsors who have made MPL SG Season 5 possible. MPL Singapore Season 5 is powered by Moontime and Zanway Productions. Also, our official partners, Frank by OCBC and Garnier Man. As well as our partners in esports, we have OSIM and Suntec City Mall. With the first match about to begin, will the new roster of Team Flash be able to stand up against the veterans of Bleed Esports? We will find out. Before ado, let's welcome our teams in. First up, let's welcome Bleed Esports. Wow, so right now they are currently just getting accustomed to their battle stations. And yes, next up with a brand new roster, presenting to you Team Flash. Wonderful stuff. So right now, both our teams are ready and locked and loaded and ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. Now, this season, we are anticipating so much new exciting things. We've seen new faces, new rosters and more. Now, here to give us a little bit more about the down low, we're going to hand our time over through our 3 dashing casters. Over to you, Abstract, as well as Jace and Churros. Take it away, boys.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 5, the moment that you have all been waiting for ever since S4 ended. I'm pretty sure that you guys have been waiting, the downtime is definitely excruciating, but we are back!
Yes, finally, and we're definitely back and, well, having that very early morning call.
Very early. I shocked myself even.
When it's so loud.
Busted
Yeah, when it's so loud. But of course, I bet Abstract is also sharing the same feeling as everybody here. We're super excited to get Season 5 going because, oh boy, we have a whole lot of changes. And I say this every season.
Yeah, a whole lot of changes indeed. How are you feeling about Singapore, Rashi?
Hey, dude, we're not supposed to.
I had to make that joke. I had to make that joke.
We only just came live for like the first 2 minutes, and you're already pulling that me on.
I have to. I just got it. I saw the opportunity. I had to go for it. But the opportunity for a lot of these teams have presented themselves. Bleed Esports, they have a fairly similar roster as what you see in Slate Esports in Season 4. And Flash, brand new roster, lots of Indonesian imports as well. I don't know, this looks like a lot of new things can be happening on. What can you tell us about this?
I think right now, before we can talk more about what the changes are, let's take a look at the team lineups, right? Because I'm a more visual guy, so I'm gonna show you the team lineups right here. For Bleed right now, you see familiar names, right? FMM, Sailor, Gear, Deck, and JPL. These people, these boys, are basically Slate Esports in Season 4, but they just changed jerseys. It's like they're still the same flavor of chocolate, but they just changed packaging.
I mean, you're pretty much not wrong, right? I mean, we do have a single member change, so I guess we'll eventually see how Deck is going to fare in the jungle after all. So, well, we definitely have a lot of expectations coming up from Bleed, but on the flip side, we also have a lot of expectations on Team Flash as we pull up their team lineup. Now, what do we know about this, Churros?
Well, we've seen Vanix, Jay, and these two are pretty familiar faces. They've been playing together for a pretty long time. But of course, new faces in Veg, Yon, and Cramgod playing in the EXP lane, jungle, and roam positions respectively. Yon is a fairly new player. He's new to the scene. Veg and Cramgod, though, they are Indonesian imports. So maybe we'll get to see the sort of like Indonesian meta coming into Singapore. I don't know how they're going to change things, and I don't know if Bleed Esports is going to be handling that effectively. We know that Bleed Esports have been phenomenal in the international stage. We've seen them in M3. But right now, it's a whole different season. This is their redemption arc. They've been second place for far too long. And I mean, fanboy Jays right here. No, now you're Jays, right? Fanboy Jays. He agrees with me. I mean, what are your takes on what this old dog versus new dog story coming in?
I think it's all about maintaining that brand from since Season 1. I mean they've changed jerseys for this is like the 3rd time they've been changing jerseys already in MPL SG. So there's a lot of stake, a lot of pressure on them. Especially they've got so much more to prove for the fans and also to the organizations as well.
Now, of course, before we even start up with the games and even tell you guys what is going to be going on, or rather, before we start on the games, we are going to tell you what exactly is going on when it comes down to MPL SG Season 5. We'll explain a little bit more about the regular seasons as well as the playoff. For those people that are still that are new to MPL itself, during the first stage of MPL SG, we do have the regular seasons where each team, or rather the teams, will have a chance to fight against all the other teams available. We do have 8 teams in total, and all 8 teams will move on to the playoffs. So we wouldn't have anyone or any teams being dropped out. The only difference is, during the regular season, we are expecting all these teams to play their hardest and their best to rack up in points. And these points will then be tabulated in order to rank them from 1st place to 4th place, as well as 5th place to 8th place. How important is this? 1st place to 4th place will be seeded over to the upper bracket, while we have the 5th place to 8th place will be seeded over, unfortunately, and relegated over to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at the predictions, man. I always love a good underdog story. You guys are going for Bleed. I'm sort of like new Vertigo right now. I'm sitting in the Vertigo seat right now.
You're sitting on the Vertigo seat.
I am. You know, you gotta love a good what?
Do you feel dizzy yet?
Just a little bit. That's my. No,
Alright.
You gotta say he's my favorite like medical condition in ways.
All right, boys, the most important thing that we have to talk about is the fact that, yes, you saw the caster's prediction right here. It's mostly, well, Abstract and I were going for Bleed. You're going for the Team Flash. But don't forget, Team Flash coming into MPL Singapore Season 5, I think they've changed a lot as well. Yes, they were kind of knocked out of MPL SG seeded the seed last season, and they came back in super strong during the qualifiers. You guys cast up their games as well. And not only just that, they also bring in some new imports. And this just shows that, you know, how MPL SG is actually growing. We're attracting even more people coming in.
Just jump straight into the drafting phase. Now, I'm expecting a lot of comfort hero bans coming from the side of Bleed Esports over to Flash. I mean, these guys have been playing together for a pretty long time. Right now, Kadita is off the tables, and Kadita has been playing in a bushwhack position, very popular in Indonesia and the Philippines meta, so you want to take that off the table. Maybe they've been watching
Time
Prime
to
God
drop
in
them.
the
Your
qualifying
team is
stage.
banning.
Now, Joy has been taken out as well, so these two are very, very strong early game potential heroes, but Kadita, on the other hand, has a lot of map pressure, maintains a lot of map
Your
pressure
team
all
is
throughout the
banning.
game. So you have a 20-minute game, Kadita is always there. You don't want to enter through your jungle, even though you're up ahead in terms of economy. You don't want to be anywhere near someone who can burst you down in one hit.
I think apart from that, right, it's just the fact that Kadita is very prevalent in MPLPH meta.
Right.
Mostly Cram God is also from the Filipino side, coming back in. Welcome to you. Welcome to Singapore. There's also this fear. Kadita is always relevant as a roamer all the way to even from the start of the game to the end of the game. However, there's this one item that will counter her is an early Athena shield. But you don't want to invest so much in that
Right,
one
you're trading
item.
off defense.
Correct, you're trading offense for defense. Sometimes, yes, the best defense is the
will
good
choose my
offense as
own
well.
path.
But
Your
you
team
get
is
the point. You
banning.
want to invest more in the damage because damage will get you more turrets, get you the main objectives as well. Now, taking a look at the ban back away, Team Flash taking away that Arlot.
Well, I think there's sort of like a theme right here. Bleed
Your
is trying to
team
take out
is
as many
banning.
mages as they can because they understand that the mid lane pressure is going to be very game-changing, so to speak. You maintain the early game pressure, you change the pace of the game.
Now, of course, when it comes down to the draft, we are pretty much going through every single one of these heroes very fast. We do have a total of Kadita, Fasa, as well as Link that's banned out from the side of Bleed, while Flash has currently looking at Joy as well as Arlot. So, of course, I do want to expand a little bit more about this Link ban by Bleed. I would believe that they definitely have a very good idea regarding Flash's picks. When it comes down to MPLPH and MPL ID, when it comes down to any potential draft for the marksman side, we are definitely expecting to see Claude as well as Melissa.
Right.
But none
Your
of these
team is matters.
bans are targeted, at least for now. What they are looking for instead is a
Your
targeted
team
ban
is
over
victim.
to Yawn instead. As much as we know,
live
Yawn
is
is
to
mostly
trick the
a
reaper.
assassin
Yeah.
jungler. So what we are looking out for is Ling, Hayabusa, or perhaps even Lancelot at this point in time. So they are eliminating the Ling, but we still have Hayabusa and Lancelot up for grabs.
Correct, and it's up to Team Flash to pick those assassins up. If Team Flash doesn't pick it in the first phase, you bet,
I
rest
am the
assured,
power of
Bleed
light
would start
and
targeting
dark.
Yon like no tomorrow. And
team
apart from
is
that, if you
picking.
notice, Bleed has already started drafting the Faramis first pick. It was leaked throughout the draft. It was high on the priority, and it's also one of the biggest counters against Assassin. That secondary life that you can get from the Cult Altar will make sure that you just don't get popped off by Yon.
Kaja and Valentino is open, and Flash is wasting no time at all. They are going to pick that up. But the Sailor on the Faramis pick really strikes me as an uncomfortable pick because Sailor did pretty bad. I wouldn't say bad, but like very unfavorably in Season 4 when he picked up that Faramis. 25% picked it up 4 times.
Your team
Been
is
successful with it that one time. So maybe they have another strategy, another meta that's going on, and Bleed knows what's up.
It kind of feels as though Bleed is kind of forced to pick up the Faramis for themselves. In a game of chess, we'll probably
Right,
call
yeah.
this a forced move, right? Because technically speaking, Flash pretty much checked them by not going out for those other recreational bans, such as leaving a Kaja out there. Because understandably, when a Kaja is open, I thought that Kaja would understandably have that 100% pick rate and of course one of the highest
Your team
priority.
is
But
banned.
perhaps Bleed already have got a good idea how do we want to play with a Faramis, because without a doubt, Faramis is still a very strong hero. And when it comes down to Faramis versus Kaja, both of them extrude different kind of value and really depends on how they would want to make full use of these kind of values that they can bring into their team.
And speaking of values, JPL read Flash like an open book. He picked up that Kufra, understanding that Yon is definitely going to pick up a assassin hero. And that was just scripted. Like, he knew what Yon was going to pick. And since Kufra was picked up, Veg was wasting no time at all. He's going to be picking up that Hayabusa, something that Yon is comfortable with. But they got to watch out for this Kufra.
the
But
proof that
JPL
I'm
on this
still
Kufra, though,
alive.
I'm not too sure. Because he hasn't been playing those sort of like engaged kind of tanks in previous seasons. So it's sort of like pretty brand new to me. His strategy, his play style is pretty much used to just staying back, waiting for the right opportunities in a Cho. So I guess probably like, yeah, I'm not sure about this.
I think Bleed picking up the Kufra is a wise choice because, you know, it's just a backup plan. Just in case if, you know, Team Flash decide to pick an assassin, there you go. You got a Kufra to deal with any Dashi assassins. Now, another
I am
point
the
that we
priestess of
kind of
primal
missed out in the
lightning
first
is
base
banned. The hunter of
picks
all
is
the
the
evil
fact that
gods.
you see that Bleed picking up the Faramis, you follow up with a Valentina pick. So that is a big brain move coming out from Team Flash's coach.
Now, of course, a quick little roundup as to what has been picked so far. When it comes down to Bleed, they have already gotten themselves the Roam, the Jungler, as well as got the mid laner. While for Team Flash, they are looking at their mid laner, their Roam, as well as Jungler. So technically speaking, both of these teams have already gotten the roles that they wanted, and of course, vice versa. Is literally a mirror. At this point in time, the only thing that they should be looking out for is going to be Marksman as well as
Your team
EXP
is
lane.
banning.
For Bleed, they seem to be focusing a little bit more onto the EXP side, targeting Crime God a little bit more, or rather, well, Veg, sorry. So when it comes down to the opposite side for Flash, they are looking at Marksman.
Yeah, I do understand why Flash wants to take out these marksmen. I mean, FMM has been performing so well in Season 4. He is one of the top GOAT laners in MPL SG, so he is one to look out for. But there's only so much that you can
Magic is
ban him
my
out.
life.
You take
Your
out his
team
comfort
is
pick
picking.
in that Wan, you take out the Brody, you take out the Moskov, but Bleed is going on a different approach. What if they pick out, they pull out their wild card and sort of like pull in all the other hero pools like that Harith, that Edith, and all those kinds of off-meta picks in that GOAT lane. This could be a potential strategy that Bleed is looking towards and sort of like reading Flash and what they might be doing as well.
Yeah, I like the fact that Bleed bans away the Harith, right? Because right now, if you notice, the marksman pool is getting smaller and smaller. You only have either the Claw or the Melissa to pick on. I would feel like both of these two teams need the Melissa. Both of these two teams are heavy, hard engaged. I want to get up in your face, and I would just like, you know,
Your
rush
team
right
is
down.
picking.
But it is going to be Team Flash on the Claude instead.
Ooh, Claude. I mean, I can't believe that this hero slipped through the entirety of the ban phase. I mean, this hero, give him enough time, he really shines in the mid to late game. All he needs, I mean, we all know that the 3-item combo Rose's Scythe, Demon Hunter Sword, and Golden
The
Staff
Holy
has
Trinity.
been the Holy Trinity
Oh,
right now.
marksman items.
Yeah, the Holy Trinity turns you into a submachine gun or an SMG.
No pun intended. Oh my god.
But
Vertigo.
anyways, for phase 2, the pick phase for phase 2, Bleed might be looking towards getting maybe a Nathan. I'm looking forward to a Nathan because maybe having a magic damage marksman or magic damage goat lane might be pivotal in just melting the rest of them down. And FMM is going to go back to basics with the Melissa, and what I like about this Melissa is the bubble that protects the rest of Bleed, but maybe it might be too counterintuitive because all of Bleeds are sort of like backline divers.
Well, Bleed is also pretty like I said, backline divers, they are very front heavy. So that is definitely something that we should be looking out for when it comes down to the weaknesses of Flash. Because Flash right now, most of them, if not all of them, are relatively fragile, right? They do not have a hard tank. They do not have anyone that can really peel for the team. As such, Veg's final pick, which is for the EXP lane, they should really look for someone that is really a lot tankier, someone that can really take a lot of punch. I knew it. In this case, that will be the Fredrin. Albeit a lot more famous in the jungle right now, but that doesn't mean that you can't play the Fredrin in the EXP lane. He still pulls a hot punch, and of course, well, no pun intended, it's not Paquito, but but he still peels a lot for the team, and he does very well regardless. As such, we have both of these teams fulfill their roster, fulfill their team lineup, and they have gotten all of the heroes that they want to face off against one another between Bleed Esports versus Flash. How is these two teams gonna come out against one another? Let's take a look at today's game number 1.
Anyways, you know what, Abstract? Excited about this, right? This is technically the first game of Season 5, the first game of MPL Singapore in 2023, and oh boy, that withdrawal between Season 4 to Season 5 is huge. We saw that. A lot of things has changed, and you know, Singapore is coming back even stronger than before, and looking forward to these fresh young talents that we've also got from the side of Team Flash as well, and also we get to see Deck this time around from Bleed.
And of course, we are going to be expecting Bleed versus Team Flash for this game. And of course, Bleed, they are of course definitely strong in their macro game. I really want to know how Team Flash is going to be like this time, considering that they have got their imports in, and that is definitely going to drastically change the way that they play, and perhaps change the kind of the system that they originally have. So for now, let's introduce the players as well as where they are effectively going. When it comes down to the jungle, we do have Deck that is going to be playing onto the Martyrs, and on the flip side, Yon that is onto the Hayabusa in the jungle. While in the gold lane, the famous duo, or rather the famous fight, we do have FMM that is going to be onto the Melissa, while Vanix is going to be onto the Corn. On the opposite side of the map, we are expecting to see the Yuzhong that is played by Gear, and of course the Fredrin by the hands of Veg. And finally, Cram God onto the Kaja as the Roma, Joe onto the Valentina that is going to be onto the mid lane after all.
Yeah, well, we're going to a slight pause. So let's talk about the the wave management, and not only just the wave management, the lane matchup each lane, right? You've got a Martyrs that has the jungle emblem. You're able to farm even faster as the Martyrs. But if you notice what happened during that short period of time, where the Hayabusa Yon is already hitting level 4, retreat super early on, and I think that turtle counter is around 33 seconds, so the retribution should be able to be coming up online just in time for it. So that's Yon's masterful rotation in a sense, being able to catch all these timings and, be even more effective in the jungle.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, but picking up that Martis, you are very effective in the early game. So couple that with a Kufra as well as a Melissa who deals tons of early game damage. Once you get level 4, be sure, be sure to watch out for Bleed invading your jungle, and that is what precisely you want to do. You understand that Yon is going to be playing an Assassin jungle, and no doubt he picks up the Hayabusa, and Hayabusa is kind of weak in the early stages of the game. You have to wait at least till the mid stages of the game where you get your power spikes and your core items online, and then you deal a lot of damage, especially to the back line. But picking that up, I mean, it will be very tough for Flash to deal with Bleed Esports in the early game. But whether or not they are aggressive, yet to be seen.
Well, there's also another thing that I do want to consider, right? And of course, up for you guys to let the viewers know, or I really want to know as well.
Okay, yeah.
Because when it comes down to Team Flash,
Mhm.
even though the Bleed definitely do have a pretty scary team because of team fight potential and team fight capabilities, Team Flash, they do have a lot of ways to actually mitigate damage, or rather, being able to really deal with the front lines. If Yu Zhong were to start things off first, or if Kufra start things off first, we can pretty much expect that Kaja as well as Kaja as well as Fredrin will be able to do quite a number on whoever's starting off. They have the crowd control that they need, they have the taunt that they need, they have the knockup that they need, they have even the suppress that they need. So there's a lot of things that is in Team Flash's pocket. What do you think that Bleed should do here? Should they even be concerned about it?
I think what Team Flash has, right, before I actually answer that question about Bleed Esports, is the fact that Team Flash has this very big bursting comp. The whole idea is to use Kaja to pick one person off, and then, you know, we try to burst someone down. Claude has the big Omega burst with the Blazing Duet, and after that, he has this long, weird cooldown until he gets that, you know, that amount of damage. Yes, his auto attack hurts, but the most amount of damage that he can dealt was during the Blazing Duet. Now, on the other hand, Bleed Esports, they're all about sustain. The Martin is definitely going to go in a jungle tank, tank build. You also got a Yu Zhong, you also got a Kufra, and on top of that, you got a Faramis to make sure that everybody stays alive. Melissa with the bubble. It's all about protecting the Melissa, being at the back line, just throwing out the needles as much as possible.
Well, on the topic of Melissa, I'm not too sure about having Melissa up against Claude, because I mean Claude was picked up first and then Melissa next. Melissa does very well with Claude in the early stages of the game. I mean, I know. I mean, Melissa
marksman main as well.
Marksman main as well.
Another fellow marksman
But Melissa depends very heavily on her second skill.
Correct.
And having a composition like Hayabusa and Claude being able to dash out of situations, having high mobility, if you miss that second skill, you are very vulnerable. 6 seconds of vulnerability. This gives them a lot of time to just dive you in the backline. And once Melissa's off the charts, you don't really have a lot of damage. You do have a lot of sustain coming in from Yu Zhong, Faramis, but that might not be enough. We'll just have to wait and see.
Wait and see. Well,
we
not
don't need to
exactly
wait
this
any
time.
longer. Thank you.
Exactly, as we are going to be jumping ourselves back into this game between Bleed versus Flash in game number 1. And to start things off even nicely, JPL, of course, went for the attempt right down onto Vanix, but unfortunately that doesn't seem to do anything.
Yeah, JPL is smart to basically make sure that FMM has a winning lane. Don't forget, it's also a more aggressive killing lane on the side of Bleed as well in the EXP lane. So technically speaking, Team Flash has a very weak side lanes, but what they have is the mobility of Yon to start to gank. You need to see Team Flash more aggressively. Cram God needs to get level 4 first, but the turtle will spawn and Deck is already on the case.
Cram God is also here ready to invade anytime, but unfortunately he's only at level 3. And here, of course, putting out the X3, literally having a dragon just catching a cockroach. In this case, Cram God doesn't even have the level 4, but you know what? It's better to be safe than sorry and really just do all the spacing that you need to.
Abstract, I really can't believe the fact that here I just popped up the Black Dragon form just to chase someone away. And there's no fight at all. Flash doesn't want to handshake that fight because they know that Dak has the immunity to the CC when he goes to the skill and got a lot of kill pressure as of now. Hayabusa wasn't ready as of yet, not too sure why he doesn't want to engage. Team Flash has a weaker side lane, that's why Team Flash doesn't want to bite the bullet to take that fight. Now, Team Flash should have a better mid-game power spike, given the fact that you have the Claude on the Avarice as well, getting the gold as quickly as possible, knowing that he has a losing lane. You have Hayabusa on the high and dry, and Fredrin on the concussive blast. I think throughout the emblems, nothing that stands out from my side in Team Flash, but on Team Bleed Esports as well. I think it's all, you know, common suspects for now.
Pretty much. We are definitely expecting them to pick up either one of it's like kind of like an either-or situation when it comes down to the emblem. Nothing too out of the ordinary. So, of course, this is pretty much a meta. This is pretty much what we are expecting from Bleed as well as Flash. But for now, let us just take a look right into the early stages of the game where, in fact, every single one of these players from Bleed and Flash, they have got their ultimate. And slow it is indeed. It doesn't seem like we are looking at any fights in the northern side, but the southern side, that's a different case though. Prime God flickers himself out of the case as fast as he can, and even had got Joe stealing away the Varana's ultimate as well. Not that the counter also really matters, but Lead, they stayed themselves within the fight for a little while longer. It doesn't seem like they are going to be stopping anytime soon, as the counter ultimate is just going to be popped from Lead themselves as they move themselves onto Prime God, but Joe is going to be the first one to go down. Veg is going to go down as a collateral.
Wow. Team Flash, what happened was the fact that Joe used IMU to take away the Cult Arthur, and that's one big ultimate from the side of Team Flash got. They identified the issue immediately, just jump straight in because Sailor does have his own Cult Arthur. So in the sense that they have a better winning condition. But let's take a look at this particular replay. Oh, it's already over. But before that, Sailor caught out Veg very well and allowed FMM all the way at the back line to put out the damage. Don't forget, Cram God is super low already, and this is exactly what I was talking about. For Team Flash, they need to quickly burst. If they don't burst enough in the game of the long run, it is Bleed that has the better investment.
This is pretty much a game of skirmish versus team fight.
Correct.
Team Flash is very much onto the skirmish,
Yes.
pretty much on the skirmishes in the early stages of the game. And of course, they do have that advantage in doing so. They do have insurance in the later stages of the game to help them win in those team fights as well. Well, looking at Vanix, literally eyes on him. Otherwise, every single one of the heroes literally points out onto skirmishes as well as pick-off strategies. Yawn requires the opponents to be alone in order to be really effective with the open shadow kill. And of course, Prime God, all you gotta do, pull one person in and run away, and the rest of the members is going to tower their damage control.
Yeah, not a lot of action, especially in the early parts of the game. Team Flash, I feel like they feel they're not ready yet. They need this Claude up online, and if you notice, it is Team B that has the initiative right now. Hard invading deck while JPL flickers all the way back line.
It doesn't seem like Flash will be able to get himself away in this situation as Bleed is invading deep right in. Cram God just gonna go straight in for the ultimate onto deck, but it doesn't seem like that is gonna work too much. His HP didn't even drop that much, as now they are going to go onto the control with Joe going down first, while Gia just gonna go straight for the Black Rim form, followed by a Petrify, bringing Cram God right down into the sewers.
What? Such a greedy fight coming up from Bleed, right? If you notice, they're literally fighting right underneath Team Flash's turret. They trust in Sailor with the Cult Arthur. FMM, he's overextending even as a marksman, but he trusts in Sailor's Cult Arthur to make sure that Bleed is able to stay alive and sustain long in the fight. Team Flash, on the other hand, they have no way to deal with the backline. If you take a look at the damage dealt, mostly done by FMM and Sailor, Team Flash is unable to output their damage yet.
Bold indeed. You are absolutely right about FMM being absolutely bold. In the meantime, when it comes down to jungle, we're looking at the deck at 10,000 damage, while Yawn, unfortunately, he's currently only 2,600 damage when it comes down to total damage dealt onto opponent heroes. So what exactly is going on here? Do you suspect that Yawn really is just trying to go for objective-mindedness, or he's just really focusing onto the jungle, trying to get as much farm as he could?
I think the fact that Team Flash, the window of opportunity was literally slammed shut. Your first power spike should be at level 4 for Yawn, right? Start ganking the side lane, start ganking the gold lane. But I think the biggest problem that Team Flash also identifies that they don't have a lot of kill pressure on the side lane, but this could be it.
Kill pressure indeed, as now the first person down on the side of Bleed is going to be the Yu Zhong. Gear gonna give Flash that first blood.
They're gonna take this as a trade. Blue team turret Look at how Bleed is actually rotating. Look at how JPL and Sailor just taking, allowing FMM to take the turret away. Just that bush gives so much pressure for Team Flash, and they cannot defend. Yes, Team Flash gets gear, but they will suffer 2 mid lane turrets.
That is definitely not a good trade in the for the members of Team Flash. They effectively managed to kill one person, yes, from an egg to a 1. They're definitely happy about that. But that also means that they have effectively lost quite a bit of control in their own jungles. As you pretty much see just now, they lost the jungle fight, or rather, they lost the jungle positioning.
Yeah, just look at the items right now, right? If in the fact of JPL and Gear, they're having the dominant eyes, almost like the second item, right? Because they identify the fact that Joe can always take the call altar from Sailor away. On the other hand, it's only just the Frengen that has the dominance eyes. I'm expecting the Kaja to have it as well, because it's mostly Kaja that's also, hooking the person, letting it down. I think right now what Team Flash needs to do is really to fight at 5. They are strong at 5, and they need to make unfair trades in their favor. They need to fight a 4v5 or 3v5 so that they can at least take one down and trade the objective. But Team Flash, they're losing too much structures.
Speaking of objective, the Lord is currently gonna be available for the picking. And it definitely seems as though Team Flash and Bleed, they are ready to go and rumble. As the Lord is just going to be coming up on top of deck, but unfortunately on the other side of the map, it does seem as though Cram God as well as Van is just going to be finding themselves taken down almost immediately. While here joins into the battle in the Black Dragon form, knocking Joe down with the Cult Altar, as the rest of the Bleed members is just going to be continuously destroy Team Flash, one member by one member.
Bleed, JPL caught 2 person for the side of Team Flash, right? Cram God, okay, fine, that's a roamer, but you catch Vanix. That's the main damage source from the side of Team Flash that's already gone. Then after that, Bleed just rolled it bigger. There's this massive snowstorm right now, this massive avalanche right now as Bleed takes down the lower. Let's take a look at the instant replay for what exactly happened. If you notice, JPL stunned to both sides, and it's so hard because FMM, you don't need to care about your second skill. You can just throw it anywhere and trust in JPL to make sure the stun lands. Sailor comes in to pull the members of Team Flash back right into the puppet. There's nowhere to run from the puppets of FMM.
You cannot run. I mean, you can't hide either. So what is gonna be Flash? Or what is Flash is gonna be doing at this point in time? They're literally teetering on the breaking point, and whatever move that they make from now is ready to implode.
Yeah, I think
the wrong rumble.
Exactly. I think it's just the fact that Team Flash, they haven't got their mojo down, right? This is not the Team Flash that we expected from the qualifiers, right? Where they're fighting all together all at once. And I got a feeling that going in when the stakes are raised even higher, Team Flash just started to crack under the pressure. Bleed, on the other hand, they're literally saying, hey Team Flash, welcome to MPL.
Welcome to MPL. This is definitely a rude awakening coming in from Bleed. How are we going to be looking at this game ending soon? Well, maybe that could be the case. We are looking at 10 minutes and 50 seconds in, possibly a game end in 11:30 or 12 minutes if this not goes well. Team Flash is completely zoned out, and the space are constantly being bought with all of that intimidation from the side of Bleed. It is definitely not going to be easy, as Team Flash is going to be focusing on demolishing this Lord. But while here and the friends, they are just going to be jumping themselves onto the side of Team Flash almost immediately. The core is not going to be focused for now, but Vanix is all the way under the back line. He's hoping that he will be able to just go onto the kiting spree against Bleed. But as it is for now, Bleed's aggressive tactics against Flash didn't quite seem to work for now. But JPL! An amazing flick along the Terror's Revenge! Did manage to land himself on the 2 people, and that will buy enough time for them to bring down the throne.
That was like, what, a 11-minute-and-a-half game.
Victory!
That was literally Bleed saying, hey, I haven't had my breakfast yet, and let's go for breakfast after this. Let's make a quick game. And Bleed taking down Flash in style. GG well played of the side of Bleed, but Team Flash, I think they got to go back to the drawing board. They got to have to go back to the drafting board. They've got so many things to work on.
Oh man, I mean, what a play. Like that final flicker jump from JPL just solidified their victory. There's so much pressure. I mean, we talked about like the entirety of esports having a dive composition, except for Melissa. And well, traditionally Melissa is supposed to be standing in the back line, but like Melissa's going mano a mano. She's going hand-to-hand combat every single time there's a fight. Melissa's always in the thick of it. Always in the thick of it.
You know, guys, you know what's the real MVP in that particular game? Melissa's puppets.
Oh man,
legit. Trust me.
Melissa's puppet.
Really. You guys go watch the replay later on. I believe we'll be flashing.
But I gotta say though, the Jujutsu Kaisen skin though.
Okay, that's a
that was.
You cannot fight against that.
Oh man,
the Jujutsu Kaisen skin is definitely one thing that we definitely want to
let's
talk
take
about.
a look at the itemizations real quickly. I'm sorry I cut you off there,
no
Abstract, but there was so
JJK!
many things that there's so many things that I saw. Deck played that Martis in a tank jungle, so that's sort of like a utility Martis having the crowd control immunity when you're taking the buffs. I mean, he did not need it because they had so much tempo, they had so much jungle presence in the side of Bleed. But for Flash, I mean, take a look at their itemizations. Vanix and Yawn, they had so much trouble farming up. The damage dealt, the gold that they have was just way too far behind of what Bleed has. Take a look at FMM's gold, 10,000 gold. That's almost 2 times more than what maybe Joe has, what Cram God has. This is just totally just funneling every single resource into FMM.
Yeah, and apart from that, if you notice how Vanix builds the item, right, it's the fact that he doesn't really have the Wind of Nature super early on. And that is also a big problem, right? Because it's so easy to get into the Melissa puppets. You really need that Wind of Nature super early. But looking at the damage dealt chart, that's a lot of damage being dealt over the side of Team Flash. Team Flash has nothing to say. They can't do anything. They can't do any damage towards Lead's side of the draw.
Well, what I like about Lead is that they always take fights in the opponent's jungle, and that is where Yawn feels the most uncomfortable in, like having fights within your own purple buff. You have to contest for every single of your own buffs. That is just not optimal for you, and that is where, like, even FMM going up into the jungle, the rotations are a little bit shorter. You can get there in time, and I have to say though, Gear is sort of like the forgotten one in the side of Bleed Esports. Every single time there's a fight, it's not 4v1. It's not 4v1, it's 5v1. So every single time they have the quantity upper hand, so to speak, all the 5 members, their entire kampong, it just comes in and clears anyone out. And I mean, take a look at this. Like, they don't go to that side lanes. They want to leave that open. They want to apply pressure into the jungle. So every single time there's a fight, it's always within the jungle, making Yawn super uncomfortable. And when Yawn is uncomfortable, that is where Claude falls short, where Vanix falls short, because Vanix needs a lot of time for his teammates to come in for those early rotations and skirmishes within his lane. So he's always staying in his lane. He has no help whatsoever because the help was redirected into Yawn's jungle.
I think one of the biggest points about the game as to why Team Flash is having so much issues really comes down and boils down to the rhythm of Lead. They are dancing based on their own form of tempo to the point that they don't seem to care too much about what Flash is doing. Perhaps we will be able to find out more about how that worked out because of JPL.
Of course.
Wow.
Give that guy a hat or something, dude.
Wait, I just realized this. He bought a glowing wand on Kufra. Wait, how does that work? How does that work? Is that a new, like...
It does add on to HP a little bit.
I know it does.
But apart from that, right?
It's
Let's not talk about the glowing one. It's interesting, but they also went in to build the first item of anti-Kuras as well, because the fact that you have Hayabusa skill base, need to be able to tank all that damage, and when it goes into the bouncing ball, it's almost hard to kill it.
It's very, very difficult, even to run away at least. Like, let alone killing him. You don't have any damage in the early game, but like, for the side of Team Flash, let's be like on neutral ground a little bit. Team Flash, they had to be able to split push in the late game, assess the situation. Let's take a lot of highlights to see what went well for Bleed and what went right.
I think it's all about how JPL sets it up, right? Yeah, I mean, ignore the items. The Kufra flickers has been on point coming out from JPL, catching 1 or 2 or even the main characters all the time. And there's always this unfair trade. Even though Team Flash, they're already behind, they need to try to basically, you know, force the split push, like what you said, Juros. But I don't see that happening because, you know, Team Bleed is actually just rotating S5 because they know the strengths are F5. And if once Team Flash start the split push, you know they're gonna just break through the mid lane, and this is exactly what happened. This fight was the one that literally won them the 2 turrets.
Of course, is there anything else when it comes down to the deeper nuances within the team fights? Because at least for what I see, right, Gear is always in the front line, and from what we have originally expected, I really thought that Crime God would be able to punish him all the time.
Like what you said, Gear is in his element. He's been playing jungle for the previous 2 seasons, and right now he is back to EXP, and he is owning it. So he is one to look out for. Melissa is sort of like the one that you have to aim and target, and that is where Flash sort of like overlooked the impact that Gear would have on the entirety of the game.
I think it all boils down to the fact that the jungler from the side of Bleed as well, right? Like, Dak, this is technically one of the rare chances that you get to see him on screen. Before that, he was actually from RSG slate as the sub. He was the sub for the jungler role as well. And in the end of the day, RSG jungler, as you guys know, is mostly Prey. Dak finally managed to step up, finally get to be on MPL SG, and finally showing that, hey, he blends in well with the Bleed roster.
Oh man, I mean, Deck is basically in his off role. He basically plays only assassins, but
Yeah.
like within the big stages and in a competitive stage, you have 10 bans. You have to be able to assess your opponent. Like, I don't want to be sticking into whatever my opponents think I'm going to be using. So they think I'm going to be using maybe Ling. They ban out their own Ling, denying Ling from both of them, Deck and Yon both. And Yon has no choice but to just pick out a Hayabusa. As comfortable as he is on that Hayabusa, he didn't perform well. And the reason is because the dive composition way too heavy onto Hayabusa. And basically the main thing that counters a Hayabusa is the suppression. But if you look at Bleed's lineup, they don't even have a suppression. That is how much potential and how much impact that this entirety of the dive composition will work. So they played in a Ube kind of strategy, so to speak. Like they always stuck together.
Kinda.
Yeah,
kinda.
this is kind of like season after season thing. We are looking at Ube season after season, and it's a foolproof game, pretty much. Pretty much, right?
Yep.
Well, speaking of seasons, well, Frank by OCBC is back with this new season.
Thank you very much.
Of MLBB card designs for the Frank debit card, and of course, for the first time ever, it will feature heroes with skins. Heroes with skins, huh? Okay, listen carefully, huh? For
Leslie
Fanny,
skin? Wait.
Gusion, Leslie.
It's
Wait,
all right
which
there.
one's the Leslie skin? Oh, this is the Fanny one.
Is this the one?
I-
No, that's Florin. Come.
Yeah.
Is that
No.
Is that
It's
the
not
Leslie
here.
there?
It's not here. But Esmeralda, this
Okay.
Yo,
this skin looks
Esmeralda
really
beautiful.
good.
Yes.
Looks
Yeah,
beautiful.
this is the hero. This is from the Hero series and looks really good. It's a big flex card right there.
That's a flex card. Just
You know what's even more reflex? Let's be frank, using that card to buy yourself the actual skins in game. Come on. Come on, guys. Like, why have a graphics on a card where you can use that card to buy the same skin to have a pair?
Yeah, but I think they have got other things about Frank OCBC, right? Abstract?
Yes, of course. All you guys gotta do is just sign up for a Frank MLBB debit card by going to ocbc.com/MPLSG from now till 7th May 2023. On top of that, you can join the Frank by OCBC's Coin Quest and spend with your Frank card to earn coins and redeem prizes and at OCBC, Wisma Atria, or any Frank stores. Get 1 coin for every $10 you spend, and you could possibly walk away with grand prizes. Like Samsung Galaxy S23 256 gig, an OSIM Uthrone gaming chair, as well as Scoot vouchers,
Wow.
and various random MLBB in-game items like Lightborn and Saber skins. So this is definitely not the time that you guys should, kind of sit around and not do anything. Head over to ocbc.com/MPLSG and take a look at all the other juicy details that they have.
I'm just, oh man, the skins on the card look
He's sad
so
right now
nice.
because there's no Leslie.
Yeah, and
a
no,
bit disappointed, but it's okay.
But like we were
You
having
can
this
always
talk
get it.
yesterday, like Leslie and Gusion. I think
Yeah,
Leslie
yeah.
and Gusion's skins are actually inside
Yep.
the card.
oh no,
right?
no, it's here. It's right here.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah!
You know, Jace does not
It's
know
right
this,
here.
but like Leslie and
It's right
Gusion
here.
are actually a couple in the lore in game.
Yes, they are.
Yes, they are a couple. So like you have like couple cards, so like you and your boyfriend or girlfriend is able to get one for yourselves. You know, like
Does it mean
have a
share-
couple card as well.
Does it mean like I'm sharing assets with my girlfriend?
Look, okay, we'll get started to be
Let's
moving on
go.
to the drafting phase.
Nice
Moving
save.
on to the drafting phase, let's take a look at what Flash
Your
is
team
going to be
is
standing out
next.
first. 1-1, knowing that FMM's comfort pick is in that 1-1. That is smart because you know that FMM is an
Time
impact
to
player. You
draft
know
them.
that
Your
basically-
team
okay,
is
basically,
banning.
I'm a bit ahead of myself. But the entirety of Bleed is basically impact players.
Actu-
Every one of them.
Actually, 1-1 is a must ban in all across MPL in this particular meta, right? And apart from that, 1-1 is also FMM's one of his pocket picks as well. He was nutty on this 1-1. You gotta give respect over to that. Don't forget in Team Flash in the first game as well, they banned away the 1-1 Brody and Monoskov, targeting the goal lane a lot, but that doesn't lead to anything because Bleed was just super far ahead in whatever they want to do in terms of their playstyle and macro game.
Of course, we're gonna have to look out when it comes down to the drafting. We should be expecting the very typical bans going
Your
all
team
across the
is
board.
banning.
We could see a Fredrin ban, we could see
live
Arlet ban,
is to
as well
trick
as
the
Kaja. The very fact that Kaja was leaked in the previous game was already quite a bit of surprise. But as you can see, Bleed, they don't necessarily care too much about the Kaja being leaked. It doesn't seem as though like, okay, you know what, top tier hero, top meta hero, let's ban it out and not deal with it. Perhaps Bleed already have an idea how to deal with it and play all within the macro game.
Yeah, they want to bait out that Kaja because they know
Still
that Kaja
sword.
is a single
Is
target
banning.
top control hero. But on the other hand, let's take a look at the next bans going out. Faramis is being taken out because Flash knows the impact that Sayla has. Using that Faramis, using something that he knows that is going to break them apart. Especially in early stages of game where the jungle is very, very vulnerable, knowing that they want to have Yon play an assassin hero, play something that he's comfortable with. But Bleed takes out that Ling, takes it out for Deck and Yon. So both of them, we won't
I
see
didn't cure the
anything
pain.
coming.
Your
through.
team
I
is
hunt.
banning.
I think giving Link to Yon is literally signing your own death warrant. So I don't think
Fair.
Bleed will want to do that as of yet. But Team Flash bans away the Valentina, now leaning towards cutting the mage pool.
Lower and lower, I suppose. I mean, Arlet is still available. We are looking at many other heroes that are still available as well. So it really depends on how Bleed will want to play it. Faramis was actually banned by Flash themselves, so Bleed may have to go with a completely different strategy as compared to what they have played before. Or perhaps they wouldn't even try to bring out all their aces in their sleeves just yet and just play whatever that is comfortable for them at this point in time.
I agree with you
Your
to
team
a
is
certain
teased
extent, but I
my
mean,
domain.
this is a new, okay, this is a new name for a new team, but same faces. They have a different strategy. Seeing them in Season 4, Season 3, they've been playing a little bit more passively. They want to wait for a reactive approach to facing up against any other team, but Bleed right now, understanding from that first game, they've been playing a very aggressive, dive-heavy compositions, and I want to see a lot more of the diving coming through.
I will
maybe
choose
even
my
a
own
Lunox
path.
Your
Sayla,
team is
something that
picking.
he's very comfortable with. Now, Veg picking up that Arlo. You know, he's French. Arlo.
Hello.
Arlo.
That's okay.
He has a
I know,
lot of
please,
damage.
don't.
I know. But like, it's very, very composition
Vertigo's
reliant.
teeth.
Yeah, I mean, Arlot is a very team composition reliant hero. And what I mean to say is that he relies a lot on crowd control. So expect the entirety of Flash to pick up maybe a Ruby, maybe an Akai, maybe something that keeps dishing out a lot of crowd controls. Now, the only way that Bleak can counteract this is to deny pick. Or that
I
is
am
what
the
Flash
priestess of
wants them
primal
to do.
lightning,
And there it
the
is.
hunter of all
Edith
the
and
evil
Kaja
gods.
both being leaked out.
I love
I
it,
can't
Deep.
believe it.
I
can't.
love it, Deep. I played Arlet.
What you call it?
Edith? Edith?
Okay, you're
Anyways.
Singaporean. Call it Edith.
Okay.
Edith.
Anyways, okay. The problem about Arlott in this particular meta is that he's very vulnerable to CCs. Yes, even though he's also dishing out the CCs as well.
He doesn't
You mess-
have an escape mechanism. that's the
Correct.
problem.
He doesn't have an escape mechanism, but if you allow him to just wreak havoc in your backline, that's a lot of damage and a lot of CCs being dished out. Now, you just need to find a way to kind of say, okay, you gotta stop. This has to stop. And the way that Bleed is saying that, okay, this is how you're gonna have to
Swing.
stop. There's CCs
Your
in
team is
the
picking.
Edith, and there's also
Not
CCs in the
bad.
Kaja, and now we're seeing Joe on that Farsa, the one that's banned in game number 1, and Yon. Okay, picking up another assassin, that's a Fanny.
Oh man. Oh man, oh boy, oh
This is
dude,
gonna be
oh.
exciting.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting. I mean,
The-
Yon, one of his signature heroes is Fannies. And this is something that, I mean, I've talked to a lot of the pro players, they met him in ranked, and they're always very, very afraid of whatever Yon uses in Assassin. And they think that, you know, Fanny is maybe the right choice right here, but going up against JPL's Kaja with a suppression, whenever you try to
I am
come back or
vengeance.
whenever you
Your
try to dive
team
in,
is banning.
it's going to be very, very tough for you. And FMM goes on to the Moskov. Now, Moskov needs a lot of time in the early phases to farm up. He needs a lot of early game time, and, well, he really pops off only once he gets his core items in the mid to late stages of the game.
Now, allow me to say this, right? For the side of Bleed, the reason why they go for the Moskov is because of the Fanny. The Fanny would definitely usually meet a wall.
Oh, the walls.
And it's a lot easier for the Moskov to stun. And don't forget, that's a lot of stun all across Bleed right now. Both have hard CCs. going up against the Fanny, going up against the Arlots. Now it's all about Team Flash, their positioning as the Farsa. How are you going to position yourself to deal most amount of damage for Yon and Bash to clean it up? So Team Flash, they got a lot more room for error here as compared to Beat. It's easier for them to execute this.
Your team
I agree
is
with you that they
banned.
have a lot of CCs on the side of Bleed, but it's single target CCs. So what Flash needs to do is maybe having a little bit of a longer range. They could pick up a Melissa who could deal lots of damage to Moskov and probably bully him in lane. So what you want to do is disable Moskov in the early stages of the game. Don't let him farm up, because once he is, once he has all his core items, he is going to be a monster to you. But looking at the second phase of ban, it looks like the roam positions for both sides is going to be taken out. Atlas and Kufra is taken out. They want Cram God to be in something very uncomfortable. It might be a Lolita since it's going up against that Moskov, but yet to be seen. What if he takes a Lolita out in the ban pool as well?
I'm pretty sure that Cram God does know how to play a Lolita based on the MPL qualifiers games. So I wouldn't be too surprised considering the fact that we're looking at gear that have the Edith. Of course, once you get the Raf stacked up, you can expect the Edith is super painful. On top of that, we have a Moskov on top of that as well. And
See
Lolita,
value in me?
he's tanky.
Your team
that is
is
exactly
picking.
what
You should.
Team Flash needs. They already have the jungler that is
What?
not
Your
in.
team is
What?
picking.
They're playing all their cards
Ladies
out
and
now.
gentlemen, no, that's the problem here. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, Kagura has no value in this particular meta right now. But there you go. That is one of Sailor's comfort pick. And not only just that, we are seeing the Cho getting picked up by Team Flash as well. One of the most popular picks from the side of the Philippines as well. And
Indonesia,
also
yeah.
in Indonesia too. So Cram God, this could be big for at least Team Flash for now.
Right now, they seem really comfortable, right? And many say that comfort eventually beats meta. But here's the problem. No matter how much you would want to play comfort, you still gotta have to understand your team composition. Remember how we talked back about the fact that Arlet really focuses on his own team
Alchemy.
composition. They need
The
crowd control
art.
Your
whatsoever.
team is
At this point in
picking.
time, Cram God is the only one that can dish out those kind of crowd control aside from Arlet. And the entire team of Flash, they have a lot of mobility, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are able to heal for one another. In the single moment that they have been stopped by Bleed, and in
This
the
is the
single
Emperor's
moment
order.
that
Oh, there you
Bleed erects a wall in front of them and
Oh.
Flash is unable to make full use of their superiority in mobility, that is when Flash will crash.
Oh man, I mean, take a look at the last pick, Deck picking up the Akai
Dude.
in the jungle. It's going to be a full lockdown. Every single member from the side of Bleed has a crowd control ability in them. That is just to shut down that Arlot. You don't want to get Arlot too close into your backline, but Arlot is one of those heroes, like you guys said, if you go in, it's all in. It's do or die. You either kill someone or you get killed yourself. But I mean, on both sides, I'm favoring a lot more the side of Bleed because of their crowd control heavy composition. They're able to lock down any one member at any given time.
It's really tough coming in for Team Flash, but I really want to see how this is going to be played out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping in to game number 2 between Team Flash and Bleed with a very eccentric lineup when it comes down to crowd control, while the other hand, we're looking at a high mobility team.
Okay, let me break down the eccentricity based on an eccentric person myself. The reason why Sailor would go for Kagura, of course, apart from the fact that that's one of his comfort picks, Kagura will find Joe in the feather airstrike, burst him down quickly, and move on. I think that's what Sailor's role in this particular draft. Now, apart from that, every single person from the side of Bleed has a ton of CCs. Deck, on the other hand, with the heavy spin, outputs consistent CCs. It's not just one-time CC. It's a constant pushback as long as you land it on top of Bash over and over and over. And that's how they're planning to kind of take the win out of Arlot in this particular game.
Well, at least what I'm looking at when it comes down to the emblem is that Arlet did pick up the tank emblem, which will definitely suggest that he's going to be playing a little bit more tanky onto his side. So he's not probably going to be focusing too much onto the damage department.
Another thing that we also like to point out is that from the side of Arlot, right, instead of going for the Petrify, because that's kind of one of the
Right.
things that
Oh,
you want
yes,
to use
yes.
to extend your combo, right? We also talked about the fact that Arlot doesn't really have the chain mechanism. Maybe Flicker is the wise choice here. That's what Badge is thinking. But we need to see how he executes this AS because if you notice, he's actually winning against the Eden for now.
I mean, it does make sense, right? A dead DPS equals to no DPS.
Yeah,
so
true.
even if you do have Petrify to enhance your combo, yes, there could be times that you'll be able to fight and win your opponents by that small little margin. Or will be able to run away with the Flicker or to catch up. So to be honest, I do kind of like this pick coming in from Veg. Perhaps it's not really looking for the playmaker here. Perhaps they are pinning most of their games, pinning most of their game onto Joe as well as Dawn in the early stages of the game, and followed by Vanix over to the later stages of the game. So this is really more about tempo. Veg, Prime God, as well as Joe, they need to be able to pace themselves correctly in this fight against Bleed. But it's tough, like I said before.
Red team has slain the turtle
because of all the lockdowns that Bleed has.
Alright, now we saw Bleed taking down the first turtle of the game, right? But looking at Team Flash, their mid power spike should be coming up soon, but Bleed has the better late game, right? The Edith will scale uncomfortably, but before that, let's take a look at the emblems, but no, that's fine.
Well, Veg, he did manage to get himself one in, but unfortunately, Sayla here as well as Deck, they are an indomitable trio that brings him down right under the turret.
Yeah, and I can see how Bash is trying to do. And this is the problem about the consistent CC that Deck can output, right? The heavy spin forces Bash to play even smarter. It's not just like as easy as tapping your second skill, just dashing from one member to another. You need to make sure that you land the stacks. Now, if you're under pressure of heavy spin, there's a high chance of you missing exactly that. Now, we gotta talk about the emblems, right? Bash, you mentioned about the fact that there's a concussive blast going for the Arlot. There's also a high end drive for Yon as well, but it's not being to put out to great success because there's no kills as well. Tenacity on gear because Edith wants to stay at low HP as long as possible so that she could proc the ultimate, go into the Phalanx font, and then go into, like, you know, super omega damage when he's low, heal all the way back up. Electro Flash make sure that Moskov gets a good early game to win against Vanix. So I would say in the bottom lane, in the gold lane for both these two teams, it's a 50-50.
It's really tough for us to even tell who have got the upper hand. I think that is pretty much going to be skill-based gold lane. Well, for the side of the MPL lane, well, we're gonna have to expect a little bit more here and there. Dex is gonna be popping himself with
Blue team hero has been
out
slain
quickly. While unfortunately for the fan, he's just gonna be taken down a bit
Red
a
team
little
hero
too
has
fast.
been
Sayla
slain
overextended himself, but it's okay because it is a 1-for-1 trade in favor for them, as they did manage to bring down the jungler after all.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, what I'm thinking from Bleed, you don't need to steal away the enemy purple buff, right? But hold on a second here, finding Joe.
As Joe immediately flies into the sky, unable to do anything, as now Gear have completely ignored his Pylax. But oh well, he's going to be back. He was hoping that he will be able to do something against the Joe with the quick little flicker, but unfortunately,
Red team has slain the turtle.
You saw what Bleed did, right? JPL disrupted the combo coming up from Graham God. I think it was Gear that got kicked, but the kick doesn't, there's no follow-up from the kick as well. So Team Flash, and not only the fact that they don't have a fan to secure the turtle, they also don't have any kill pressure. And this is gonna spiral out of control. Bleed knows how to build a snowball, and it's already building. Team Flash needs to find an answer.
With all the items up on the screen, the members from the side of Bleed, they are definitely going to be setting themselves apart from Team Flash. I mean, it's not that big of a difference. We are looking at somewhere around 500 gold deficit only. Well, for the side of Moskov, he's already picked up a corrosive scythe for himself, while the opponent's marksmen have got the blade of the Haptices and pretty much well on his way. Except for the fact that Brody doesn't have the plated greaves, while in the meantime, FMM does. So we can pretty much expect that FMM has got a lot of respect for Brody, as the amount of damage that he's able to bring out. FMM has
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
There's a lot of big brain moves coming out from Bleed, ladies and gentlemen. If you notice, JPL cancelled the Cho kick, and you saw how Dak did it, right? Heavy spin to cancel the Cho kick as well. And they're gonna go in and engage. JPL drags.
Phoenix goes down fast, as now the next person is gonna be hit with a final word, and of course it's gonna be for Vanix. So Vanix and Dak, both of them gonna be ultimately taken down, while you're just gonna be working his way with the Primal Wrath, but his a little bit too much damage, but the Lightning Bolt is just gonna go all around! Cram God finds himself falling to the hands of Bleed, and Bleed have even gotten themselves the consolation prize of the middle tier of turret.
Yep, God, the cleanup. Oh, Yawn doesn't able to cable it just on time, but Team Flash right now, losing Vanix at that particular fight. Lead identifies that Team Flash doesn't have the damage. They press on an issue, they push in mid lane, they open it up. Yes, they lost deck along the way, but deck is done. There's no turtle on the map, there's no objective, and Vex goes in.
I don't think that he will be able to do anything to FMM at this point in time. Number one, no mana. Number two, he's kind of like playing a little bit tanky on his end. So no assassination that we should be expecting. In the meantime, Thank God finally
Red
found
team
an
hero has been
opportunity
slain.
onto JPL, isolating him in the way of the dragon. Back to the middle lane, Yawn
team
finds
hero
himself
has been slain.
completely locked down by the hands of
Red team has slain the turtle.
Let's just Edith things, huh?
Not only just that, it's also the
Red
it's also
team
the
turret
Sailor
has
thing
been
as well.
destroyed.
So Kajura just bursting down Yawn, and now Yawn will respawn with no purple buff at all. This is not only just microplay to cancel away Cram God's ultimates, it's also about how Bleed identifies the macro very, very well, and this is a very scary team, especially going into MPL Singapore Season 5. They have one goal in mind, Abstract. I believe they really want to get champion this time round.
A lot of pressure is on to Flash. And of course, Yawn is now immediately in the eyes of everyone as the jungler of Team Flash. He is definitely expected to want to play very well, and there's a lot of expectations on him. But unfortunately, in game number 1, he didn't do quite well. And in this game number 2, as a Fanny, his damage dealt is not that high as well. There's not a lot of that those opportunities that Yawn managed to open up. It wasn't really harassing the backline whatsoever, but it's pretty much understandable due to the entirety of backlines from Bleed. He can't be reckless. The moment he make one wrong move and try to target people too much, being overly aggressive, that pretty much just means that he's going to be locked down more and more. And the fact that he only have 2 deaths, I think that's great.
Okay, you notice how he's playing this. But Cram God waiting for the kick, it doesn't kick back, it's going to be heavy spin, getting out.
Easy game coming in from Bleed, and to be honest, I don't even know how Deck immediately gives himself over all of that. But for now, Fetch, it does seem as though he got locked down for a little while. Guess Cram God is just going to be leading the charge. Team Bleed, they're just going to be waiting for that perfect opportunity, as Fetch is going to be expanding his flicker, finding himself in a uncharted territory. And what exactly is happening here? It kind of seems as though Flash is buying time for Yawn to eventually take the purple buff. I'm not too sure exactly what is going on here from the side of Bleed, but look at it, Cram God! As he immediately went for the Widow Dragon, followed by the flicker, allowing them to actually completely slay JPL, and that is going to be one person taken down as FMM, the Spear of Quintessence, right in the face of the members of Flash. What can they possibly do at this point in time as Bleed knocks onto the front doors?
Well, I can tell you what you guys can do as well. Hashtag our pride, our passion. Show support for our players who are representing with pride, honor, and passion. Fill in the QR code. You fill in the code now or scan your QR code as Bleed takes over this Lord. This is another game over
Red
the
team has slain the
really
Lord.
hard for this to climb back. Don't forget, in the past 2 team fights, Sailor burned 3 members, the flickers of 3 members from Team Flash away. And then after that, once Bleed knows about it, there's no escape. There's no flickers left. There's no battle spells left. Bleed will just press on the issue, and now Team Flash once again has to defend a Lord.
I think that there's a lot of those macro plays from the side of Flash which I don't necessarily understand. There could be a possibility that, they just have their own idea, they're changing their game on the fly, and I'm just probably not resonating with that.
Blue team turret has been
So
destroyed.
it really is up to Flash to really gather themselves and see whether this new way of playing, or rather this ship, is going to help them. Because John is definitely having a bit of a
Team
trouble,
Hero has
but
been
now
slain.
he can finally find that opportunity to assassinate FMM, the moment that they have all been waiting for, as Cram God leads the charge and hoping that he will be able to lock someone down and continue the fight, but to no avail.
Yawn finally got a good pick off on the side of Bleed, right? But then again, Team Flash, they're not unsync. They're not on the same momentum. Team Flash, you saw how Cram God is like, go, go, go. But everyone from Team Flash a little bit lagging behind, so they cannot capitalize the fact that FMM is gone. And now Bleed, they Veg will have to press the issue. It's Cram God and Vax at the back line of Bleed.
What can Veg eventually do? He's going to be playing a lot more tanky. He's just pretty much an annoying mosquito or an annoying cockroach. He's gonna have to wait for the members from Flash, such as Joe as well as John and Vanning, to eventually come in before they can even do any respect respectable amount of damage. If it's just Badge as well as Tram God, I don't believe that they'll be able to do much unless all four men bank on in onto deck. And that is exactly what they're going to do. They did manage to bring one person down, but it does seem like we are going to be looking at a little bit of knockup coming in on top of the Tram God. But here comes Yon as he comes with a flyby, a choo-choo train onto Gear, almost bringing him down as he does not have Phylax. But in the end of the day, Gear still managed to walk away.
It looks so good for Team Flash for a moment, right, Abstract? But then Bleed just, JPL flickered in, catches Vanix, I think it was Vanix right off the bat, and just absolutely just destroys, the roster of Team Flash. But let's take a look at the replay. How they actually went so badly for the side of Team Flash. All of a sudden, they have a very good game. Yon tried to come in for the assassination on top of Gear, but it's not enough damage as of yet. That's not his main target. His main target is FMM, and he can't find it at all.
Well, of course, it's pretty much expectable. Well, one thing that is not expectable, at least for me, was the damage from Yon.
Yeah.
I thought that he has been stagnating for a long time, but he still have got the damage. He still managed to burst down FMM pretty darn fast, and Edith, without Phylax, pretty much received quite a bit of damage too.
I mean, you leave a soybean up there, it will sooner or later become soy sauce, right? One day. It takes a while.
Really?
But that's the main point.
Soybean
right?
equals to soy sauce?
Yeah, it's made from soybean.
Really? I learn something new every day, I suppose. Or maybe this guy is just gaslighting me. Well, 6-12 is the current scoreline between Team Flash and Bleed. 12 minutes into the game, and it kind of seems as though Flash, they have managed to hold their guns a little bit longer in this game. Is it because Bleed, they just need a little bit more time to ramp themselves up? Or is it the fact that Team Flash, they definitely have got more kills in this game? It kind of seems as though that is the case.
Yeah, Bleed right now, that you have a lot of momentum. It's up to Yon to try to set it up. Now the Lord is already being pulled over the side of Bleed. Look at how Crime God, he actually sees two, but he doesn't really pull the trigger yet. Yon is actually waiting on the other side to basically come in and shoot the Retri. It's all about the Retri steal from the side of Team Flash. Bleed, I think they know it. They're actually holding down the tempo. The Lord is still a little bit smaller, but looking at whole members of Team Flash, they're waiting for it. But Bleed has the better patience right now.
It's just about this game. The dance of the Lord as Crime God was making his way over to the V-Brush. But Gear comes in from behind together with JPL and FMM, completely pinceling the backline of Team Flash. They got completely blindsided. Team Flash got played by Bleed, and they thought that they were the sneaky one. They were not.
They tunnel vision. They thought they're the ninja, but no, the ninjas got ninja'd. Bleed showing how Team Flash it is done. But okay, don't hold your horses. Just hold on your horses. Just so yeah, Yon can always cable in anytime now. But it feels like Yon is focusing on pushing down the turrets.
He doesn't really have a way to deal with the Lord. Don't think that he would want to steal the Lord. The best way to stay alive at this point in time really is just to huddle up again together with the rest of your team, while probably the best way to play for Yon right now is to go for a heavy split push. Because for Bleed, they do not have anyone that have got that kind of superior mobility. The only best thing that they could look out for is FMM. And I don't think that you will want to send out a marksman after an assassin to chase.
I think right now it's just Bleed, showing, just extending that warm welcome over to Team Flash, right? Oh, FMM, a little bit low. Winner makes already pop, and that is Yon stuck on the wall.
Well, that is the soft counter that we are looking out for after all, right? Having a mask off whenever the opponent picks up either a Ling or a Fanny is definitely going to be quite a menace. But speaking of menace, the Lord itself is a menace as it rains himself down in the bottom lane and brings down the inhibitor turret. The entirety of Team Flash focuses itself and focuses themselves onto the Lord. And this is the opportunity for Bleed to take down the middle lane inhibitor turret while Team Flash got their hands busy. The entirety of the base is now completely barren. And it's all just a matter of time until Billy makes the first move, and Dex is gatekeeping. He's just going to be pushing Vanix as well as Josh and Joe away. But in the end of the day, it's going to see the zone that Dawn is going to be taken down. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade, making it a 2-for-2 trade. As Team Flash, they're actually making decent progress. As Veg, Joe, and Vanix have managed to deliver the final blow onto the side of Bleed, making JPL lose his immortality and losing his own life. The entirety of Bleed has been destroyed, except for Deck in here, for only 2 casualty.
Bleed greedy for the end right there. Will sacrifice 4 members right here. And don't forget, after that kill, Team Flash pick up crucial items. Joe has a Holy Crystal. Vanix already has the Blade of Despair. Let's take a look at this replay as well. It was Sailor that picked up Yom, but the members of Bleed, if you notice, they're not actually trying to fight the members of Team Flash. Team Flash executed a wonderful defense and making sure as long as the Vanix stay alive, that is the only reason why they're relevant in this particular game. And now it is a strong reset for Team Flash to maybe take one Lord and hopefully do some infrastructure damage against Bleed. Don't forget, Team Flash, they're a qualifier team qualifying into Season 5, and it is a big statement. It's a big test as well for Team Flash because they're going up against, you know, Bleed, which is like EVOS SG Slate rebranded.
What a welcome. What a welcome, I have to say, to MPL. I mean, Flash clearly struggling with these two early initial games. I thought the first game was probably like a test water type of situation where they want to test like where Bleed will move to, but Bleed just changing up their strategy in the second game and just completely obliterating Flash, or what we've seen. But that was a very, very good defense. Now we have a little bit of time. I want to break down the early game, what went well for Bleed and why Flash sort of like is unable to retaliate and bring themselves back up on the mid game. Well, the first off is knowing that Yawn is going to be picking up an assassin. And once Yawn picks up an assassin, the soft counter to it in the laning phase, in the jungle, is either a utility tank or a tank fighter. And now, this is what we see Deck being playing out for the previous 2 games. Knowing that he himself is an assassin main, once he understands how to counter his own heroes. You know your enemy. It's like Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, that kind of situation, or know yourself, know your enemy. But it's sort of like denying Yawn from any sort of farm whatsoever. He's really been struggling, and Fanny has been known to be very buff reliant, especially the purple buff. If you don't have that purple buff, you are unable to throw your cables out as effectively and optimally as you can. So these small micro adjustments, and again, you pointed out that the Dreadnought armor has been bought by JPL in the early stages of the game, and that was because he knows that he's going to be engaging into jungle team fights. And notice that Flash is trying to be very greedy in picking off any hero that they see coming near the jungle. But Bleed, they're very patient. They only take fights when they know that they can convert these fights into objectives, be it the buffs, or the turtle, or the lord, or the turrets. They're very objective oriented, and each one of the Bleed's players, they know their killing target, or their target to kill. Sailor, his only target was Fanny. It doesn't matter if he dies, as long as he takes out Yawn. Once Yawn is out of the picture, that is where Bleed knows that the window of opportunity is open. But every single time, on the other hand, in Team Flash, Cramgog jumps in with the Way of the Dragon, kicks one person back. There is no follow-up. It's always, I see one person, I try to take it. Call it maybe nervousness or anxiety, being on the big stage for the first time, but you know, I expect a lot more from Team Flash. That lineup, on paper, it looks really, really solid. It looks really, really steady. But I don't know. Taking a look at the first and second game, they kind of seem a little bit shaky, especially with their chemistry. They are a fairly new team, up against a team that has been playing together for a very, very long time in the international stage, on the local stage, on the local scene, online as well. It has been a tough hurdle for Team Flash, but like I said, they are still the underdogs. They might be, you know, warming up, so to speak, in this stage of competition. What do you guys think?
Actually, if you take a look at the strength of schedule as the time goes by for the side of Team Flash, I kind of put them around in the middle of the pack early on. Yes, that's the only, like, day one is the only problem they have to deal, so they will suffer a little bit, but they should be able to collect some points along the way they're in the mid. But then again, it also depends on how, like what you mentioned, the chemistry between the imports and, of course, you know, the rest of the team as well. Because if you notice, I feel like they're playing 2 times a game. Like, Bench and Cramgod were engaging super far ahead, but Vanix and Joe, they were a little bit far behind to engage on. And Yon, on the other hand, because he picked up the Fanny, he's very predictable where he's gonna be. You see the purple buff up, you know he'll be there.
Yeah, that's true.
Pretty much.
Or the toilet. There's 2 places.
Or the toilet.
I don't know, man.
What? First,
Yes.
soybean becomes soy sauce. I'm not sure. I have to fact check that, but it's questionable.
Huh?
And
Really?
second, Fanny's in the blue buff and the toilet.
I mean, okay, jokes aside, right? You
Uh-huh.
know that the Fanny is definitely going to be in
He's
the purple buff.
definitely gonna be in the purple
Bleed
buff.
was literally just like waiting for him right there in the enemy jungle.
I do like the fact that Bleed are constantly looking out for different loopholes
Yeah.
within of Flash's lineup time and time again. When they find the opportunity to actually get a kill onto Yon, not only did they get the purple buff, they went for the purple buff immediately, like it's completely premeditated, and they knew that they have to do all that in that split second. It's an either-or situation. If Fanny does run away, at least we take the purple buff away. If the Fanny is dead, we take his head and the purple buff.
Okay, right now we're going into a map reset, right? Lord is coming in around 20 seconds. Bleed, on the other hand, has cleaned up Team Flash side of the map. Team Flash, on the other hand, they need to try to get as much resources right now. I think they're just shy of few goal to pick up more crucial items. Yes, there was a big item power spike after that shutdown from the side of Team Flash. But Bleed, on the other hand, you know, they can always pull a backdoor.
It is any time for Flash as well. High mobility team.
I don't
But
actually I don't know about this. I don't really feel like it's comfortable to stack 5 in the brush. Because one umbrella and that's it. That's your whole team.
One Akai, that's it.
Oh yeah.
There's so many lockdown coming in from Bleed, and all Flash need to do is huddle together, and that's the mistake that we're looking out for. But Bleed, they themselves are doing their own version of
What's
hiding.
this? It's like a battle of ninjas. You don't see anybody.
In before, every single one of these members just decides to hide inside the brush and not want to care about anything. But what Bleed is trying to go for right now is essentially
wait,
just
it's a
going to-
backdoor.
Yes.
They're setting up for a backdoor.
It kind of seems like it is. It's either number one is a backdoor, or number two, it will eventually end up in a pincer. So, Deck, he knows the fact, or rather, he knows the fact that there is a couple of players over here, and Flash definitely knows that the Lord is in here. Flash, they're still waiting for the right opportunity, or maybe they're just scouting around all of the rushes. Because technically speaking, and normally, Kremgod would have been able to see where the rest of the members are. And right now, if Kremgod is able to go inside the brush right next to the Lord, it makes sense that Bleed, the other Bleed members, they are somewhere else.
This is like a game of chess aspect, but here we go. The fight Kremgod get caught.
It doesn't seem like Kremgod will be able to stay alive for a little while longer. Two members taken down already, just because of a single, just because of the two mortality that they have. Yon is the only one that got taken down instead. The most important player, that is going to be the guy with the retribution. It's understandable because the Lord was essentially at a very low amount of health, but it kind of seems as though that Team Flash, they're brute forcing their way in here. And Joe is just going to go for the feathered airstrike. Unfortunately, that wasn't able to completely encompass the entirety of the battlefield. So Veg, as well as Kremgod, both of them is unable to be saved by the feathered airstrike.
Look, what Bleed did was masterfully crafted. They don't give information over Team Flash. They give the fear of this could be a pencil move, this could be a backdoor as well. Then after that, when Kremgod goes around the map and say, hey, there's no one around the Bleed side, it's just only Deck. Team Flash decided to pull it all the way back, but because Joe has to go back to defend, Bleed pulled the trigger and went for the pencil move. That is a checkmate in the macro books.
That is literally all about macro game. It is all about the mind game as well. So Bleed, boy oh boy, they are not just playing a MOBA game, they're playing a strategy MOBA. They're playing chess on MOBA. So honestly, chess. You want to play chess later? No. Team Flash versus Team Bleed is going to come up to an end real soon. And the Lord is just going to be marching right down the waves. And Feathered Airstrike was used pretty prematurely, if you ask me. Yon was hoping that he will be able to go straight into the eyes of Sailor. And he gouged out his eyes. Sailor is going to be the first one to be taken down. And while the Way of Dragons is going to be connecting down to the deck. Deck removes all of that CC with a single heavy split. That will bring the tides around just by a little bit, with Joe and Kremgod taken down, but a quick little pull in coming in from here allows Van to go straight down, but Yon is hoping to play the hero! He's hoping to make a play! But at that point in time, they had no choice but to find that one play that really mattered. But that could not come into fruition, and Bleed takes 2 games in a row.
Well, first blood over to Bleed, ladies and gentlemen. GG, well played, over to Bleed, showing not only just the fact that they're good mechanically, the shot calling, my god, was phenomenal. The decision that they took every single stage of the game, they don't falter even though that was a failed defense. Most of the teams start to choke right here, but Bleed is literally walking in and saying that, boys, I never left. I am still here. I will want to be the champions of MPL SG once again.
And of course, that pretty much concludes the first match of today. Churros, you have been sitting on the sidelines for quite a bit. You have been looking at the entire game itself. I'm pretty sure that you have a lot to speak.
I do have a lot to say, but first off, congratulations to Bleed Esports being the winners, not champions.
Oh, you were quick.
Winners of the first introduction game of the MPL Season 5. Regular season, and this is really good. It looks very good to them. Their egos are high, confidence is off through the roof. Especially this is sort of like their super villain arc coming through. They have been losing out on like 2 seasons before, but after that they are coming through. And this because the shift in strategy, maybe the shift in the individual heroes and players that they try to pick. Their playstyle has changed just a little bit, but they maintained and retained some of the key things that they have. So let's take a look at itemizations real quick. One thing that stood out to me was the fact that FMM takes out the Golden Staff build. I mean, in the later stage of the game, a Golden Staff Moskov doesn't deal as much damage to low HP heroes. It is more of a tank melter, but the fact that he's able to utilize that Golden Staff and reset his dash. Remember, every single time he hits someone with a basic attack, his dash resets. So he is definitely mobile. And take a look at his gold. Again, funneling all the resources to Bleed, to Moskov, to FMM. And that is what Bleed wants to do. Get FMM all farmed up and making the marksman make his mark, so to speak, in the later stages of the game where they were. And even when they hit the 16-minute mark, they were all still funneling FMM, making sure that he has enough fallback money just to buy his immortality, just to buy a Wind of Nature or Winter Truncheon, just at that. So this is a very small optimization that Bleed went out to say. And I mean, take a look at the damage dealt. FMM dealing a lot of damage, but I have to say that Sayla was the one in the early stage of the game just setting up a lot of plays for the rest of Bleed. For the side of Flash though, Cram God is the one that still plays like his 10-0-1, even though he has been falling short and not making enough of the not making enough plays with his Way of the Dragon, but he's still playing as if he's walking through a 10-0-1 kind of Cho. But damage taken from that Cho though, 130,000 damage taken. That is a lot, to say the least. I gotta say though that last Lord dance, though, that was spectacular. It's the first time I saw like every single one of Bleed. They don't focus on the Lord. The Lord was not the objective at all. It was take out a single player and let's reshuffle our quantity. So I want to make my team a little bit more in person than you. But who do you think the MVP is?
Well, I think it's all a collective effort from the side of Bleed. And not only just that, it's also that hive mind that it somehow just...
But it's definitely Deck.
Really?
It's really hard.
I'm saying so. FMM because like...
I think the shot caller of Bleed is the true MVP. Seriously,
JPL.
All these decision making by whoever it is, the in-game leader in our list is JPL, but it could be someone else.
You know, it might be Gear too.
Impeccable.
Might be Gear too. He has a lot of impact. He's in his comfortable element. He's in his zone. You know what I'm saying? He's always going in. He's always taking out one after another. You might think he's slow, and he pops his ultimate. He gets his HP back up, and he's in the fray once again. SNE that you deal so much damage. Basically, every single one of Bleed Esports, they played so well.
Deck.
Oh! I got it right. Fear the Gear, man. Fear the Gear. Edith with a 6-2-14. And remember, even on that Lord fight, I think you guys missed it, but he took out Fanny. And that was the main target. He lost his life though, but he took out the target that he was supposed to. And that was just changing the tide of the entire Lord dance. and I mean, it was funny because he still has his brute force leggings. He still has his leggings right there.
Hey, it's definitely good because in the end of the day, all your defenses are, of course, swap when you exit Pylax.
Oh, fair. So you
Yes.
like all these small little,
Small
like
little
45
things, yes.
physical defense goes into attack. But let's take a look at replay real quick to see what all went down. Let's break it down in terms of the analysts. Jace, what do you want to see?
Well, truth to be told, it's just checkmate, right? Like the fact that you drafted a Fanny means that it's basically telling everybody where you are because you're, that's the
Oh, that was the
big
Moscow
snipe
one.
coming out from the Moskov on top of Joe. And it all feels like, Team Flash really has to go back and look at the drawing board. It feels like, this qualifying team entering MPL SG S5. Yes, this team has been in MPL SG, but this is almost a totally new roster. Apart from, well, Joe and Vanix, they appeared in MPL SG before. Technically speaking, most of them are not in MPL SG before. So apart from that, this is the wonderful defense. And I thought, for a point of time, and after that particular shutdown, they should have the power spike enough to do enough damage at the end.
I want to talk about this last team fight. All of the 4 members so low. They don't have Sailor, but they're still risking that play. They're all still staying as one unit because even if they run away and try to save themselves, they'd rather lose their life and win the game and take out at least one other player from the other side of the team than just run away and leave them be. They're all in. They're all in. And that's what I like about this, So you call it hive mentality. They all have one brain.
They have one brain. They have one unit. They're one team.
I mean, okay, there's definitely one thing that I really appreciate about that game for Bleed is that they are very selective with the tactics and of course the strategy that they use. They know that they are up against Flash. What kind of situations, what kind of tactics will work? In that situation, the final Lord tactic, that kind of thing is not something you'll be able to pull off with some other teams, such as Evil as well as Alchemy, because the both of them is still relatively, inexperienced to a certain extent.
Yeah.
They will pounce in most of these situations. But you know what? We don't have much to talk about that. We're just going to be moving on over to the host, and maybe we'll talk a lot more later.
Guys, I am so stoked. Even previously for M4, for MPL Season 4, I didn't have the opportunity to interview the man himself, but right now he is beside me. And ladies and gentlemen, right now, kicking off our first day right here for MPL SG Season 5, I have Team Captain JPL right here beside me. Say your highs to everyone that's viewing us right here online. Now that is just absolutely amazing. I'm so stoked. Now, just some burning questions for you, JPL. Now, with the roster performing very well in the past 4 seasons, is there any pressure on the team to, perform better and, surpass expectations?
Honestly, most of us is full-time now, so we have a lot of expectations for ourselves to do well. Yeah.
Yeah, and as team captain, I believe we all know now that we have a new player, Deck, right here on the team. So can you share with us a little bit more on what Deck does and what's your expectations on Deck in the team?
Honestly, Deck has been performing very, very well, so you guys will be seeing more of him, I guess. Yeah.
And with the clean 2-0 sweep, I believe we are all very excited for that. Now, next up, what are your expectations for the regular seasons and then moving over to playoffs?
Honestly, we are actually looking at clean sweep for all the games, hopefully. Yeah, then moving on to playoffs.
Wow, on the very first day, they are already looking forward to clean sweeps all throughout regular season. That is something that we shall be expecting as well. And next up, starting off the regular season right here with a 2-0 sweep for our very first match. Do you have anything that you want to say to the other teams as well as to all of your fans out there?
Stay tuned to our games and watch us make them bleed, I guess.
Make them bleed? Yeah, and just like Flash, in the Flash, they were gone. So yes, you have a lot to anticipate. So ladies and gentlemen, that was JPL. Thank you so much for being with us here for this interview. Absolutely amazing. I was so excited. I even have goosebumps. Now, yes, ladies and gentlemen, next up for match 2 of today, we will be having Alchemy SG going head-to-head against Team SMG SG. Now, we will find out if they have what it takes, the brand new kid on the block against a team that is still moving under gunfire. Let's see later on for match 2. Stick around and we'll see you then.
少し乱暴しようか。
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。移動。 虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment. What's up, the Lone Lancer? Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and... What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。移動。 虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to week 1, day 1, and right now we are at match 2 of the day. Next up, we will see Alchemy SG going head-to-head with Team SMG SG. Will the rookie team making their very first debut here at MPL SG Season 5 have what it takes with the team that is still moving under gunfire, Team SMG SG? That we can only find out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Alchemy SG. Now, Alchemy SG is currently settled into their seats and getting comfortable. And next up, we will invite our team, familiar faces, but with a brand new roster right here for Team Flash. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, Team Flash. And of course, Team SMG SG. Yes, Team SMG SG is currently getting locked and loaded and getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. So right now, we're going to hand our time back on over to our 3 dashing casters. Introducing to you Jace, Churros, as well as Vertigo. Take it away, boys.
Oh, stop it, you, Cheryl. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dance. My name is Jay. Joining right here is Churros and Vertigo at that Vertigo seat. We'll be bringing you for this particular match. It's going to be very interesting because it's going to be Alchemy SG going up against SMG SG. Now, Churros, tell me about a bit of a history about both these two teams.
Well, Alchemy SG is... They were known as a community pub stompers. They've been in community tournaments all across Singapore, and they've been always at the qualifiers from Season 1 all through Season 4. And this is the one time, Season 5, finally they made it. So a lot of things they have been adjusted, but the thing that we have to remember is that they've been playing together a very, very long time.
Correct.
But on the other hand, SMG SG, it's a fairly new team. Everyone except Derry is pretty new. So, but they have experience. They've been playing together for a very long time in other teams, and they've finally come together to really, really show what they're worth. So, would the new blood take over the new blood, or would the experience show?
Yeah, I think it's about the new blood versus new blood. Both came from qualifiers. SMGSG stay, Alchemy trying to do that. Now, Vertigo, take me through the Alchemy team lineup.
I mean, looking at this, Ashiru will be the roam, obviously. Icon on the jungle role. Pooski, sorry, I nearly said the P word. Pooski is definitely on the EXP.
He was rebranded from P-Ford into Pooski, right? You see P-Ford in the MPL qualifiers.
Our Singapore, is our very own Singapore Sanford, right?
Up and coming, hopefully, Sanford. We're looking at this young and upcoming team because, like what Churros mentioned, they have been in the scene for 2 years now, almost.
Yeah.
And they've been going through all the different community scene, and because we usually cast for community tournaments as well, we see them everywhere.
Everywhere. It's like literally they pop up everywhere and they are taking the podium non-stop.
Yep. And now we're gonna take a look at the other side of the aisle. Their challengers, right? SMGSG had the same storyline as Alchemy, but that was last season. Now, run me through this, Churros.
Oh man, Enya, Miku Miku Mi, Supergirl, Reminiscent, and Derry, of course. Everyone has been changed except Derry on the main lineup, but we see Reminiscent being so phenomenal in the jungle position. Miku Miku Mi hasn't been playing in Season 4, but he's back here Season 5, back in the mid lane, and Supergirl has been changed. His position has changed from the goat lane, giving it over to Enya, who has also been performing well, and he's going into the EXP lane.
Yeah, a bit of correction right there. Derry and Enya were from the original SMG SG.
Oh, Derry and Enya, right.
Yes,
Correct.
Enya.
And a bit more storyline is that SMG SG feels like last season's Team Flash draft. Remember when we talked about the star-studded draft? Star-studded team in
It looks so good.
Correct.
They're
On
like
paper.
so stacked.
Yeah, it looks stacked, right? And not only just that, they brought Supergirl from Zion,
Yes.
which was eliminated in season 4, and then they also brought in Mikumi, who was like donkey years ago.
Impunity. Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this on stream as well. And they also brought in the Team Flash jungler, reminiscent into a different orange.
Yeah.
Well, I have a little bit of a controversial kind of thought that I have.
Yes.
Rum is also in SMG. He
Yep.
has been playing very well, and he was an impact player for the side of Team SMG last season.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he
This
was.
season, Supergirl is taking over EXP lane. Will Supergirl sort of like outperform what Rum could do? That remains to be seen because there's so many variables going on.
That's correct. But let's talk about the caster's prediction right I mean, Vertigo, explain yourself.
You got to give out hope, man. You got to give out hope.
False hope.
Exactly.
That's copium right there.
No,
that's copium.
I mean, at least you have to believe. You have to believe in alchemy because not only that,
Okay.
we have zero info on their comfort heroes.
Fair.
We do not know their play style. What is their rotation
It's
like?
like a wild card, right?
Exactly. It's
Yeah, like-
exactly
it's
like a wild card.
Just playing a trap card.
Trap card comes out. No, wait, no.
Yeah.
OCBC Frank card.
I gotta
Oh,
say,
dear.
I gotta go experience on this one.
Oh, okay.
Because being on the
Okay.
big stage, we've seen
Yeah.
the previous game
Correct.
where it was.
It was another
It
qualifier.
was another
team.
qualifier team
Correct.
as well, but it was Team Flash, right? They
Yes.
were a
Team
little bit shaky. They had a little bit of anxiety. We could tell, like the chemistry was off and all of that. But the only caveat is Alchemy SG has been playing together for a long time.
Yep.
And 2 years, in fact, and always grinding through the qualifiers, always almost making it, but never really making it. But
Yes.
this season could change everything. There's a lot of variables coming in. I don't know much to say, but you guys, if
Yeah.
you're just joining us, this will be a best of 3. So yeah, best of 3 games. 1 to 3 points will be awarded for the winning team. So the top 4 teams of these 8 teams in total will be going into the upper brackets, giving them an extra life. The lower 4 teams who have not been performing well in the regular season is going to go in the lower brackets at risk of elimination.
Well, yes, thank you very much for the explanation on the format, because I'm presuming because the fact that we do have a lot more different viewers coming in. This is our 5th season in a row, by the way. This is like the 5th season.
Wow.
I can't believe we're already at number 5.
All
But
pride.
with 40 seconds left before the drop pick, right, we got to talk about also from the side of SMG. Now they're the star-studded team, technically speaking. Supergirl, yes, relegated into the EXP lane. That is actually his comfort lane.
Yes.
He was Season 1 EVO's best rookie in the EXP
In the
lane.
EXP,
Remember that,
yes.
Vertigo?
That Yuzong was just on a different
Oh.
level.
Yeah.
If we see a game 1, day 1, suddenly a Yuzong comes out, he's at home.
But
There's
this-
no one who can disturb his peace.
I mean,
No pun intended.
in
No pun
season
intended,
3,
no pun
in
intended.
season 3, I was in the stands. I
Yes.
was watching Supergirl play in the gold lane, and he was arguably one of the best gold laners in
Okay.
season 3.
Exactly.
It was due to, I don't know, team breakdown and whatever, he didn't perform well, but I don't know, he would have been well off in the gold lane as well. So this guy is pretty much an all-rounder. I'm
Yes.
really excited to see how he plays again in the EXP. I mean, coming with the meta changes and all of that, will Enya still pick up his comfort hero
Beatrix?
and Beatrix maybe? Yeah,
First man
it's
Beatrix,
just,
guys.
It's just too many changes
Yeah.
coming in from in the previous patch down to this season, so it's gonna be exciting.
Yeah, it's always a change, right, in MPL SG, and not only just the fact that you see like Supergirl changing, going back to comfort, going back to EXP lane. I'll argue saying that I think Supergirl is more comfortable on the EXP lane. We also saw in the previous match, right, Gil from jungler went back to his comfort role. He went back to the EXP, so it feels like a bit of a homecoming
Yeah.
for quite a few of these players, right? Vertigo?
Exactly. It's like a whole. Everyone is like, you know what? I don't like to step out of my comfort zone. Let me be comfortable
to be
and
a
confident. Yes.
Right. It happened
Talk
with
this
Fear
up.
and Bleed as well. Like,
Yes.
he was playing jungle for way too long. He was
then he's like,
uncomfortable.
I don't
and
want
he was
already.
Like,
No,
no, dude, he went back to his own element. He
Ah,
was in
yes, his zone.
And like, whether or not Supergirl lives up to his expectation as a premium EXP laner
Yeah.
in Singapore, really begs the question, like, what kind of heroes will he pull out? Because I know he can play a lot, and I've watched his streams a couple of times. I'm a huge fan, by the way.
Shout out to Supergirl. We
Shout
got a
out
big
to
fan here.
Supergirl. I'm a huge
Yeah.
fan. I've seen his Paquito plays,
Ooh.
his positioning, his rotations, really, really impeccable. But then again, begs the question, Alchemy, will Puski be able to
Out-
understand and
yeah.
adapt to
Yeah.
whatever SMG is playing against.
Correct. And it just feels like, we always see this for 5 seasons now, right? Qualifiers, when they enter the MPL scene, especially when they're community-based, they have a very rough start because
Very rough.
the tempo of community plays in Singapore and MPL
Very
Singapore,
fast.
it's a lot different.
Very
We
different.
focus a lot on the macro as well. You saw how B was executing the draft earlier, and sorry, the strategy
The
earlier.
strats,
It
yeah.
was really insane. But apart from that, let's talk about the brains behind these teams.
Ooh.
Alchemy, I thought they were going in with the same role like Evo, right? I'm going to go in as a community team. I don't have a coach, but instead, they got Zookeeper as their coach.
Exactly. So, do you know the reason behind the name Zookeeper?
Well, because they're animals.
Exactly, they are
Hey,
animals.
animals.
What? Yeah, no. So this is the reason behind his name, right? He named Zoo himself Zookeeper because he's taking care of the animals, right? So because they were
Monsters,
community,
beasts.
right? They had no directional sense. They had nowhere to go until Zookeeper came in, MPL slot.
Oh man, he's like the father.
Yeah,
figure
yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
them.
He's like
coming
Han
in.
San Zhang, you know?
Oh,
Okay,
man.
at least a bit of a background for all of you guys. Who is the Zookeeper we're talking about? He's actually pacifist, the coach for Almighty. Oh my god.
Almighty.
Almighty.
Omega
and
Almighty, there's no I.
Revival as well in season 4.
Yeah.
And also on the coach on the other side of SMG SG, it's Aeon.
Yes. Oh,
If
legendary.
you guys remember
Legendary Aeon.
Aeon, it's like MPL SG MY era
Yeah.
that played with Potato and Gang.
Yeah, he played with Potato, he played with JPL, with Soul, all the OGs, even
Yeah.
with Sauce as well. Those were the donkey years. If you tell
Oh,
them,
yeah.
their face will light up. They'll be like, the good old days.
Yeah, but let's not talk about the good old days. Let's go into the draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh.
Game
Ooh.
number 1, SMG going up against Alchemy SMG
Wow.
on first pick.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Right
I
off
will
the
choose
bat,
my
SMG
own
Your
path.
team
banned
is
out that
banning.
Xavier, and a second ban is gonna be onto Arlo.
Yeah.
This is because the late game potential of Xavier is way too much for anyone to handle.
It's too much to handle.
It recreates, repositions, restructures the entire team fight whenever you land a perfect Mystic Field. And in the hands of Miku Mikumi as well as Bitcoin,
Your team is banning.
it's very, very hard for them to, counteract the Xavier. So it's going to be taken off bet. But on the other side, though,
Ooh.
Alchemy is going to ban out
Your
that
team
Sword
is
and
banning.
1-1. So very, very different late game potential in SMG, and Alchemy is going to be banning out all the late, early game.
I would say Joy
aggressive
and
games.
I would say Joy and 1-1 is a very, very late game base.
Yes.
Right? I mean, 1-1 in the late game,
Sure.
you can just buy plate armor, it means nothing to you, right? But that Joy late game is definitely going to be very tanky, especially with Vengeance. You cannot touch him. It's like what Jace like to say, the spiky durian. The more you hit
Okay.
him, the more it will hurt.
Okay, that's a little bit personal because the last time I hit a spiky durian, I got 4k damage as a Beatrix. Alright, but I get where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But what I love about Joy is the fact that when you rock the ultimate, you
It's
just
our
be
Your
bobbing.
team is picking.
You would just be bobbing and weaving all the
Your
way in the
team
back
is
line, and
picking.
it's so fun to play her.
Yeah.
But she has like one of the highest pick ban rates in MPL PH. Now, Alchemy taking away the thought, and look
Your
at
team
the
Wow.
is
rapid
picking.
fire drop.
Yeah.
See value
Okay,
in
honestly,
another
yeah,
single
honestly,
should.
the highest pick ban right here will be Faramis and Akaja.
Fair,
100%.
fair. Maybe an Edith, but like I'm looking forward to an Edith. It slipped through the ban right now. They banned out that
Oh.
glue for the side of SMG, and it makes a lot of sense because early game you have that regeneration, especially when you pop your first skill, and it kind of seems like SMG they're just really gunning up for that
Oh,
late game.
no.
They want a
Is
very,
he
very
is he
solid
doing a
late game.
pun right now, Jace? Please help me.
No.
Well,
SMG is gunning up.
It was an unintended pun. That was good. That was good. From
Churro sat at your seat.
Just
now.
I became a vertigo just
Your
now.
team is
But
Alright,
okay, let's get back to
ooh.
it though. I was gonna say Alchemy, they banned out all the dashy kinds of heroes.
Yeah.
And that is where I think their composition might be showing out now. Like they want to be able to just fight in team fights. They don't want to take
I
any
am the
fights
priestess
of
they
primal
get
light.
in the
Yeah.
early stages
The
of the game. They
hunter of
want to
all
fight
the
as a
evil
unit. So
gods.
sort of that discount eBay is coming up because Bitcoin picked up that Faramis. Marta's a tank fighter is going into the jungle, but on the other hand, Edith gets picked up by Pooski.
The Martis is really, really great, especially because the reason for this is because you can deny or some sort of, negate any sort of CCs that will be coming
Need
in.
some stitches?
And that is just
Your
perfect for the
team
team.
is
And if you're going
banning.
to build semi-tank on it, even better, right? There's no way you can be touched. And if you get that ultimate proc, it's going to be a different... It's like a secondary joy, right? You get true damage, you get extra movement speed, you're hunting people down like the annoying green cockroach called Hellcat. Yeah, the annoying cockroach that runs everywhere and you cannot catch him. You're like, come back here! You know, you're just trying to catch him. But enough of that. The Edith pick. Ryan, you called this. Churros, what are your thoughts on this?
Oh man,
so far?
okay. I am really liking Alchemy's strategy right now. They're banning out all the marksmen. So they understand that Enya is going to be an impact player for the side of SMG. Now, SMG,
Your
on the other
team
hand,
is
they are
banning.
going to be banning out like a range of heroes. You got mid lanes, you got Arlo as a flex pick, sort
Yes.
of. You got Glue, you got
Good flex pick
Kufra.
as well.
Very good flex pick. So the SMG is trying to be an all-rounder,
I
but
am
Alchemy,
vengeance.
oh, there
Your
again,
team is
they're
banning.
banning out another
Wow.
marksman. So
Dude.
what is left open could possibly be maybe a
I
Clint
will
that's
protect
viable.
you.
Yeah.
If they
Your
want,
team
oh,
is
Beatrix
banning.
again? Okay, the Lolita gets banned out. So banning away that Lolita, they
Yeah.
possibly could pick the carry or the Beatrix.
fair because carry is a hard counter to Fredrin because
Exactly.
Time
of
and
the
tide
tankiness
wait
that
for
SMG
no
And
Your
the
can
true
team
do.
damage.
is
And the true
banning.
damage, but Narcotics denies the Beatrix from
Oh.
the hands of Enya.
Okay.
He's going to be picking up that Beatrix, and now SMG, everything lies on them. What will Enya pick? What is good against that Beatrix?
I think looking at this, right, it could be a clean, right?
It could be, yeah.
It could be a clean or a Brody. I
Fair,
feel
fair.
it's a Brody. It could be a Brody or maybe a Leslie.
You know, Jace is shaking his head in disagreement. What is your opinion
Irito.
on
Maybe
this?
Irito. Irito works?
Nah, I think it's a carry.
Carry,
carry?
right?
Yeah,
It could be a
deny
carry.
again.
It goes against the Edith, it goes against the Tank Martyrs,
Yeah.
and also shreds through the Faramis of Cult
Cult
Altar.
Altar,
Yes,
yeah.
technically carry in this particular patch. Got nerfed a little bit, but I feel like just the number changes a little bit.
Yeah.
And of course, it's going to be a Lapu Lapu in the EXP lane in the hands of Supergirl. Now, from the side of SMG, they've got solid front lines, they've got pick composition, and they've got that
Atlas.
counter
I'm calling
towards
it
the
Atlas.
Faramis that can take the Cult Altar away. So decent draft coming out from SMG to make use of what's going on. But Alchemy, I am kind of liking this draft because they first picked the Faramis really early on. It forces the Valentina response. And
Akai?
then after that, they went for the Beatrix and hard-hitting EXP lane and the Edith as well. So they right now, a Cho, a pick-off.
Wow.
So basically both these two teams, they're going to go for the same amount of strategy, which is going to go 5v5. I can pick, I can team fight. It is a fair and even draft in my opinion.
They're playing head-to-head compositions right now. Right?
It's true.
Alchemy, they want to fight this head on. They do not want any. They're like, okay, SMG is like, okay, I'm gonna ban all sorts of mobile hero. You know, literally no pun intended as well. They don't want to take any fights away from anybody, right? They're like telling, hey, I want to fight you head on. And Alchemy is like, sure, let's go head on, right? Why not? Why do I need to succumb to this? Come, let's fight head on.
Oh man, ladies and gentlemen,
Woo!
as we are moments away to the land of dawn for match number 2 against Team SMG versus Alchemy SG. This will be an exciting match.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's the battle of the qualifiers, the MPL SG Season 4 qualifiers. MPL SG Season 3 qualifiers going up against the qualifiers of Season 5. It's the battle of qualifiers. We shall see whether this time around Alchemy has proven themselves to be able to come up and face the challenge of the MPL, because we saw how Team Flash cracked early on in game number 1.
Well, I'm looking at the draft right now. I'm really thinking, man, Alchemy SG, they have a very aggressive draft because you have a very strong wave clearing capability from that Faramis. Bitcoin is already moving down towards that bottom side. They want to shut down Enya because they know that he's going to be a very strong impact player. But Derry gets found.
Yeah.
Will not amount to anything. It's just a little bit of a poke here and there. Lethal Wonder already in the hands of SMG. But then again, the aggression you can see from Alchemy is coming in. But whether or not this aggression will turn into objectives is yet to be seen. Because you want to take fights that you can't convert into objectives or doesn't amount up to anything. And you're just winning meaningless trades.
I think Alchemy, there's nothing on the map for them to fight. Yes, the Little Wonder is just one of the objectives, but before that, before Bitcoin hits level 4, before Brewski hits level 4, before Narcotics level 4. Heck, everybody from the side of Alchemy hits level 4. There's no power spike, there's no point for them to fight. SMG, on the other hand, they do have the carry as the late game damage dealer. They've also got Derry to pick off and hopefully target on top of Narcotics. I think SMG, they have all the time in the world to play it, so to play it safe. but Dairy needs to be careful of his positioning. He can be a bit aggressive as a rogue.
Well, from the side of SMG, they have that Fredrin, so taking the turtle will be easy pickings for them in theory. So Narcotics needs to be able to to melt him down in the later stages of the game, because once it hits the mid stage of the game, and he's going to be fighting for a lot of these objectives. Take a look at that turtle fight. Right now, Supergirl already rotating in. Icon left all alone.
Turtle fight started. Icon already pushed it away. Reminiscent already on the turtle pit as well. It's going to be first blood given over to SMG. And now here comes the counter coming off of Alchemy. It is going to be Miku Me that falls. And now all of a sudden SMG lost the turtle pressure. But they still managed to secure the turtle and they get away with one casualty. And of course, one kill.
Well, concept was there. SMG wants to push away Alchemy as much as possible. They did take out Icon, giving SMG the opportunity to pop their retribution. Without any challenges. But let's take a look at the emblems real quick from all of them. Now, Miku Me on the Valentina is having that mystery shop, so items are going to be coming up sooner rather than later. So we're going to be seeing a lot of Miku Me running around the map, roaming and securing those objectives, especially since they have a really strong early game damage. But nothing else really speaks to me right now.
I think it's just the fact that these emblems are a bit standard, right,
Yeah.
for both these two teams. So nothing to cover over there. Miku Me on the other hand, that mystery shop, I agree with you. It's gonna help a little bit to get the wheel even faster. The wheel of destiny faster. Clock of destiny.
Clock of
Sorry,
Destiny,
I
yeah.
keep.
No,
thinking
but
it's a
actually, I
wheel.
want to talk about this or discuss with this, because I saw a lot of times Valentina, they pick up Avarice instead now, because that's to increase the amount of gold range, increase the amount of heals that you have, because it's basically a support emblem, so the regeneration capabilities. So mystery shop, yes, but maybe. Oh, hold on a second right now. Supergirl.
Bravest Fighter will be allowing Supergirl out of dodge, but hold on
Hold
a second. It's going to be a light with the catching narcotics, and now it's going to be SMG pulling the trigger, firing the guns on top of Alchemy. Bitcoin stepping on forward just a little bit aggressively. The Cold Altar will expire, but he will be able to pick out Reminiscent with the bounce off the second skill.
Oh, very, very aggressive play coming in from SMG. And right now, Alchemy is outnumbered on that bottom side. They know that Narcotics is going to be one of the main damage dealers in the later stages of the game. You want to deny that as much as possible. So SMG, they are fixing their targets on Narcotics. The flip onto Miku Me will not amount to anything as they set up for the next turtle.
Just one flicker being burned by Miku Me. SMG setting it up. It's already Supergirl already in a very aggressive position, kiting away Alchemy for now. Alchemy needs to try to find an entry point, but SMG, they're pushing Alchemy away. Looking whole spread up top side. Bravest Warrior already activated by Supergirl. Icon just focusing on Supergirl for now, but the tanking that's coming on Supergirl is buying SMG so much time, but Icon coming in for now. It's going to be Frederick securing the turtle as well. SMG will try to pull the trigger. The ultimate coming in the phrase of wow, deals a lot of damage down the back line. And here comes the Cult Altar as well to keep SMG alive. But the last moment, Divine Judgment drags Ashiru to hell.
Well, this fight was fairly evenly traded, right? You get the turtle, but at the cost of Supergirl, who did his best job just to zone the rest of the members out. So after the turtle has been done, they went in for that fight. Icon was a little bit too speedy on that. Ashiru a little bit too slow. The Divine Justice pulls him back into the fray and gets him to the graveyard. But this fight definitely won by SMG at this point.
I feel like it could have gone so bad for
Yeah.
Alchemy, right? But luckily they were able to maintain some damage control. SMG right now has walked away with 2 turtles as of yet. It's not the end of the world just yet. Alchemy should be hitting their power spikes as of now. It's all about how Bitcoin uses the Cult Altar to basically extend the team fight a little bit longer, allowing Krusky to deal damage when he's going into the human form.
Well, there's a lot of time that Enya needs to be able to get all that core items. And I'm just wondering, man, everything is just funneling into Enya right now. It's only a matter of seconds that he comes back online and starts in that team fights. But what kind of team fights? This seems to be a little bit more passive than I'm actually used to, because the pace of the game,
Red
as
team
you
turret
mentioned,
has
the
been
move
destroyed.
side of things is a little bit faster. Gary, pulls him back.
Oh,
to the
Ashiru walking
Red
into
team
the wrong
hero has
brush.
been
Gary drags him down as well with a Divine Judgment as SMG cracks over the top lane as well. You know, Shiros, you're talking about how the pacing is slow in terms of the kills, but no, in terms of the structures, Alchemy is bleeding structures and they need to try to force the issue.
Yeah, SMG is doing a phenomenal job just pushing them back, taking control of the entire map. This is their experience coming to play. You can play a little bit less if you want to pick this up, but that doesn't mean that, oh, the Bravest Warrior hits onto the back line. He might be able to take out this one. Icon dashes back out. Ashiru.
Nope, they would not be able to do anything. SMG, that could be a very big pick-off right here, right? Icon dropping down a little bit low, especially when the turtle is already up. SMG SG thus far has did wonderfully in terms of the macro. But you know, Churros, can you run us through the items? What's allowing SMG to escalate this issue?
Well, I'm looking at this. Oh, Edith has actually bought 2 brute force breastplates at the start. Like what brute force
leggings?
Leggings. Yeah. Steel plated leggings. That's the word that I was looking for. And the rest of SMG, they're building up so tanky, except that Valentina and that Carrie. Carrie's only moments away from that Demon Hunter sword. And like I said, the trifecta, the Holy Trinity, is allowing her to get so much damage, especially on Pusky. So Pusky has to be ready to face on that Carrie because you need to be able to stay as much time in that back line to allow your team to deal damage front to back, but that's precisely it. You can't because that Carry is always taking you down.
Yep, and it feels like SMG right now, they're not bringing a gun to a gunfight, they're bringing a cannon to a gunfight.
There.
Just take a look at the structures from the side of Alchemy. Hold on a second, it's going to be consumed play. Derry already flickered already, that's a miss ultimate coming out from SMG, but still okay, because they do have the tempo in their hands.
What I like about this is that Supergirl is always on the offside, so he's always an arm's reach away from the Lore's bottom side lane, and this enables him to just really control and maintain pressure. So the main 4, the roaming 4 with Enya is going to be staying together, and having Lapu Lapu on the offside just applying pressure, so giving Enya so much time and space to farm up, and Enya already getting that Demon Hunter sword. This is going to be very, very scary for Alchemy.
Churros, I feel like Alchemy is cracking a little bit. Like this warm welcome is not welcoming at all. They don't really know how to deal with this kind of pressure coming out from SMG. Look, Enya has been free taking down turrets for free. There's no punishment coming up from Alchemy at all. There's no engagement because they can't really find anything at all. There's no one coming up from Alchemy.
Oh, the patience coming in from SMG. They know that they don't want to engage underneath the turret. That's where Alchemy can change everything. This scoreline, 4-3, is what we are used to in a professional scene. So Alchemy, as much as they could be aggressive in the early game, they were unable to snowball through. And the Lore just taken down. That was a speed run, if I could say so myself. And take a look at the lane management, just freezing the waves because they know that Alchemy can't farm unless their waves go into their base. But SMG not letting it happen at all.
They need to find an engage. They need to use Brewski to engage. They need to use Ashiru to flank. It's mostly, you know, Alchemy. SMG is playing Alchemy like a puppet, right? SMG is dictating how they want to engage, and Alchemy, on the other hand, they can't do anything. Like they don't flank. They can't find the backline. Enya's re-hitting at the back, and then because of that, SMG is allowed to macro out of control. Speaking about macroing out of control, that's a 9k gold lead in the favor of SMG.
It's the Lord marching down that mid side. All Alchemy can wait. Alchemy needs to wait until their inevitable doom.
But for what? They need to try to farm up, but and the only time they need to try to defend will be this one right now. They need to try to pull the trigger. It's going to be a very over-aggressive Gary, but here comes Carl Alta that allows SMG to stay alive just a little bit longer. Alchemy right now is actually taking a lot of damage, and they managed to defend for now, holding on to dear life. SMG dropping crosshairs all the way to the bottom side, but now at least they have the discipline, and they say, okay, we overheated just a little bit. We didn't lose any members. Let's just pull it off, and well, we don't take down any turrets, but now Alchemy get to stay in the game for just a little bit longer.
This is the discipline that we're used to in experienced teams who have been in MPL for a very, very long time. SMG, they took what they could and they just left. They want to take as much farm from Alchemy, especially from their jungle, because as narcotics, the longer narcotics stays starved, basically, they are in a very good position. Take a look at the economy right now, 9,000 gold lead ahead of Alchemy. This is pretty much a fat stack. Let's take a look at player gold.
Speaking about fat stack,
let's take a look at player gold. Enya already farming off his almost 10,000 gold lead. 2 times on
Okay.
top of narcotics. Can
That's
you
the
see
constant
that?
play going in. The knockup coming out Fuski. Mikumi trying to catch onto Alchemy, but it's going to be Derry. That gets knocked out most of the time. Ashira, no! He gets knocked out and at the back line. The start coming in from side. Fuski is the one that goes down. Alchemy tried to be the aggressor right here, but the 10k gold lead is hurting too much.
Oh man, I'm trying to understand why Alchemy even wanted to contest this. I mean, they had a nice way of the dragon kick back to the clutches of Alchemy, the rest of the team, but at what cost? You lose 2 of your members, you lose your orange buff, you're way behind in terms of gold, 11k gold lead, and Enya, all you need to do is just stay safe, but suppression comes in.
Suppression come in, that Icon gets kidnapped by SMG. And not only just that, Enya managed to crack open the mid lane, and now SMG focusing on the top. Right here, it's just only Alchemy, a 4v5 right here. It's an unfair fight. They cannot fight this. They had to just watch the turrets getting taken down.
Oh man, it's not
Blue
looking
team
good
turret
for
has
Alchemy.
been
It looks
destroyed.
like a one-sided game all through and through. Now it's 7 kills to 3, favoring the side of SMG. Already 12k gold lead. All Alchemy can do is just wait for the minions to just go in. Like, that's all they can do for farm. Every single time they go to the jungle, they die. They lose one member, and it extends SMG's lead a lot more. The Lord is being taken down right now. SMG's wasting no time at all. They want to end this as fast as possible, just rest up a little bit more, and give themselves that confidence boost for the next game.
Correct. It feels like back then, when we're still studying, right? Like, you need to hit at least 180 words in your essay. SMG's mindset right now is like, okay, we're not going to write a super long essay, because the longer your essay goes, the higher the chances of you making mistakes. SMG right here, taking the second Lord, they really want to try to end this before Alchemy gets out of hand. They have the goal lead, almost 15k goal lead.
Oh,
they just
man.
want to end this. They just want to put the full stop onto this essay.
Speaking of essays, I mean, SMG is like on ChatGPT. They kind of look like they're one hive mind walking through. Everything is just so carefully calculated. Supergirl taking that orange buff away from the side of Alchemy, and all 3 lanes pushing in. The pressure is coming strong.
I gotta interrupt you, ladies and gentlemen. PSA, do not use ChatGPT for your homework. But it's gonna be a bit problematic for Alchemy right here. They're already stomping. And the conceal play. Count Alter coming in from the side of Alchemy to try to respond. SMG responding the same. It's gonna be a Count Alter battle fest.
Enya,
the light wheels is just gonna end the core. And SMG takes game number 1.
Enya really lived up to SMG's name, just being a submachine gun. Did you see that light wheel?
It never stopped.
Oh, it never stopped.
Losey?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's Losey.
Oh,
assistant
hey.
coach.
Hey.
Shout out to assistant coach.
Yeah, shout out to Losey, hey, and Sammy as well. So shout out to all of that, all the players down here.
Okay, boys, we gotta focus right here.
Okay.
First debut for Alchemy SG. Vertigo, what was the issue?
Okay, the issue it's just the start. Okay? They are just getting warmed up. Okay, so, okay.
Your prediction was on Alchemy.
Yeah, my prediction
so you're positive.
I'm very
That's why I pointed at you.
I'm a glass half full kind of guy. So, exactly the same thing as, you know, every MPL season. We see the rookie team get destroyed, and the next day, on day number 2, they start to destroy their enemies.
I don't know what to feel, man. It feels like this doesn't feel like teething issues anymore.
No.
This feels like a hazing problem.
Yeah, it's a very big hazy problem. But, you know, enough about that. Honestly, what I think went wrong for Alchemy was just that they could not deal with the rotation, right?
Yeah.
And SMG's macro was so focused, so precise. Look at how they isolate Icon. They isolate him all the way on the other side. Reminiscence, secure objective, done, settled. Next up, who do you go for? Narcotics, lockdown, instant. They do not go... Yeah, they are locked on. They do not go anywhere. They will... Like, how do I put this? It's a homing missile. There we go. It's a homing missile.
It's a heat-seeking missile at Narcotics. But let's take a look at the item breakdown, Churros.
Actually, I kind of like SMG. SMG basically has their full build right there.
Yeah.
And you're already buying that Windtalker just to get an extra speed. That's basically take down that base, right?
So like, that's 5 attack speed
as
items.
if your Holy Trinity is not fast enough, you buy that
It's a
Windtalker.
Penta-Trinity.
Oh, it's a Penta-Trinity.
You mean Quarter Trinity?
All attack speed items.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Actually, I've seen like Beatrix building up Demon Hunter's sword, like the Holy Trinity as well. I think that would be better because you're facing up against really, really tanky heroes as that Fredrin, maybe even the Lapu Lapu as well. But let's take a look at the stats right here. What can you tell
Looking
us?
at the stats is such a landslide over here. Look at the damage dealt, right? You got 132,000 coming up from SMG and all the way from Alchemy is only 97,000. And look at the damage taken from Alchemy, of course. And looking at the kill participation right now, Mikumi at 100% and Dairy at 89%. It just shows how much presence they had on the map. Every fight, they were there. Supergirl, a little bit on the lower side, of course, because he's always on the one, he's always flanking.
I think the fact that Supergirl has a lower kill participation doesn't say the full picture right
Yes.
here, right? It's basically Supergirl buying time. He picked off Icon Bravest Warrior all the way, and you know, it's like basically practically single-handedly zone out two members from the side of Alchemy, allowing Reminiscent to pick up the turtle uncontested.
Yeah. It's always uncontested.
I mean, Narcotic 0% kill participation, never even getting close to a kill.
Do you know why?
Why?
Do you know why? Because the moment SMG got 2 kills and above 2 kills, Alchemy, they resorted to the passive strat already, instantly.
Yeah, I mean, but with all the players in SMG doing so well, who is your MVP prediction for this game?
Well, for the side of SMG, I would say that in a macro sense, Supergirl bought a lot of time.
Yeah.
Right? And in terms of the objective sense, Enya is just like, you know, I don't need to kill heroes.
I just down turrets.
Burst down turrets.
No, but basically that's your job as a gold laner, so...
Correct.
Oh man, I don't know. It might be Mikumi because his presence in having that call alter so timely activated is so game-changing for the entire team.
There
but
we
there
go.
we go. Mikumi is your MVP for game number 1.
Exactly. 5-1 and 4. Gold per minute 649 with the mystery shop. And taking a look at his item, he's probably going for a holy crystal at the end. Yeah, he doesn't even need the holy crystal first. He goes for the divine glaive first. He's like, what holy crystal? Divine glaive first. I want more magic penetration. I want to penetrate my enemy. With magic.
Well, I mean...
The innuendo in this is very strong.
I mean, the fact that you definitely will expect like Athena shields being built out if Mikumi is already out of control in terms of the damage, right? So what you do is definitely... usually when you're ahead, you go for the Holy Crystal, but they're like, no, you know what? I need more... magic penetration, right? But let's take a look at the highlights very soon, ladies and gentlemen, because I just feel like I think Alchemy took the passive seed a little bit too quickly.
Yeah, very quick. They were very quick to react to the passive seed, right? Let's take a look at the highlights right now. This was the fight. Look at how Bitcoin was isolated. He was so far away, and then just when he got close enough to go for the retribution, he loses it. He just instantly loses it. And take a look at this. Icon was already so far away, and Reminiscent took so much damage down with the Praiser's Rave. And look at how Alchemy are so passive about this. Look. Not even a single try. They are so passive about this. Okay, this was a very good fight. Good way of the dragon.
Yep.
But the call alter just denies it.
Look, I feel like if you want to play passive, right, I think this could be the first game, right?
Yeah.
It's really hard to, you know, put a gauge of yourself where you are in terms of the standings, right? I feel like if Bitcoin picked up the Sicilian instead, not the Paramis, this is a big problem. And SMG is like, okay, I gotta end this right here, right now.
Yeah, they're like, and, you know, this is their comp.
Their
comps are just, and, faster, and.
Yeah. he just popped that flicker just to reposition himself to get the space that he needs to just hit that last few hits just to down that base. But his last few hits is like maybe like 12 or 20. It's crazy.
12
it's crazy
or
to
20.
see. But like in all honesty though, I think where Alchemy broke down was in the draft. Like every single like, I don't know, stars in the sky pointed to like, hey, pick carry.
Yeah.
You get the Fredrin, you get the Lapu Lapu. Carry is a really viable pick. But then again, like we always say, comfort over meta. Maybe he was comfortable with that Beatrix, but he didn't perform well with that Beatrix in this first game. What could be done moving on?
I think they needed a lot of range. Honestly, I feel a Brody would be much better, don't you think, Jace? I think a Brody would be a little bit more better because honestly, what I noticed, there was Narcotics was just tickling SMG. Like, his damage were peanuts. Right? Just literal peanuts.
Basically a pea shooter at this rate.
Yes.
I feel like Brody is... You can go for either for a Brody, but I feel like Beatrix has more flexibility. I think that's what Alchemy SG wants to go. And I feel like it also boils down to the engage. Cho, on the other hand, took too much damage before he could actually pick off. Maybe like a Franco, maybe play something even easier to pick off, right? Like even down to the Atlas at a certain rate, they can literally game change every single thing, especially when they have the markers for themselves as well. So, you know, it one more combo together and then allow Narcotics to basically just overwhelm the enemy with the
Yeah.
damage, Nibiru right into the Fatal Elixir.
Yeah.
Does a lot of
But
damage.
that's the thing. A Valentina.
correct.
Yeah, Valentina's always there. It's
Yeah,
always going to
so-
be stealing your
So
ultimates.
I also feel like it's not about the drafting problem. I
Yeah.
feel like it's about the execution. I feel like they were struck a little bit off. They were caught a little bit off guard way too early, and they don't try to make plays elsewhere. It is mostly Dairy and mostly Supergirl that's engaging the fights, and Alchemy SG is just playing pure response.
Yeah, I gotta say though, like their idea was very clear. They want to close the marksman gap. You look at their bans; they banned out 4 marksmen, just targeting Enya, even denying pick his Beatrix, his sort of like signature pick. But sure, you can do that. But
have a
Enya
carry.
has other
He has
his
a
carry.
nice hero pool.
No, but yeah, technically speaking, yes, you can ban all 5 of them. Had
Yeah.
the carry get them banned, there's not enough bans anymore to target the marksman pool. Yes, even if you have a 10 ban marksman, like
Still not enough.
Still not enough.
you can pull out.
Maybe
Mia.
a Lunox or a Harith as well.
yeah,
like he
correct.
is known for playing all these kinds of like off-meta kind of
Off meta
I
goal
would
laner.
say like your gold laners, yeah.
Yeah.
To deal enough damage. And actually, I kind of want to see a Nathan. Speaking of like off-meta gold laners,
Nathan
it
is
has a
good.
lot of like potential, especially when we watch this in MPL PH, where given enough time, he can actually be a lane bully because of the damage that he does from his basic damage.
Yeah, it's just constant non-stop,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And with that said, well, let's hop into the draft for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, in between while we're discussing about the strategy, hopefully
Your
Pastor-
team
oh,
is
sorry,
banning.
Zookeeper was able to, just give them a bit of insight. Hopefully, it's about the adaptation.
I will choose
Your
my
team
own
is
path.
banning.
See adaptation for Alchemy. On the other hand, SMG, just do whatever.
You do you. You do you. And looking at the bans right now, the Claude still getting banned out. Alchemy still very
Time and
insistent
tide
on
wait
this
for no team
ban
is
and banning
banning.
away the Arlo as well. And the
Okay.
Beatrix, yeah, they're still on it. Zookeeper is still on it here. Like, you know what?
Your
I
team
don't
is
want Enya to snowball. But in the end, what happened? It doesn't even matter.
No, it makes a lot of sense because I understand what
I
Alchemy is
see
trying
what
to
you
do. I understand what Alchemy is trying to do. Just close out all the marksmen
Yeah.
and leave like those impact heroes like Kaja, Edith, maybe even Blue open because those are some of Alchemy's comfort heroes. It has
Wait.
been used in their qualifying stage as well, and it has been phenomenal. Remember in the qualifying stage, Alchemy SG actually
Time to drop the
team last.
beat
Your
of the
team
flag.
So
is
that
banning.
was something to know. They have a lot of potential in beating teams that are maybe in a word have a little bit more experience than them. So this could be one of their strategies. Just close that gap. Close that gap and try to play towards our own strengths.
But that's what
This time.
SMG does, right? They ban
Your
away
team
most
is
heroes
hacking.
who can close the gaps. Look at that Arlo, you have the 1-1 who can close the gap, and then they deny anyone who stops SMG from moving around, which is, like you said, the
Kugisaki
cosmic gates
Nobara.
of Xavier.
Your team
Wow,
Yeah.
first pick
Go,
Melissa
Yeah.
right off the bat.
It's
coming from
comfort.
Alchemy.
It's comfort
Could
for
be a
narcotics.
comfort pick because I think after that they're just gonna start hammering down on the marksman bans. Expect SMG to have backup marksmen just in case, like what you mentioned. There's always a potential Harith. There's
Yeah.
also a potential Lunox in the gold lane, but SMG on the other hand, they've got plenty of options to choose from. There's the Faramis open, there's
See
the
value
Frederick
in me?
open, there's also even the
You
Kaja open
should.
to a certain
I am the
extent.
power
There
of
you
your
go. There you go.
content.
There we go. But I'm not too worried about this Melissa going up against them because Melissa is known as a tank, anti-tank kind of hero.
Yeah, like a
So-
shredder, right?
Like a shredder, especially when you have that bubble, Cuddles
Oh.
Protect Me, you cannot get close to Melissa. So positioning is very important for this Melissa. They have to be able to find heroes that synergize with Melissa very, very effectively. Sort of like repositioning heroes or even maybe an
I didn't
Estus,
cure it.
just
Ooh,
hiding
yeah.
inside the
I
bubble
harmed
with her
Okay.
and just
Oh,
protecting her.
that's cheesy.
That is pretty
man.
cheesy.
That's
It is
so
pretty
cheesy.
But then again, it comes to healer
This
too
land
because
is a
narcotics
whole
Your
world,
team
and
is
it will
Melissa
picking.
soon
itself
be a
relies too
battleground.
heavily on the second skill. If you miss the second skill,
Goodbye.
there you go. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I mean, the muddles, the moment you put down muddles, it's very important that you get that link onto which hero that you want to link on. And then after that, if they were to, react to that, step back, that's where you re-engage. And then that's where your first skill comes in with Melissa. And that's where you start to, pop your Inspire, start to go ham with the Holy Trinity as well.
Yeah, Bitcoin, Puski picks up that Valentina and Lapu Lapu really, really quickly. It's sort of like a mirror.
Mirror?
fight,
yeah, they're like, okay, let's
yeah,
go for
mirror
comfort.
mode.
Mirror mode.
Yeah,
okay,
mirror
let's
mode.
go for comfort. with the Melissa, and then let's go what they used against us.
Among the
I think
planes
it works very,
exists
very
the
well.
Your team is
Oh.
banning, which I
He
wish
is
for.
a Miku Me special. It's sort of like a Happy Meal, and you get like 5 toys.
No, it's Samurai
This really-
Burger, dude.
It's Samurai Burger,
Yeah,
right,
it's
right.
McDonald's, please sponsor us. It's a Samurai Burger, right? Like, it's like his speciality, right? Miku Mi's Kagura as well is on a different
Your
level.
team
Yeah,
is
but
banning.
SMG, utility to utility.
Yeah.
That is what I see for now. And then they are going to be funneling Enya on whatever gold lane he's going to be choosing to smithereens, because that is all you need. Just buy him
I
enough
am
time to
vengeance
Your team is
Because
banning.
putting too much eggs in one basket. What do you think, Jace?
I just feel like, as of now, I don't think it's about putting all the eggs in one basket, right? Because right here, from the side of Team SMG, they've got the secondary carry in the form of Eve. Fredrin actually does quite a lot of damage. Now, Alchemy, on the other hand, they need to make sure that Valentina stops in the early game, because you want to abuse due to the fact that you do have more damage in the early game. But the Eve is a very safe mid laner. You can wave clear very quickly, and it's just pretty safe. You are immune to CCs already, so the Lapu Lapu doesn't do hurt a lot. But I think Alchemy
Your team is
will
banning.
Oh, that's
try-
a
There we go. Hanzo ban. Okay,
I've
that's
been
interesting.
waiting
And
for
Alchemy
Wow.
just
is
banned
kicking.
away 4 marksmans in for SMG. That's a target ban. That is basically
The 4-man ban.
Enya is like a 5-star in a particular game.
5-star
if you know
wanted
what I'm talking
level.
about. Yeah,
5-star
5-star
wanted
wanted level
level.
by Alchemy right
Well,
now.
I gotta say, like, Nathan looks really good for SMG right
True.
now. They have a lot of...
Pain is the
oh,
proof
yeah,
that
they
I'm
do have
still
a lot of
alive.
matches. I'm sorry. Brody is gonna be a choice
Yeah.
for what they're gonna be
I think
choosing.
they heard
A
what
little
I
bit
said.
safe, a little bit safe.
They heard what I said. They're like, oh yeah, Brody sounds good. Let's go with Brody. They're like,
Did
okay,
they
let's go,
actually hear
Brody.
us through their
call.
specially designed headphones? That,
Yeah.
Okay.
To block out noise.
Yeah,
Okay,
to
the
block it
reason
down.
why I feel like the Brody is a very good lane matchup against the Beatrix is somewhat
Melissa.
Melissa, sorry. It's a marksman that can match the lane bully of that Melissa. That's
Horology
one
is my
point. The second
craft.
point is that the
Diggy is my
range
name.
from the side of the Brody is also quite strong. It penetrates through the
Wow.
protect me as well, and there you go.
Choo
A
choo.
Diggy coming up.
Oh,
Sir,
wow. Okay.
your command?
No!
Diggy and
Is
a
picking.
Fanny. Now, I
Whoa.
understand the Diggy pick.
Can you hear the crowd? Can you hear the crowd?
I can hear the crowd. I don't know if there's like that crowd mic, the audience
There
mic,
is, there is.
but it's insane. Like everyone is just so hyped about Icon's Fanny.
Oh.
But Ashiru on that Diggy, it makes a lot of sense because you want to shove the gold lane. So expect a lot of aggressiveness in the early stages of the game, especially since Brody needs his level 4 to
Exactly.
really come back online with that torn apart memories. Wherever you go, wherever you try to run, it's not safe. So having that Diggy, having muddles, so the
Yeah.
bomb and muddles,
Well,
it's sort
it's
of
a
like
double
egg
protection.
and prata. It's sort of like that samurai
yeah,
burger
that's
with
true.
seaweed shaker fries.
I don't know where
It's
we're
an
going, guys.
impeccable combo.
Boys. I don't know where we're
online.
going with this, but I was thinking about the EXP lane coming up from Supergirl. Now it's going to be a
Ooh.
Grok.
Grok
instead,
tank.
and it's really good because it's the same issue as Fanny versus a Moskov matchup, right? You definitely know that Fanny will land on the wall. What a Grok has to do is just
wild charge.
just wild charge right
But
at
that's
you.
the thing. That's the thing. That's where the Diggy comes in.
That's
With the
fair.
time journey.
That's fair, but time journey has been nerfed. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going in to game number 2 between Alchemy SG and SMG SG.
Wow,
Will
all the
Alchemy
GGs.
SG be able to prove themselves through this second game, or will it be a bloodbath, a machine gun rampage over the side of SMG? We will just
Don't paint that
have
picture.
to wait and
True.
see.
Don't paint that
Ladies and
picture.
gentlemen,
Don't paint that
Round
picture.
2.
Churros. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2 between
Oh, no.
SMG SG going up against Alchemy SG, and there you go. The
They're holding the
signature
wave. They're holding
wave
the wave.
holding once again. I guess if you guys watch other MPLs as well, you know what that means. So I'm not going to say anything about it. But here we go. Every time when you see a Fanny, you definitely know where Icon is, and you know what the Kaja or what the Roma would love to do is to try to make fun of you by hard invading.
Yep. Or maybe even stealing away.
right now, it kind of seems like Alchemy SG is a little bit more passive. They want to be able to protect their buff. They want to focus on themselves first. Wait till Fanny gets that level 4, gets that power spike that she needs, and maybe even a Blade of Epicles as a core item to be able to melt down anyone. And Enya, seems to be like the main target for Alchemy.
Yeah, of course. Like from the drafting phase, that dude somehow just pissed them off like in the previous life or something. And like I don't know why there's some inside vendetta against Enya. Like just drafting, but here we go. Let's talk about the emblems because that's something very interesting from the side of MPL SG. That killing spree on Enya makes sure that he really wants to get and win this particular lane.
Yeah, killing spree gives you a little bit of sustainability, a little bit of movement speed, a little bit of escape as long as you kill an enemy, and that is where Enya is going to be. He wants to position himself in a space where he's able to deal damage without getting hit, and that's where all the utility is coming in. Miku with the magic worship as well. Oh, in pure rage, sorry, just dealing damage with his first skill, able to take out chunks of percentage of health from the enemy. But hold on a second right here.
Enya has to be careful top side. It's a 4-man up top, and at the same time, here Enya will be the first to fall. The cutthroat coming up from Icon will seal the deal for now. SMG, on the other hand, has full control at the bottom side. Alchemy playing a different game for now. They're focusing on the turret. They want to make sure that Narcotics gets as much farm as possible. Bitcoin,
Red team has slain
right now,
the turtle.
but SMG will trade for a turtle instead.
Well, Alchemy SG, they know what they
Red
came
team
here
turret
for.
has
They
been
wanna take
destroyed.
down, they want to.
That's a two minute turret. First turret.
It was. That's the beauty of Diggy. If you play him correctly, the gold lane is going to be choked out. It's going to be starved. You are basically handicapped in that sense.
But speaking about handicapping, Bravest Warrior jumping in. The taunt goes out on top of Puski, but nothing will be able to connect on top of Alchemy. Alchemy will be able to secure the purple buff without any contest for now.
Oh, now the first rotation is coming in. Puski tries to defend against that Brody. Enya coming in with Daria Mikumi. They want to try to make a play happen. They want to take out at least one. They want to even out the scores. They want to take out that turret from the side of Alchemy.
Lane
Punish
swap.
them.
Lane swap happening already, Churros. Alchemy, Narcotics sent all the way down bottom. His job is finished. Up top, that's a very safe lane for him at the bottom lane, and he's going to continuously lane bully, especially against a girl when that is a melee hero.
Narcotics caught in the middle. Might be in a spot of bother right there. They want to be able to take down as much gold plating as they can because 5 minutes, that gold plating is going to be amounting up to a lot. But take a look at the mid lane though. Oh my goodness. Icon almost taking down Mikumi. Everywhere on the map, Alchemy, they want to show themselves. They want to prove themselves. They're here to win.
Yep.
No time for games.
Alchemy, on the other hand, this is a very different Alchemy than we respected from game number 1. Game number 2 Alchemy, at least there was a bit more confidence level, right? They took down Enya, they push it down, take down the turret, and then SMG right now is on that time. Right now, SMG does have that mid-game power spike. Supergirl on a high-end dry Grok as well instead of a weapon master. You know that Grok is gonna hurt like a truck. But Alchemy, on the other hand, with the Diggy, I mean, everything that SMG will do will be basically invalid because of one ultimate.
Just taking a look at how Alchemy is moving right now. I wouldn't say it, but they're basically doing to protect the president. They know that Narcotics, once he fires up, is able to melt everything down.
Fury Flicker going in, catches on top of the Diggy. There's no time turning, it will be activated right now. Icon tried to spin, but the retreat battle will be won by Reminiscent. Taking down, and SMG will try to step forward. The Protect Me models will allow Alchemy to get on the way. They cut their losses.
Oh man, that was a small misplay coming in from Alchemy. They waited a little bit too long. They could have entered in a little bit sooner. And Puski, though, the rotation's coming in, not that optimal yet. We want Puski to come in to try to zone the rest of the fights out. But then again, Alchemy putting too much eggs in Narcotics right there. They might be able to take this turret. Okay, gold plating is already down. 5-minute mark. SMG up a hit. 700 gold.
Yeah, Narcotics is basically a win con for Alchemy, right? It's exactly what you mentioned. Putting all their eggs into Narcotics, putting all their eggs into that one basket, and finally SMG will be able to take down the top side. But hold on a second. Icon right here should be able to cable out of there. Debris will not be able to catch him at all. But SMG right here, at least they're starting to pick up the item power spikes right here. But Alchemy is still in the driver's seat until SMG takes down the topside turret.
This is why Kaja is so scary. You don't need to have your Divine Justice, your suppression skill. All you need is that presence. Oh, forcing a flicker onto a Shiru. And that is a little bit of a passive play. Going back to their reactive approach that we've seen in game number 1. Enya now already farming up cutting his losses, he's farming up, he knows where to move. And right now, Mikumikumi already having the Ice Queen wand, so the utility is slow, as if 90% wasn't enough.
Oh, Ashu is getting caught in a bad position right here. It's all about how Narcotics and Alchemy play this out. If you notice how SMG, they're a little bit wary about Icon right here, but hold on a second. Reminiscent jumping on the back line right now. Narcotics dash forward just a little bit, chucking down Reminiscent a little bit down low. At least SMG take down the turret for now. Reminiscent trying to hold down the fort as well. Puski is actually doing a lot of damage, but Divine Judgment says no. Figures back to safety. Derry will be able to get out of the way. Mikumikumi and the very tough spot. And he will get down by Narcotics. And it's just the battle of the marksman at the bottom lane. And SMG, they still show who's more. Supergirl coming in for the play. At the same time, the damage from SMG will finally land on top of Alchemy.
But all this time, Icon, he just got out of that way and just converted them into objectives. Now, right now, you can show your support for all your players. Hashtag our pride, our passion. Represent Singapore with pride, honor, and passion. So fill out the code now or scan the QR code to win some prizes.
Counter-Strike on the fan.
Counter-Strike on Fanny? Yeah, that works. That basically works. Giving her a little bit of movement speed, but let's take out the items real quick. Melissa buying
Red team has slain the turtle.
Defense right there, but right now Brody already has that Blade of Heptases, having a little bit more damage. And right now, yeah, I am a little bit thinking maybe Fanny is trying to go for pure physical penetration, trying to shut down Enya as much as he can, but it's gonna be difficult because the area is always protected.
Look at the positioning of this. Enya is actually just hard chopping right here. Bottom lane is already gone. SMG is basically tank busters right here. They're playing a game of taking down turrets, and now Supergirl Wild Charge doesn't able to connect. Narcotics with the puppets will push SMG away from the mid lane.
Ooh, Enya, all he's doing is just farming. You never see him not pushing his basic attacks out on creeps. He's trying to get as much gold as he can just so that we can bring that late game earlier. And now Enya, his damage is going strong. Narcotics is unable to 1v1 him without muddles. And this is where the entirety of Alchemy is starting to break down. They are moving in a reactive approach, but take a look at that mid lane though. Even Reminiscent is trying to push and zone them all out of the way. And you said, Jace, take a look at the rotations and positioning coming out from SMG. You're just letting Enya just take down that turret, do what he does best.
I don't really like this, right?
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Enya, right? Enya is basically the most wanted man on the Land of Dawn right now. Icon unable to catch him, decides to just go. Hold on a second. Jerry, Flicker, that's a suppression going in. Kuski gets melted down by Enya. That's a killing spree over to SMG right here. And they'll push the issue in the mid lane as well. Alchemy, on the other hand, most of the team members are on the other side of the map. They're trying to push down the bottom lane instead. This is a base trade happening right now between these two teams.
I'm trying to figure out at which point SMG tipped the scales. It could be that turtle fight, that one pivotal turtle fight that enabled them 2 kills ahead of Alchemy. And right now they're just maintaining those kills. They're not even looking for kills. They're not very kill thirsty or kill hungry. They're just going for objectives, and that is what experience does. Kills don't win games, objective does. As the Lord is starting up, take a look at that positioning, the zoning potential all of the way, starting from Supergirl on the other side of the map. There's no way Alchemy can get to the Lord in time.
Yeah, like
Red team
Supergirl is
has
just
slain
opening
the
up the
Lord.
map a lot, right? Making use of his big passive, like high and dry. You don't really want to stick with your teammates. He actually do a lot of damage. I think as Alchemy knows about it and stays arm's length away from him. Like look at that, 2K.
Oh, 2K.
That's just one sweep. That's the whole creep wave gone.
Oh man, Supergirl is really super going in, and we will just have to wait and see what his play is. He does have Flicker on, so Wild Charge Flicker onto any time when that Lord hits. You have double charge, one from that Lord and one from Supergirl. There's 2 things you have to look out for if you're Alchemy. I would be intimidated.
I would be intimidated, not just the fact that, you know, your opponents have the lead. You also don't have the high ground, and SMG has that siege opportunity from the side of Mikumikumi on this. And also you got a Lord marching down on the top side. Getting chomped down just a little bit. This Lord will make quick work and melt that turret like butter. On the same time, it's going to be Enya focusing the efforts on the other Jerry as well. That's Diggy getting caught. Time turning activated as well. But the moment is SMG. They're fighting underneath the turret, and that is an error that Alchemy will gratefully take.
Oh, that's a wipeout. This is why you take Melissa. Melissa with the Inspire, just melting every single one of SMG down.
My God,
This is the beauty of Melissa, and I must add that Jujutsu Kaisen skin just really doing that work there.
Dude, I really want to see that instant replay. Thank you very much, producers. Let's take a look. Churros, explain to me, how did SMG disappear?
Just look at Narcotics' positioning, just waiting for the right time. They know that Supergirl is going to be coming in with that charge. Take a look at that. The charge comes in, and the Inspirer just popped up. Models protect me, just protecting the rest of them, and they're taking that fight underneath that turret. Oh man, that was just insane. And I have to add, the engage coming in from Bitcoin with the wall charge, stealing the ultimate from Supergirl is just impeccable.
Yeah, that's so much ultimates from the side of Alchemy that use in unison that work pretty well. Not only just that, Narcotics, like what you said, just melt everybody down, and here comes another kidnap going down. Bitcoin will fall this time round, and SMG, they're looking for blood. They're literally hungry. They're looking for vengeance, but they will only take one for now. They zone out members of Alchemy, but Icon always on the other side of the map, always looking for opportunities to always pounce on top of Enya.
You know, I was thinking, if you're playing a Melissa composition, all you need to do is just wait for the enemies to come close to you. You don't want to fight a threat back when you're facing off against Melissa. You need someone to dive down to Narcotics and at least a Win of Nature, which is basically what Enya could potentially buy in the near future. Or he might have already got a Win of Nature. The damage coming in from Enya is already starting to show, but now all SMG can do is just wait for that Lord to pop up. Alchemy, they don't want to contest for this Lord because they know that they want that Lord to as a bait to bring SMG all together, because right now in that Lord dance, you know that SMG's team, they're going to be zoning everyone out of the way, so they're going to be pretty far apart. Narcotics has to wait for that right time.
Wave management really well done by SMG right here. Shoving top and mid and bottom lane so that Alchemy is busy defending, giving you some time for SMG to take down that Lord. Alchemy, on the other hand, is forgoing every single page on the macro book. They're just looking for the defense. They're looking to hunker down and hopefully repeat that same wipeout again. It's up to SMG to make that mistake first, and it's up to Derry to kidnap the wrong person.
Now, Melissa with an Inspire is going to be deadly. We just have to wait till the Lord comes back down. SMG, they are still up ahead in economy. It is still a pretty fat stack, 3,000 gold lead.
It's not as fat as the 15k.
It's not as fat as the 15k, but still, they're pushing in all waves. They need a pressure. You know, find that right pressure onto Alchemy. Alchemy already ahead in kills, but in terms of objectives, it does look like SMG on the board everywhere.
Definitely. Like, it was Alchemy that was very aggressive in taking down turrets. SMG, you gotta admit, they were taken off guard just a little bit, but look at how they stabilize. This is what we talked about this, right? When you're more experienced and you have a stronger mental, you've been through this a little bit more, and look at this, a two-prong attack happening for the side of SMG. Three-prong as well. Alchemy, they don't know what to do. They don't know which one to defend, which lane to defend at all. And here comes the wild charge going in. It's also going to be the ultimate bomb thingy activated. Supergirl will get melted down by Icon. The taunt doesn't actually connect, and now it is going to be SMG trying to fight, but look at Enya free hitting in the back line. Husky will be no more. Icon tried to spin for the win, but look at the Lord. He's actually chucking down the core just a little bit more, and now SMG, they have the upper hand, and they're going for the kill and secure that win in game number 2.
What a fight. What a fight. Narcotics a little bit off position there. I thought it could melt down everyone, but the immortality popped up and they're in for round number 2, which is where SMG shined. So well played SMG SG for winning match number 2 against Alchemy SG. That was such a fun match to watch. What do you think, Vertigo?
I mean, looking at that, there was a glimmer of hope, right? There was a glimmer of hope coming out for Alchemy, and Alchemy was like, they were looking strong. Right? With the turntables, it was so awesome. Very good play, you know. That Diggy going in with a time journey as well, even after getting the Divine Justice. But still, coming in with the wild charge, it was just great. Narcotics in the back line kept free hitting, and it just kept going, and it was a very good turntable, right? But SMG, like you said, Jace, with the 3-pronged attack, there was just no way they could do anything with it, right? The Lord chunking away non-stop, and the second waves of, you know, minions coming in, with the siege minions coming in, the rest of Alchemy were already low, and there was nothing they could do about it.
I think it's a really good try from the side of Alchemy SG, right? I really like they had a very strong early game, but they don't really know how to capitalize that as well. But let's take a look at the items. Drew, take us through.
Well, what I suspected was true. Narcotics is going for the Holy Trinity. This enables him to melt down that Brethren, the Rock even, and especially the Kaja for getting too close, punishing him for getting too close, but a little bit too late on that one. But take a look at that gold lead. Enya, 12,000 gold lead, almost 13,000.
Almost.
He's just taking up everything that he can find. There was not one moment that he wasn't farming. So he's playing 2 games in one, Farmville and Mobile Legends, and that was an exceptional
Farming simulator.
Farming
doing
simulator.
the farming simulator.
Yeah. Honestly, though, I was a little bit hesitant for Enya picking up that Brody because
Wait, what is Miku's item?
Miku's items? No, that was a troll. That was a troll. He basically bought that ice cream wand and all that kind of basic mage items. And then when he know that he's about to win, he sold all his items. He bought all of this. That's what I think.
That's pretty expensive with 7k gold.
Yeah,
honestly.
I don't think you should be able to do that. But let's not talk about that.
Oh
I
no,
feel like
it's not Miku on the.
Oh, it's a bug. It's a bug.
It's
icons
a bug.
build.
It's the same as icons.
It's all about the fact that SMG, they do know how to recuperate from an awkward position, right? We look at how Alchemy was able to just like dish out the first hit. SMG got knocked down just a little bit, but they got back up. Then 1-2 punch. Yes, they got back down a little bit because of that one turnaround.
Yeah.
But GG well played over to Alchemy. That is a solid fight against, well, I would say a star-studded team for MPL Singapore Season 5.
Exactly, 9-9, guys. Look at the amount of total damage to the turret. Yes, Alchemy, they may have a bit of split push.
A bit of
sense.
a boo-boo, you know?
A little bit of a groove getting on. Yeah, it might happen tomorrow again. Maybe they might win, maybe bleed.
You know the Hopium is really strong from you, right?
Look
The
at the
Hopium
glass, glass half full.
Yes, glass half full. I'm a very positive person. But looking
We need
at
more
this,
of that.
we always need more of positivity, guys. But with that, SMG will close out the game with 2-0.
Before we go on to that, who do you think is going to be the MVP for SMG?
Well, personally, I feel like it's really unfair for me to peg any person as an MVP. I feel like Kaja's, the Dairy's pickoff has been quite good in terms of turning back the fight. Right? These pick potentials, the flicker was okay. Yes, it's a little bit iffy. Sometimes he misses one or twice, but he still gets the job done. But of course, let's take a look at the official MVP. It should be going over to Dairy.
There we go, Kaja. Yeah.
Nice.
He kind of seems like a sacrificial lamb. He needs to put himself in front of everybody else. He's making that shot calls, making that right plays, and most importantly, he's catching the right players.
We don't talk about that Diggy catch, right?
No, that's the whole point.
This is the whole point.
You want to isolate that Diggy. You want to burst down that Diggy to deny the time journey for your team. So it's part of a bigger play, Jace.
I do agree with Vertigo on that one.
Sometimes
you do take out your utility heroes in order to disrupt the composition of your team. So the synergy is all off and they're just scrambling to look for a kill to sort of like make up what they lost. You know what I'm saying? So that was something that Kaja did, or Dairy actually did very, very well.
It's easy to come back with a pick potential, right? Because it's a 5v1. It's definitely a 5v1, right? You will definitely win a 5v1, right? So it's a lot easier to execute for a pick. But I think throughout the late game, they are more comfortable in this 5v5 clash. That's where they're like, okay, you know what? We can do this. But let's take a look at the highlights. Vertigo, you're the one that's analyzing most of the games. Take us through the highlights.
I mean, take a look at the highlights right now. Right from the very start, look at how SMG was dominating. This is how far the team was split apart, right? Like you said, Divine Judgment right there to stop and slow everything. Narcotics there tried to help out, but there was just not enough. The whole team of MPL SG was split apart, literally spread apart. And SMG literally just burst them down. But very good escape from Bitcoin though. But look at his Dairy with the flicker coming in, and look at the knockup. It was layered CCs, right? That's the whole point of SMG. They love to play with the utility.
It was this fight. It was this fight that Narcotics turned everything around.
Yep.
The models just melted every single member of SMG.
You know what Bitcoin did? You guys may not see Bitcoin.
5-man knockup, right?
Yes, no, he did a 5-man stun.
He did a 5-man stun,
Yes.
Yeah, invest in Bitcoin and this is what you get.
Yeah, he went towards the wall. So towards that Frank OCBC wall right there, he went towards the wall and he got a nice AoE 5-man stun. There was no knockup, there was a momentary stun, and that was where all members of SMG were stunned up.
Yeah, there was such a beautiful, beautiful gameplay coming in from both teams, and I have to agree with Vertigo. So, there was moments of brilliance from the side of Alchemy SG, and I'm really, really looking forward to them really doing well or better in the next couple of games, because this is just the start. And for them, we have seen so much flashes of brilliance. They learned and adapted from game number 1, and it is going to be a very interesting watch in the next couple of games. But congratulations to SMG. And speaking of beautiful, you know what else is beautiful?
What else is beautiful, Churros?
The Jujutsu Kaisen skin, which is now available in the game. So I'm gonna butcher the names, but check out Yin, Yuji, Itadori, Julian, Megumi, Fushiguro, Melissa, Nobara, Kugisaki. Oh my, what is my Japanese? And Xavier, Satoru, Gojo. I know.
Okay,
Gojo.
okay.
Everyone knows Gojo. So
Yes.
joining the MLBBX Jujutsu Kaisen Gacha event from the from 18th of February to the 20th of March, and enjoy 50% off daily on your first draw. I know I have 3 of those skins. What do you have, Jace?
That guy's balling, man. That guy's balling. I don't think I only got 2. I only got the Gojo and the Megumi one.
Wow. You guys have skins?
Oh,
Wait, you guys have
definitely get
skins?
that. Yeah. The Melissa one is just insane. And come to think of it, Julian actually is a pay-to-win kind of skin. You can't really see his scythe.
Yeah.
It's harder to see his scythe. So, like, it kind of looks like it's more pay-to-win, so to speak.
Well, I feel like there's also the fact that he's actually looks really good, right? I
He
really like the
does.
design as well. The collab is very well, but
It does look very good.
correct. But let's
You don't say.
hold that thought, and we're going to check out the skins later on in our MLBB games. We're going to throw it to host to talk with the winners.
Ladies and gentlemen, right now, the man of the hour, the MVP right here, we do have Dairy. Yes, for match 2 of the day. Really, really exciting. And of course, if you guys want to know what's the secret recipe for the win, it is because Dairy has both of his eyes open for this match. So, yes, without further ado, we're going to jump into the questions for Dairy right here. Maybe you can say hi to everyone first.
Hello.
All right, man, a few words. So right now, from what I understand, who is similar in the team would be you, and yeah, we have Ram as well as Jobs. But whereas we have 4 other players who are different right here from the Team SMG roster. So what do you think, is going on with the synergy right now with this shuffle?
I think this season compared to last season, the chemistry will be way better.
The chemistry is way better?
The chemistry is way better.
Fantastic. So tell us a little bit more about the team's dynamic. Like, I feel that you are given the shout caller. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe everyone here can hear him clearly even without the mic. And what about who is the loud one, maybe in real life?
I think it's me.
You're the loud one,
Yeah, I
huh?
think it's me.
All right, interesting and good to know. Now, who is the funniest one in the team dynamic?
I think I have to say Anya.
Yes, the
Yeah,
funniest
Anya is
one?
the funniest one. He's always the joker.
All right. So yes, that's how we got to know a little bit more about Team SMG SG. Now, starting off the regular season with a 2-0 sweep, do you think that you have anything to say to the other teams as well as the fans?
I think just play off.
Just play out. But you will lead well, right? Because you are commando with the beret.
Maybe.
All right. So we'll be looking forward to so much from you, Dairy. Thank you so very much for your time. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Dairy from Team SMG SG. Now that was just amazing and spectacular for match 2. We have once again seen a clean sweep. Now next up for match 3 of week 1, day 1, happening at 4 p.m. just in about a few moments time. We'll be anticipating our next match coming up, and that would be Revival going head to head against Team RSG Slate SG. Stick around with us and we'll see you then.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills: First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 02/14.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。 ージェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
張ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 1, Day 1, Match 3, right here of MPL SG Season 5. And next up, we're going to have a very exciting lineup as we have Revival going head-to-head against RSG Slate SG. Now, RSG Slate SG is the defending champions, going undefeated and not dropping a single set for the entire MPL SG Season 4. So just a little bit of a context, a 7-0 regular season and an upper bracket run that led them to become champions for MPL SG Season 4. So can they keep up this win streak? We can only find out. So ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you the teams of Match 3 for the day. Let's welcome Revival. Amazing. And right now, as we speak, the boys are getting all comfortable, ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. And let's welcome our defending champions of MPL SG Season 4 right here, presenting to you RSG Slate SG. Exciting times ahead of us. Right now, even though these are two very familiar teams to us right here at MPL SG, there has been some changes. Now, as you guys know, and as you guys can see right now, Team Revival does not have LY4 on the team, and he has taken on the back seat. Can we anticipate some changes? We can only find out. Whereas for our defending champions, RSG Slate SG, there has been some changes to the roster as well. So I'll leave my time over to our casters to slice and dissect this demographic that we have here. So over to our exciting casters, we have Churros, Abstract, as well as Vertigo. Take it away, best friendo.
Thank you so much, Besto Fredo! We just want to do that, right?
We gotta give the big thanks to Cheryl.
Oh, man.
And guys, welcome to MPL season number 5. My name is Vertigo. We have Churros along with Abstract, our expert analysis. Analysis.
Okay, you're getting there slowly. You know, day by day.
Analysis.
Yeah, eventually we'll get there with the analysis part, right? Of course, when we are now going to be looking at match 3 of the day, you know, very close to the end of the series, I'm of course going to be looking forward to how this game is going to be like. I have so much to share regarding Revival as well as RSG Slate, but you know, I'm just going to hold it off until we eventually see that entire lineup.
Right, before we begin taking a closer look at the teams, I want to thank you guys all for participating and watching us online or in the studio as well. If you guys don't know, this is a best of 3 regular season, winner of which will get 1 to 3 points. The top 4 teams will go into upper bracket where they will get 1 extra life, and the lower 4 teams will be in the lower brackets in the playoff seasons. And they will be at risk of being eliminated right now. But enough of that. Let's take a look at the lineups for Revival. Abstract, what can you tell us about this lineup?
Well, of course, Revival now. When it comes down to Season 4, they have definitely done their best being in 3rd place. While a lot of people, a lot of teams, they have constantly been looking at Revival, especially in the regular season, and they're just thinking like, you know, they're a weak link within the entirety of MPL SG. But it's solely because of the strength of the schedule. They were dealt a really bad hand at the start, and all of the confidence in a Revival eventually went very, very low right off the start. But when it comes down to the playoff, that was when they managed to climb themselves up and really show people how strong they are. As such, right now, the lineup that they have got, we are also going to be very curious how it would be due to LY4's experience as a player. How would that affect them as affect their draft?
Exactly, and now we have RSG Slate on the lineup. In front of his screen right there, we have Oki, on the goal lane or OK, if you guys want to go with OK, but Oki sounds nicer to me. Roy on the mid lane, Diablo on the EXP, of course, and then Bray on the jungle, and Lucian QT on the roam, taking over Lawsy. Is this a very big shoe to fill, guys?
Yeah, I definitely agree, 100%. This is a very, very big shoes. I mean, defending champions, this wasn't the original roster, like Cheryl has mentioned to us. This has a huge change, especially with Indonesian imports coming in from Lucian QT as well as Oki. We have Roy, who wasn't in the main lineup as well, but will he be able to live up to, you know, 505's name, or 505, the shadow of 505 is... It's still a variable, you know what I'm saying?
It's still a variable.
And Diablo and Bray, though, I mean, obviously, we cannot diss them. They are one of the main impact players going in since Season 4, and they have been having so much phenomenal plays going out, especially in the previous season. But this season is a brand new roster. Chemistry is what I want to be looking out for. Will this team, they've been playing together for a very short time, will they be able to live up to their name and live up to the potential as defending champions?
I thought something that is fun to kind of like bring up is the fact that the entirety of RSGSG, from Season 1 all the way until now, Diablo is the only lone survivor.
Yeah.
All the way from the start. So we shall see whether there will be any changes when it comes down to Season 6. A little bit too far right now, but for now, you know, Revival versus RSG, we have got, of course, our talent prediction, right? So let's be
I think
honest
there's
here.
a little bit of...
it's wrong.
It's wrong.
We all know who's
there's no way this guy is rooting for RSG.
There's no way.
Let's
There's
do
no
that.
way. Everyone loves a good underdog story, and that is basically the Vertigo thing to do. He is going to be the one that's supporting Revival, but
just kinda
RSG going into experience. We're all down to experience, and I think it would be interesting because LF4 as a coach has been playing for RSG for a very long time, since Season 1, or way back when SGMY was a thing. He's been playing with them a very, very long time. So whether or not like LY4 is able to read the new kinds of synergies that come out from RSG is yet to be seen. I mean, match 1 is always going to be like the test water match. Test their metal a little bit. Is Lucian QT, is Oki going to be a huge game changer in accordance to the synergy, the play style of RSG, or will it be still the same? And LY4 is able to communicate that to the team. The team's going to be able to adapt that on the fly in the game, and, you know, basically just push them and shove them off within the match.
Yeah, so I mean, looking at LY4, right, he go way back. Think of this. He was a RSG player. So do you think he knows how RSG works? You know, like what's their methodology? And he, as a coach, what can he do with that information? Loaded with that information, can he use it to his advantage to revive Revival?
How much of it would that be, you know, useful now, right?
Yeah.
Because he was all the way back in Season 3, right? Yeah, Season 3. And right now, we are looking at Season 5 already, and most of the teammates that he has worked with have already been, you know, retired, or rather, maybe moving to another spot. Right. So right now, there are a lot of question marks in LY4's spreadsheet, perhaps, you know. What does Oki does, what does Lucian QT does, how their playstyle is like, what kind of drafting style they're going to work with, because of course, when it comes down to St. Lucas, he of course have managed to bring RSG Slate SG.
What's your command? Your team is banning.
For 2 seasons already. So he's a very strong coach, and I'm very much looking forward to see how these two coach, LY4 and St. Lucas, will butt heads in this drafting stage.
Well, you don't have to wait too long, because the draft is being set. Revival right off the bat.
I am the priestess of primal lightning.
Just
the
playing
hunter
on
of
the
all
meta
the evil
bands
gods.
as we speak. Edith and Glue is going to be taken off the tables for Revival, actually for both teams. And what I like about RSG is that they are playing it safe. They know that these heroes have so much potential. That's why they're in the meta. That's why you see them so much in ranked games. But Revival, on the other hand, they have different thoughts about this. They want to be able to shut down any one player. Knowing that Bray is a very good assassin player, he takes out that Fanny, or you take out that Fanny for the side of Revival, one less problem to deal with.
Now, of course, when it comes down to Revival,
banning.
there is two players that really shown, whatever in English, that was really strong when it comes down to season 4, right? We were looking at Peace, we were looking at QDX Love, which is the marksman, as well as the rogue, respectively. But right now, none of them are on that seat. In this case, Sammy is going to be taking over Peace when it comes down to the gold lane. And of course, when it comes down to the rogue, we do have Kirby this time. Or rather, a sub. Kirby was like a sub rogue. So
Kirby, his debut as a main 5.
Yes, so Kirby was in previous season, but how is he going to fare along with Sammy? Sammy
Your
was,
team
of course,
is
one of the sub, last season as well. I'm very much looking forward to see how they usually play and whether their chemistry is going to be as good as before or rather even better when it comes down to RSG. At this point in time, right, just looking at the bands, nothing seems completely out of the ordinary. One thing that I do want to note though is Kaja is open.
Arlo's open too, actually. They left a lot of
your team is picking.
But it does look like Revival wants to go for that Fredrin. They want to stick to what they know. They want to have a utility jungle in that Fredrin, able to contest with Lord fights, which is pretty much a similar strategy with what they played last year in Season 4. But whether or not Lan and LY4's playstyle is the same or similar, yet to be seen. And basically, there's still a very, very fresh match. But on the other hand, though, a lot of heroes are open as well. We have Julian, we do have that Benedetta that Diablo is so impeccable in. One of his signature heroes, so to speak. Able to just cut the waves, able to create a lot of space for RSG. Is that what RSG wants to do? Create space, play the tempo game.
Your team is picking.
Tempo maker or playmaker is not around anymore.
That's a really good question, right? Because initially I was thinking, Diablo's archetype really boils down to sustainable tanks or perhaps heroes that is really able to create space. But because of the current meta, when it comes down to the EXP laners, it have evolved tremendously and it have changed quite a lot. We can definitely it could definitely be possible to see Diablo play blue at one point in time. But for this game, he's just gonna be going towards an Alad. Now, definitely a different
among the planes
exists
the equilibrium. Your team is which I was made for.
Pretty much bullies in lane like how Diablo usually likes to play. He wants to bully the heck out of the opponents in the EXP lane and just work his way from that. Now, based on Diablo, or rather based on the way Diablo plays, I would assume that he's probably going to play a lot more sustainable Alan instead of going for strict damage.
Yeah. Play Arlo as a Uranus or an Esmeralda, able to stay in team fights, able to just disrupt the flow of any of the team fights that Revival tries to bring over RSG. Now it begs the question, you have the Yi being picked up by Revival, you have the Kaja that slipped through the hands of RSG. They want to prioritize that Kaja and the Yi. This begs the question, artillery mages versus an artillery mage. You have the Yi facing up head-to-head against that person.
Your team is banning.
You have a Fredrin up against a Martis. This looks like a fight fire with fire situation. What are your thoughts on this?
Honestly, it does definitely seem that they are going head-to-head, like literally head-butting against one another. I was thinking that RSG would want to kill their jungler as soon as possible, but in this case, Revival did pick up the Fredrin for themselves immediately on the first pick, so I suppose the RSG didn't really have a reason to first pick on the Brave.
Your team is
banning. Go for the Arlet as well as the Farsa, which makes perfect sense in this case. Now, when it comes down to the head-to-head that we were talking about, right? Both Martyrs as well as Fredrin, they have one role, and that is to heal, to deal damage, and of course to create space as much as possible. Both of them have quite a bit of similarities. In the meantime, they also have vast amount of differences. What they are able to do in team fights and what they are able to do out of team fight. And so far, I think that at least for Bray, he does have a good idea what he wants to do and does pretty much fall within his archetype.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. Martis is known as a hero who has a lot of potential.
Your team is
high burst damage, high mobility, high crowd control, but sort of falls short in the later stage of the game. He kind of feels clunky. He kind of feels like the mobility is going to be a little bit lacking.
Your team is
going up against that Fredrin, as Fredrin only needs at least 2 core items, at least a Garden Helmet and a Cursed Helmet to come back online. But right now, let's take a look at the second phase of the bands. Carry, Yuzhong, Kufra, and Claude. So it does look like both teams, they know what's up. They want to take out the marksman from either side. But that begs the question, what kind of marksman is available? Maybe the Melissa?
Yes. Melissa for Revival is ultimately going to be very strong.
Pain
They already have a
is
very
the
strong
proof
that I'm
still
back
alive.
that provides them high ground. And let's not forget they even have Kirby that will be able to punish anyone who gets
This
close.
land is
Yep,
our homeland,
Ray or
and it will
Diablo.
soon be our
So whatever it is,
battleground.
they already have all of these defenses for the Melissa. So in any situation, if Melissa really have to tap onto Mother's Protection, she can definitely do that. So this is multi-layered defense. This way, they are putting a lot of their hopes and dreams right onto
Your
Melissa.
team is
But
picking.
Revival, they do have another idea. They are going to be looking at the Beatrix instead. They're not maybe looking at the multi-layer defenses. Maybe they just don't think that they need that. They want to go full on defense.
Yeah, I 100% agree with whatever you're saying. I thought the Melissa would be better off in this situation. You have a lot of protection from those utility jungle, the utility mage coming in from that lead as well. And you have that suppression ability coming in from the Kaja as well. But the Beatrix seems like he will have a better time in the early game as compared to Brody. So that was a very, very good pick coming out from Revival, if I can say so myself. But RSG, their last pick is going to be a roam position. Atlas maybe could feel like a very good initiator. I think that's what's lacking in
I
RSG.
will protect you.
Okay, so when it comes down to the roam, they have already filled it out, but I definitely agree. But in this case, looking at them having a Lolita is definitely not exactly a hero that can go wrong in this case. You know, every team needs a marksman, and Lolita will always be able to fit in there. So, of course, Luminon Blast, great starter of the fight, great way to really control the hits of the battle and really force players to move.
That's right, and we are heading into game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. RSG Slate up against Revival. Who do you got your money on? Who do you have? Who do you think is going to win this? I do not know. Just by looking at the draft itself, it could go either way, right? It could go either way. But having that Kaja is so meta right now.
No, I actually like both teams' composition, both teams' draft. Very balanced in the early or late stages of the game. It might be a very long game if both teams decide to drag it out. But as we know, RSG's initial playstyle in Season 4 is very, very aggressive. You see a lot of those, a lot of the punishment coming in from the jungle side. What you want to do is bring your attention to all of the parts of the jungles and make sure that every single one of your team focuses on those objectives, especially the neutral objectives. It's just a little bit of a pause. We definitely want both teams to really play on a level field right now. But yeah, let's go back to Abstract. What do you think of this draft? I really feel that Lolita is sort of like a answer for Beatrix, but I'm not quite sure how it will work.
When it comes down to Lolita versus Beatrix, I think that there is a soft counter within it. I wouldn't say that it is going to be a very big difference to the game. I don't think that it's going to make a very big deal, in fact. But of course, it really depends on how RSG would want to play in a tempo game, if whether they will be able to keep the game upbeat towards their side. Ultimately, I would say that their Brody, their Martyrs, as well as their Farsa definitely is going to make a big play. Melissa probably was in the minds of Revival, but Farsa probably is the main thing that they
It's a
don't
threat.
want to pick.
It's a threat to Melissa.
Correct.
Especially
Because they
once
don't exactly have anyone that can deal with the Farsa. They don't have any way to immediately burst down the Farsa, or they don't have anyone that can force a Farsa out of the way.
That's true, that's true. Actually, I kind of just noticed that when you just said it, they don't have any dive heroes,
Dive components,
like
right.
dive components onto RSG. And on RSG's side, Farsa is one of the main initiators. You pop that Feather Airstrike, you gain a lot of space around you for your team to just soak up that damage and just fight front to back, which is very key to how Brody operates in these situations. You want to be able to soak up the damage, try to force them to use their ultimates, force them to use their skills, and Brody, all he needs to do is just pummel your opponents down front to back. So it kind of looks like a hit-to-hit, front-to-back kind of clash for both teams, except for the fact that RSG does have some dive insurance in that Arlo and the Martyrs as well.
I would believe that when it comes down to Revival side, Lapu Lapu and Fredrin would have a pretty decent chance to really dive over the backlines. Not necessarily the backline, but more like middle lines where Fasa is. And I believe that would be the main thing that they should be looking out for.
Exactly that. Thank you so much, Abstract. Right now, we are going to go for game number 1 after a very short pause. Don't worry about that, guys. And it does seem like a Martis against a Fredrin. So that Fredrin is definitely going to be playing a full tank. Like you said, guys, they are going to be the ones soaking up the damage. They're going to be the ones who are there to heal for the team. So it all boils down to your utility. So you have the Divine Judgment. You have the Numenon Blast. The Numenon Blast, that's the one we are looking for. If we can see a juicy 5-man Luminon stun, I'll buy you guys Coca-Cola tomorrow.
Oh, it's easier said than done. Right now, Lucian Cutie already showing a lot of aggression into the buffs, which is basically what RSG is known for, right? You want to see RSG trying to contest for all these kinds of buffs, but right now with a very, very fast lane clearing or jungle clearing heroes such as the Fredrin, this is going to be tough for RSG.
This is going to be tough, and a Retribution already used up right there from Bray to take away what I call the Lizard. I mean, there are many names for everything right there, but big taunt onto Lucian Cutie though. They are going to be rushing in, a 2-man knockup. Kirby gets a little bit too much damage. A Blazer Rays come down with the great health. Diablo still survives it. None still survives it. None has none life lost. No pun intended, guys. No pun intended.
This cast just become a funny one. But in all seriousness, though, RSG, they came, they saw, they conquered, and they got what they could.
Exactly.
And basically, they just fought for that lizard thing.
Yes, they fought for the lizard, man.
And then they just disengaged.
Yeah,
which is
they were just trying to gain ground, and Revival was like, no, cannot. I don't give you. Right? They're like, no, this is mine. You not take it. And then just like that, Bray already even uses up that Retribution. But they know their capability. It's going to be a 4v3 right now. Divine Judgment coming in with a Feather Airstrike coming down onto Nun and Ryan. A little bit too low, and RSG managed to secure onto the first turtle with fair ease because of that Divine Judgment.
Oh, actually, Lucian Cutie with the Numenon Blast zoning the rest of the members out, preventing them from getting even close to that turtle. It looks like RSG is pretty dominant in the early stages of the game. Right now, 3 minutes in, not too much of a gold difference, only 1,000 gold lead for favoring the side of RSG. But right now, RSG does look like the gold lane is in a little bit of a shambles. Beatrix is forced back, so Sammy is having a tougher time with Oki, and Oki is proving to be a force to be reckoned with. Lucian Cutie, both of the imports are coming in. They try to start a fight. Does not want to commit into anything. They just want to maintain that lead that we have. Let's take a look at the emblems real quick to see if anything stands out.
Impure Rage, Killing Spree.
Maybe a concussive blast on Arlo, because what I would think is that Arlo usually takes the High and Dry or the Festival of Blood, but right now it does look like Diablo wants to build a tank kind of Arlo, giving him a lot more sustainability because he does have the heal when he passes with his Vengeance.
Yes, with the Vengeance, with the Reset Vengeance. First blood comes down, Numenon Blast, 2-man down in the nose of the turret right there, but big taunt, and just like that, it's going to be a 1-4-2 though. Is it going to be a 1-4-3? Lucian Cutie runs slow, he gets the stun down onto Swirl. It's not going to be enough, and down he goes. Wow, for the life of Sammy, for 3 members on the side of RSG slate, Revival are winning these trades.
Yeah, I mean, RSG a little bit too aggressive. They bit more. They can chew. They dived underneath the turret thinking that Bray could have finished them out, but Bray did get the first blood at the cost of his life and 2 other members of themselves. But RSG still on top so far. They still want to maintain that pressure all throughout that match.
Warrior comes down onto Ryan, slashing away at Diablo. He gets the last face. He gets the look at Diablo. Can he finish? Oh, he can finish it. He can Vengeance. Oh no, but I think the Vengeance didn't pop.
Oh, he's got thicker, but the second, he has to wait for his passive to enable the demonic force to actually not
demonic force.
I'm thinking about
it's alright. Like, Numenon Blast charging up. But Bray managed to secure down onto the second turtle right now. Real World Manipulation along with the Feathered Airstrike comes in, but no engagement. Only lost life is going to be none other than None.
Again with the pun, but that was a very, very good setup from the side of RSG. They understand that Revival is going to be coming in from that short range jungle right there.
Stun.
Underneath the turret.
The
Four
layered
members of
stun.
RSG thrown in.
Layered stun right under the turret's nose, and down goes
team turret
Sammy.
has been
Oh,
destroyed.
unlucky Sammy there with the Weapon Master though. But that's the thing with the Beatrix, right? You either dominate lane or you just get stomped in lane, right? There's only two ways. It's either this or that.
Yeah, we just have to wait and see what kind of builds that Beatrix is going to, you know, buy into, because right now you are dealing with a fairly tanky lineup, and Brody has one of the highest defense scaling mechanism of all of the marksmen. But hold on a second, Luminonblast charging out with the flicker.
With a flicker along with the feather airstrike comes in, and down goes Sword. Very well played there, right there from Lucent Cutie. Lucent Cutie actually proving a lot right there, but not jumping in with Vengeance being popped and the taunt part memory, and to no avail finishes.
Oh, RSG. This is a fairly different RSG than
the
what I
conceal
would
play?
think, but a conceal
Oh,
play
they're
goes
catching
down.
out Sammy again. Sammy gets stunned. Roy comes in with the damage with the slash again. Final slash from Diablo, and the basic attack will finish off Sammy. And 0, 3, and 1. Honestly, I got to say, Bray stepping up as the shot caller actually proves a lot.
Yeah, I 100% agree, but RSG has to find ways to convert these small little kills into small little objectives,
Yes.
and making big impacts.
Yes,
basically
big
all
impacts.
throughout the map. And RSG, they are playing a little bit more aggressive than I would think in the mid stages of the game. They are already 4,000 gold lead ahead. Let's take a look at the damage taken right now. Lucian Cutie having a lot of impact.
Yes, Lucian, Cutie, along with Sammy taking so much. Sammy takes as much damage as none. What?
Red team has slain
And
the
just
turtle.
like that, the third turtle. Yep, 3 grabs onto Sammy, and look at the amount of damage taken already. Equally as much as Nan. And Nan only died once.
Oh, Bray actually stole it with that retribution. Bray
Very nice.
takes out the purple buff from the hands of Nan. Nan having a very, very tough time facing up against RSG, and Bray showing why he is and was or still is the top RG by Lucian QT. Getting pulled in, the better airstrike saves him just in the nick of time.
The Divine Judgment is not catching on to anybody apart from
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Oh, Bray, all he did was just zone the rest of the members out of the way. All they wanted to do was just take the turret, drive by, pick up a Happy Meal, and go on their merry way.
They just took pick up a meal and left. Sammy only at 7 minutes and 50 finally getting it, but a two-man squad right here with the real world manipulation trying to land it down on Lucian Cutie, and they managed to take Lucian Cutie down. And I got to say, Sammy just barely securing his BOD very late in the game, about 8 minutes in, right? He probably went for a steel legging. Let's take a look at the items. Churros, what do you have to say about the item? Let's take a look at it.
I'm looking at it actually right now. Martis looks like he is going to be building up that Guardian helmet, and once he gets that, his HP is going to be scaling up a lot more. And that being said, he's going to have a lot more impact as a tank. But Oki, just as I was saying, that takes that one out of his misery.
Very well played right there. Oki with 3-1-1. This is how much RG is protecting Oki, you know, and along with Roy. Roy 1-0-4, 3-1-1. That is just well played right there. Very well positioning coming out from RSG state right there with 4,800, and Bray yet again stealing the purple buff away. They're just suffocating Revival right now.
Yeah, I mean, the only threat to Bray is basically the Eve, and what he bought
was Radiant Armor.
Was the Radiant Armor, and Radiant Armor just mitigated so much damage, enabling him to take that purple buff. And right now, RSG, being 5k gold ahead of Revival, is in a better position in this contest for this Lord. But as we all know, Lord Dance is going to be ensuing. Let's take a look at the rotations coming in from RSG.
Take a look at RSG right here. Look at how they are nicely positioned right there. Look, Diablo slashes away at Nan, but then Nan gets zoned all the way back. And Lucian Cutie with the conceal, with the dash. Oh, little miss dash right there, but look at Kirby. Kirby trying to run right in. But here comes the Numenor Blast, only catches 2 men right there. They're going to be jumping in all the way back, and down goes Kirby. Using that, he didn't even use the Divine Judgment.
No, he tried to, but he couldn't because he was stunned up by that Luminon Blast. But that was so well played by RSG. Diablo just started the fight, then the rest of Revival focused their attention onto Diablo, but RSG slate, all they did was just focus fire on that Lord, knowing that they will be able to take it out no problem at all. And now it is pretty much the late game. Take a look at how Diablo is rotating in. They're basically playing the, I don't want to say this, but protect the president.
Yes,
they're
still.
always protecting Oki. Look at Oki just funneling so much gold onto him, almost 8,000.
Yeah, exactly. And all top 4 of the players are RSG players,
Oh,
RSG
man.
slate players. All 4 of them are at the top of the net worth. Wow, the amount of dominance they have. But oh, looks like Oki is dashing away, trying to chunk away the tier 2 top turret, and down it goes.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Diablo's not even showing himself. This is how well he's trying to reap revival. All you need to do is understand where the opponents are, and then you can create some sort of play, some sort of magic to be happening over to your side. But revival, all
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
They tried to
On onto Diablo, but flickers away right in time by Ryan with the mightiest warriors, and Slinger right forward. But here comes the retaliation. Numenor Blast coming out, able to stun him up right there, and down Ryan goes, and the real world manipulation right outside of it. RSG, they're playing so safe. Look at Bray. Oh, Divine Judgment all the way in, but down goes Bray. None survives to see another day in the Land of Dawn.
Oh man, that was a really, really nice start by Ryan. He knew that he needed to take Diablo down because Diablo was causing so much pain on their back line. And right now, once Sammy gets enough space away from the punches of Diablo, all he needs to do is just shoot, shoot, shoot. And that is it.
That's it.
Damage is dealt.
Yeah, I mean, I said it in the first game, right? In the second game, I was like, yeah, Brody sounds so good. Brody is so strong right now. He can pierce. He can literally chunk anybody down. The moment you get that max 5 stacks, torn apart memory will tear you apart.
Oh man, again with the pun, Vertigo. But let's go back to the game right now. Let's be serious real quick. The tempo has shifted, and it does look like both teams are on status quo right now, even though RSG is 6,000 gold ahead. Revival looking to pick off one more. Lucian QD.
Oh, Divine Judgment all the way back with the better airstrike coming in. Lucian QD trying to run away, but to no avail. And Oki right now with the torn apart memory, but none gets away with the conceal play coming out from Kirby, granting him that extra movement speed and getting away out of the range of torn apart memory.
Oh, Yves is actually having a lot of potential right here, especially in the later stages of the game. You have the utility to slow. You have the utility for a mini stun once they reach the end of your ultimate. The real manipulation has been causing so much trouble for RSG, especially when Lucian QD is the one who is supposed to open up the map for RSG.
Exactly, and right there, Sammy using Libra's passion to clear out that bottom wave, forcing up the lane, and off to go into the lane and clear that wave back. I guess it's like what is at
Kirby still has his flicker. He's just waiting for the right time. The suppress goes out to Lucian QD.
Oh, Lucian QD here with a flicker forward, but Numenor Blast catches the air.
It did catch the air, but buys them enough time to take down that Lord. Now RSG just needs to freeze that wave, buy a little bit of time, buy a little bit of space, and then tackle all 3 turrets at once. What they don't want to do is make a repeat of what happened the last time they tried to do a tower dive. They took a reactionary approach for RSG. What they were so good at was taking the immediate action for any type of skirmish.
Exactly, any type of skirmish. Revival was there because look at their composition. Their composition was meant for a reactive composition. So if RSG were to dive in too deep, Revival's composition and draft are there to mistake and punish RSG.
Lord marching down on that bot side, crashing into that turret right now. Bray goes into the fray.
Bray going in, but look at Diablo with a flicker and the final slash coming in, but Numenor Blast is not going to be able to catch out anybody. Diablo runs low, he's going to go down. Ryan goes down as well, and look at Oki, still standing nice and strong. Revival nearly losing all of the members live right there, but down goes the Lord. Very well catch that, but ooh, the sniper shot onto Oki.
Oki
is just going to be Oki dokie.
He is going to be okie dokie, but Sammy's damage is a little bit too damning right now.
Yeah.
Right, going on to Oki, what they need to be wary of is Kirby. And Kirby, with that Divine Judgment, you don't want to get too close to your turret because any single time you're singled out with the Divine Judgment, you are going to get shut down. But Diablo, well played. That man just
Flickered
Vengeance,
in,
yeah,
and
he
then
flickered
final
in.
slash.
Yeah.
3 members of Revival, giving him the
Whoa!
passive right there, but Lucian Cutie, down goes none.
Well, for a tank, he melted really, really fast.
Exactly.
All 5 members were there. Diablo just waited for him, and that is how you know the OG Diablo, how he plays. He's just waiting for that right time.
And let me tell you this, Ryan. RSG, they layer their CC so well. It's like, I don't know how to say, it's like a three lucky full-on layer cake. It's perfectly layered, and take a look at how RSG is moving. Better airstrike, zones everybody back. Sammy takes 2 hits and he's down to 1 bar of HP. And just like that, the tier 3 top turret is going to go down, enabling a wave of siege minions coming in from the top lane.
I think I understand what Revival is doing. They're giving them their turrets intentionally because they wanna force RSG to take that next word fight coming in 30 seconds, because they know if RSG gets a little bit too close, they can ensure a wipeout because they do have that damage. Slowly but surely, they're still picking off little bits of minions and funneling Sammy into oblivion. And once this happens, our Revival, they could turn the tides of the game.
Yeah, we saw how Revival punished RSG Slate with that, right? I mean, the moment RSG overstepped just by a little bit, even if you have a nice lead, they can turn it around on you. And honestly, right now, what I think Revival has to do is to catch out Lucian Cutie and melt him instantly. Because that Numenon Blast, once that Numenon Blast, we saw that Numenon Blast lands and it's GG.
Oh, take a look at Bray though. It's just silent. They're just starting that Lord, but Bray is nowhere to be found. Bray though, from that backside, hits onto Nan.
Catches out onto Nan though. He does have his Automata. There we go, and down goes Nan. Sammy tries for the recall, but no, down he goes. Sammy gets melted instantaneously. Numenon Blast goes a little bit wide, leaving Kirby alone. They're chasing him down to the depths, even using their retribution, and a godlike comes out for Oki.
Oh, that is 30 seconds, 30 agonizing seconds in the graveyard. All they can do is watch as RSG takes down that Lord and pushes in all 3 waves. And right now, RSG, they have the upper hand. Positioning at each second in the entire game was just so crisp.
Yeah, it was crisp. It's literal crisp, like Chris. Literal crispy.
Oh man, Vertigo. It's always fun casting with you right now.
A little bit of a bad wave management right there. I mean, the bottom wave comes a little bit crashing through, but it's okay. They do want to focus on all 3 waves crashing in together with the Lord, and we have that coming up right now. Very well done by RSG with a 10k goal lead. They are up ahead, and they are looking strong. Diablo securing his immortality, and Nan securing his Athena shield.
Just have to see the Lord crashing in. What will Revival do? Kirby does not have his flickers. 30 seconds. Just waiting on that flicker.
Coming in, but then final slash. Final slash of Diablo to take down Nando. But look at that, he jumped in from Lucian Cutie. Able to stand up onto Kirby. And here comes Diablo jumping down on Ryan. Ryan with the mightiest warrior coming in. But look at that, they're gonna get melted all the way back. Torn apart Mary comes in, but not enough. Look at Diablo, his immortality is gonna get popped. Ray runs low, but look at Diablo with a final slash again. But the taunt comes in all the way back. Oh no, RSG, they're going down. Diablo goes down, Kirby goes down. It's a 1-for-1 right now, but the minions, they are crashing in. Is RSG able to save and savor this game? They're trying to end this. Better airstrike, able to take down onto Ryan, and it looks like it's going to be a 4v3.
Oh, they're still going for it though. Nan, the successful defense, the Revival.
My goodness! Cutie.
A pixel!
With a big catch though, but look at Oki. Oki's a little bit too tough run right now with the back all the way into the back line. And here comes Numenon Blast, catches out onto Swirl. Goodbye, Swirl! Goodbye to you, and Bray still survives it. Look at that, the sun down onto Sammy. Is he gonna be enough? RSG goes for the end, and they take game 1.
GG RSG Slate SG. I was waiting for that.
That is a whole mouthful.
Long time. What a phenomenal game. You know, I'm not gonna lie. Revival had us in the first half. They were going very, very strong. They had really good intentions, and every single pickoff amounted up to something else. But RSG Slate SG, the experience from this team, the international camaraderie, the chemistry is still going strong, but still, there is a crack. And Revival, they knew that they could take it. Yeah. We're going to take a break real quick. Abstract, tell us what you think of this match. What did you observe?
Honestly, for this game, it's more about a game of capitalizing mistakes over, doing your very best. when it comes down to this game, there are definitely quite a bit of mistakes here and there, especially for Revival. It kind of seems like they're just still, kind of getting themselves into the groove. We'll start things off with a small, but also a very big mistake of the wrong jungle emblem.
Oh no!
Right? Of course, Demon Slayer is the only way when it comes down to the jungle emblem. There's really not much of a use if you want to use Retribution on a hero to slow them down even more and then get more money out of it. There's really no point for you to get that kind of tempo rolling. You would want to play a lot more of a objective control.
Yeah, and let's take a look at items real quick. Battle spells aside, nothing really interesting stands out to me except Sammy's build. He is forced to buy that hospital, trying to gain a little bit of sustainability. Not too well in this game. Beatrix, though, today, the entirety of the regular season, not been performing well in their debut, but they're moving slowly but surely, playing to their comfort heroes.
Yeah.
But on the other side, though, Brody having such a good time. Take a look at his goal.
Wow.
16,000 in a 20-minute game. The entire team of RSG just so far ahead of Revival in every single time. Like Lucian Cutie, zero kills, 3 deaths, 15 assists, but he's still playing like his 15 kills, 0 deaths, and 3 assists. You know what I'm saying? He's always going in, checking on the bush. It doesn't matter if he dies, but all that matters is RSG gets that control over the entire map.
That's the thing. I mean, as a roamer, you have to open up the map. This is the most important point that I have to emphasize. As a roamer, open up the map. Open up the map. You have to open up the map. And take a look at Roy, 4-0 and 11. Wow, so he's so safe. Like you said, protect the president. He is being protected so well that he didn't even die.
Well, the president should be okay, but like
technically
why?
he is.
Yeah, he's the president's wife.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's the president's wife.
Okay. I mean, in this case, right, Roy definitely did a very good job. I mean, he is, after all, the high ground of the team. As much as possible, he's able to hold the back lines pretty well, especially because he's got very formidable teammates in the front line in the name of Diablo, as well as Lucian Cutie. They all know what they want to do. But regardless, this game from RSG doesn't really show off their progression. It doesn't exactly show how strong they really are. But it's more of the fact that they know when they should be prioritizing Revival, and just kind of capitalize on the mistakes that they have made. And of course, just to capitalize that, for example, the constant seeing of Kirby going for the Divine Judgment onto Lucian Cutie time and time again, instead of getting a proper kill, is just wasting the ultimate onto Lucian Cutie for absolutely no reason.
What I like about the makeup of RSG slate was the fact that Farsa and it was Lolita, they were always roaming together. The roaming duo is so strong. Every single time that they want to initiate on a target, it's always the entire kampong is just over there in that. But that being said, who do you think is going to be the MVP? I have my money on Roy. He has so much impact in this game.
I think Oki sounds better though.
I would say Roy, just for the sake of Roy.
Just for the sake of the KDA, is Lucian
K!
Let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go!
I mean, this is a well-deserved MVP, right?
It
After
is.
receiving so much of the Divine Judgment.
Yes.
I kind of pity him for constantly being in the eyes of Kirby. I think Kirby probably has like a personal vendetta against him.
I mean, that's his whole target, right? That's his whole motive, because you're supposed to deny that Numenon Blast. The Numenon Blast AoE is so huge.
No, here's the thing. He always uses it before the Numenon Blast.
Exactly. So he wants to deny the Numenon Blast.
So drag him away, make him use the Numenon Blast, and because they gain that traction, gain that length, and then Numenon Blast lands, even if it hits 1 or 2, it takes some time for the rest of the team to catch up.
Exactly.
But what if they want to do that, they should have some coordination between Kirby as well as Sammy, because Sammy is the Beatrix after all, right?
Yes.
If she were to use Renner. Shotgun, right? Renner,
Yeah,
shotgun.
Renner's a shotgun.
Renner, at least if they were to communicate...
No, shotgun is Wesker.
Wesker. Then at least they can, and bye-bye.
Yeah, but it's
But
very
they never
difficult to
ever did
play.
that.
It's very difficult for Beatrix to play in the bushwhack position that Diablo has shown. But let's take a look at this. The suppression comes in under the turret, and Bray thinks that he can take the rest of them. But here comes Revival coming in, and this is where Revival in the early stages of the game always showing that early game rotation, quick and easy pickings of RSG slate, and this is where, you know, maybe a little bit of a stage anxiety. First time on the big in the big shows in regular season, first game. Anyways, they need some time to warm up, and then this was the one. This was the pivotal fight that changed the tides and changed the tempo of the entire game. The entire team of RSG, especially Bray, he knew how to use the side bush very effectively. I mean, if you notice, a lot of the good players, a lot of good teams, they always take good advantage of the side lanes. I mean, you wouldn't think that the side lane is much of a threat, but just waiting there for the right opportunity, the right time, and then letting your roam position, enabling and giving you vision of the entire map, the entire space that you have, then you initiate and you sandwich them.
I'm hungry for sandwich.
Oh, if only we had a sandwich.
If only we had a sandwich, but let's be frank, you can buy a sandwich if you have one of these Frank by OCBC cards right here. Frank by OCBC is back with a new season of MLBB card designs for the Frank debit card. And for the first time ever, we will feature heroes for Fanny, Gushin and Leslie, Cho, Esmeralda, and even Florin, a hero that was long forgotten. So sign up now for a Frank X MLBB credit debit card and at go.ocbc.com/MPL SG from now till 7th May 2023. On top of that, join Frank for OCBC's Coin Quest and spend your Frank card. This is just so much going on. Spend your Frank card to earn more coins and redeem prizes at OCBC, Wisma, Atria, or at any Frank stores. Get 1 coin for every $10 spent, and you could possibly walk away with grand prizes like Samsung Galaxy S23 256GB awesome U-Throne gaming chairs that we're sitting on right now, Scoot vouchers, and various random MLBB in-game items like Lightborn and Saber-themed skins.
Whoa.
How does that sound?
It sounds absolutely great.
Yeah,
so
you get rewarded for spending money.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Head on over to www.ocbc.com/MPLSG to find out even more about it. I mean, you know, in case you forgot about it, www.ocbc.com/MPLSG. Cannot forget.
You want to say it again?
www.ocbc.com/MPLSG.
There we go.
Yes.
There
Okay,
we
so
go.
so during the time when you guys was casting the game and all, you know, we did our JJK, you know, sound voice lines.
Okay.
And I was very curious to find out, you know, what were the audience reactions and such. So I kind of like dipped myself, you know, got my feet wet a little bit, head over to the watch party by Oritz, and then apparently everyone is just like dice of cringe.
Basically, our jobs as casters is to make you feel good because we cringed. Right?
It's kind of like a second-hand embarrassment kind of thing, isn't it?
It sounds good though.
Like, why
It's
not?
for your entertainment. It's for your entertainment anyway. You want to do it again?
Okay, let's go, let's do it again.
Buff thought I?
No!
You know, after I said that ad-lib by Jujutsu Kaisen, Abstract actually told me to stop speaking Japanese or stop even trying. But let's just focus and get back to the draft. Second game.
Yeah.
What can Revival do to better
Your
themselves,
team
and
is
what
banning.
must RSG stay true to within their strategy, within their execution? Abstract.
Well, I think we gotta have to lock down on one of the most important things, right? Is Revival cannot make the same mistake that they have made in the previous game. I think we gotta have to look out for that very, very first thing. Everyone, check your emblems. Check your emblems before heading into the game. Most important thing, alright? But okay, as we move on right now, right? Revival also have a little bit of a mistakes here and there. Maybe when it comes down to drafting is to execution, that kind of ratio that didn't really quite work. When they're looking for a Kaja pick, they should be looking out for heroes that potentially have high burst potential. In this case, the only one that has high burst potential is probably going to be the Beatrix. However, the Beatrix with a high burst potential comes in the name of probably Wesker. It's Wesker, right?
Wesker's
Yes, Wesker.
shotgun.
Shotgun, right? Wesker. But that requires her to use her first skill, or rather not first skill, but it requires her to change her arm. And you
I
can't
am the
exactly
priestess of
you
primal
can't
lightning,
have
the
if you
hunter of
constantly
all
have
the evil
Wesker.
gods.
This only makes sense that they are constantly running in Renner
To me,
as well
your
as
team all that
is
matters.
banning.
in order for you to coordinate the Kaja with the Beatrix just so that they will be able to burst someone down is a little bit off. So if they would want to pick up a Kaja again, sure, maybe have someone else in the lineup that could have a decent amount of burst so that they will be able to work together to bring that Lolita down. In the event that, Vertigo may be right, about the fact that they don't want the Numenon Blast to go on, or the fact that they don't want to use the Divine Judgment on someone only for the Numenon Blast to land on top of them, because that will be chaos altogether. Best way really just boils down to their lineup and what they can do with this lineup instead of forcing a play.
Well, looking at the first phase of the ban, it does look like
Your
every
team
single
is
one
banning.
of the bans are pretty much the same as the first game. They have Blue, Edith, Theramis, 1-1, and Joy off the tables. And I believe it was Claude that was taken out in the first phase for the side of Revival as well. But they should really consider taking out the Arlo, because
what's your command?
Arlo
Your
has
team is
a
picking.
lot of damage. So
Oh no,
yeah,
here
and
we go
it's
again.
basically the same
Get me out of this table.
the same bands coming throughout the first phase.
See value in
Arlo's
me?
left open.
Your
and
team is
Julian as
picking.
well,
You
but
should.
it does look like Bray is going back to Bray 6 and picking up
Oh, no.
the Fredrin.
Let me go.
Giving it away from the hands of Revival, but it does look like a mirror matchup. What is this? Farsa gets locked in.
Did you know that Fasa Sword is so good on the Fasa? He
I am
used
the
to be a
power of
Fasa
light
team
and
is
color.
picking.
So this is home for Sword right now.
Then again, RSG could retaliate with an Eve, maybe with an Arlo because it's not picked up yet. But Arlo, like I mentioned before, is very, very team composition heavy. You need a team that deals tons and tons of CCs. So the Eve dealing those small amounts of slow gives Arlot the passive. Like it initiates that passive from Arlo, so he's able to use his vengeance and dash through as many times as he wants, as long as heroes are underneath the real world manipulation. That is a possible technique that
will
Arlo
choose
go
my
for,
own
but it does look
Your
like
team is
Moskov.
picking.
Okay, Moskov and Arlo, they kind of look the same. They're like
They
twins.
kinda, yeah.
Did you know about the law that they are brothers?
Really?
No, I'm just
No, yeah.
No,
yeah,
you're
yeah.
just joshing me.
Yeah,
It's just Vertigo being Vertigo.
I'm not believing him by any shot. All right, so here's the thing, right? Looking at Diablo and Oki based on their picks, right? But Diablo definitely worked when it comes down to picking up the Arlot. I'm not sure whether you guys realize
I've
or
been
whether
waiting
you
for
guys
too
know.
long.
I mean,
Is
technically
banning.
speaking, it's just a normal day thing for Diablo. But I especially appreciate the final swing coming in from Diablo to sweep the Fredrin
Among
on
the
the opposite
planes
side from
exists
the
Your team is
opposite
banning.
all the way
Which
to
I
right in
was
front
made
of the
for.
turtle. Kind of get him past one of those walls. And that is very difficult for a Fredrin to even get out of. And I absolutely appreciate the positioning coming in from Diablo, and as how you always
Kindness
say, that
is the
push
surest
back
Your
path
team
when
is
one
banning.
team went straight in for the ultimate, everyone just collapses onto him.
Yes.
No one could do anything because of this wall that separates the Fredrin from everyone else.
Your team
Okay.
is
Kirby
banning.
does pick up the carry for the last pick phase of phase 1. In phase 2, Yuzhong, Yves, and Kadita gets banned out. RSG, knowing that the EXP laner for the side of Revival is going to be an impactful one. They don't want to deal with anything that ruins their back line. And we might see even a backdoor kind of strategy, or in that Moskov dealing a lot of damage of 2 turrets and 2 structures and 2 objectives. So Moskov is going to be spending a lot of time farming up. But what I'm excited to see is whether or not this Moskov plays in the builds a critical build or goes back to the Holy Trinity. This is what I'm curious with. So Revival, understanding that Arlo scales
This
very well
land
with
is our
entire team
homeland.
Your
composition,
team is
especially
picking.
with, a lot of these small little crowd controls. They decide to ban out that Yi.
Your team is picking.
Terizla! Okay.
The jungle?
This is new.
No, they're pushing Terizla to the EXP, and Terizla is going, they're saving the last pick for jungle.
Very likely that is what they're doing, but of course I'll break down into the analysis portion in a while later, because, well, it requires me some time to really understand what Revival will be trying to do here, right? Because understandably, right now, there is a lot of crowd control from the side of RSG. They will be able to deal with the opponent's jungle if they
I
were
will
doing something
protect
like
you.
Fanny
Wow.
or perhaps
Your
a
team
Link.
is picking.
That would be the reason why they themselves don't ban any one of these heroes. They probably already have an idea that they would want to try out this kind of lineup In this case, Losing Cutie did pick up a Lolita again, and Roy is gonna go with a Valentina. One of my main problems probably is the fact that, like the previous game, they don't necessarily have someone that can really dive over to the middle lines to really deal with Swirl. But technically speaking, it worked once, and they don't really, do much. They just want to play
3,000 worlds.
I mean, RG
And
doesn't
not a
need
single
to have a
worthy
dive
foe.
hero per se, because you have a Moskov with a penetration kind of passive. All you need to do is just stand in one line and make your opponents coagulate together. And this is whether or not they're able to just push them back. Because understanding how RSG builds their entire strategy, their entire composition, it's all about soaking up the damage, enabling your team to just, or enabling Moskov, in fact Oki, to just stay in the back and just continue to hit. Well, the answer for that on Revival side is that Farsa, and also maybe even the Martis. But it's gonna be difficult for them. I mean, Carry is gonna be a soft counter for the Fredrin, that we all know, but Martis, can he go in straight to the back line? We won't have to wait any longer because, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2 of match number 3 of today, Revival versus RSG Slate SG.
Yes, and game number 2 it is, featuring the purple color Moskov and the purple color the purple color Arlo as well. Arlo to you too. Let's go for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. No wrong spells this time, right? No wrong spells, no wrong emblems.
Everyone's pretty much the same. Diablo is building on a different build. He has taken that Festival of Blood, but Revival really want to nail down Diablo right there. I mean, on that top side though, already the quick rotation towards that EXP lane, Arlo is going to be having a tougher time to farm up, but Lucian Cutie tries to block out that Lethal Wanderer, knowing that Revival wants to be a part of that too. It's down to the Retribution. Bray finally gets that Lethal Wanderer.
Yes, and Bray getting that Lethal Wanderer. I thought it was Nan. That was like, oh no. I thought it looked like Nan tried to go for the Retribution, but kind of missed and a little bit wide, and the Lethal Wanderer into RSG Slate hands right now.
Now, I like to do a little segment I like to call SOP, suggestions, opinions, and predictions.
Not standard operating procedure.
Not standard operating procedures, but like my suggestions on like Valentina's ultimates. Now, it does look like there is a lot of crucial ultimates that Valentina can pick up. That is Farsa's Feather Airstrike, that is maybe Kaja's Divine Justice, that is even Terizla's ultimate as well.
Oh, that would be a very big AoE, right?
Yeah, I mean, you combo that up with like Lucian Cutie, and it works very, very well because of the AoE crowd control that enables Diablo to just spam his vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, okay, I just imagine this, right? Like, thinking of an SOP that you are going to be suggesting, if Roy were to take penalty zone and wait for Lucian Cutie to go to the Luminon Glass, penalty zone down, final slash and vengeance non-stop. Oki with the basic attack. Bray comes in with a taunt and Phases Ring. It's just gonna go insane, but just as we speak, it's gonna be a 2-man penalty zone coming right in. And RSG Roy is forced to go all the way back, and Lucian Cutie runs very, very low.
Now look at all these small little optimizations. Bray is hitting the turtle, but not for the fact that he wants to bring that turtle down. It's because he stacks.
And Ryan runs so low, and look at Diablo forced to go all the way back, and then able to take down with his ultimate right there. And Revival, although losing out on the turtle fight there, with the even losing out on the Retribution battle, they managed to take down Ryan.
That's a fair fight.
Oh, not Ryan, sorry, Diablo.
This is a fair fight though. I mean, you take out Diablo for the price of one turtle, but let's take a look at MVP real quick. Nothing really mind-boggling stands out to me, but whenever I play Carry,
don't worry about it.
Carry as a gold lane mage,
Yeah.
I really usually take Weapon Master because all I want to do is maximize all her attacks and maximize that damage.
But that's the thing, he went with movement speed and Electro Flash, right? So what does this tell you?
It tells me that he wants to stay in the lane a little longer and focusing on the farming up because it gives them a little bit of health every 10 seconds when you hit a minion or an enemy. But look at the mid lane though, it looks like Diablo. Spot of bother right there.
Oh, Diablo in the wrong side of the map. It's going to be 3v1 and down goes Diablo. Revival taking Diablo down twice already in this game, putting them at a... No, they do not have a lead. They pull Nan back, all the way back. But Nan is still none other than Alive. And honestly, I would say Revival, they're looking actually pretty strong right here.
I beg to differ. RSG is still up ahead in gold, albeit not much, but the D in Diablo stands for distraction. That's why he's just taking up so much fights, giving so much space for Oki to just chow down on that gold plating in that turret. And right now, Roy, with the quick rotation up to that turtle, we want to see a setup for the next turtle dance.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, it looks very, very strong. But I have to say, do you know why Sammy took Electro Flash and the movement speed? Because when you activate Carry's ultimate, you are losing out in movement speed. But in return, that's where you get your attack speed. So, and a double light use, of course. But that's why he's trying to make up for his movement speed.
Oh, that's not too much of a difference right there, though, right?
Yeah.
But Diablo, though, is trying to just zone the rest of them out, but Revival trying to go in full force. There's 4 members right there. Roy takes in the penalty zone. Yet again, Diablo goes in straight to Kirby.
Oh, right down onto Kirby. Kirby was just a little bit too far, and he did forget that he is a Kaja, and you're not very tanky at this point of the game. Only 5 minutes in, you're not very tanky. Right now, they do not have to be afraid at all of the turtle contest. RSG second turtle right into their pocket. This is a everyday day in the office.
A little bit of a misposition from Kirby. Kirby a little bit too close for comfort and just sandwiched in by the 3 members of RSG. And take a look at this. I mean, 3 members of RSG able to take down the turret against 4 members of Revival, opening up so much space in that bottom lane as well. And Sammy is left to his own devices. He's unable to defend against the skirmish that is Oki. And Oki needs a little bit of time. He is basically a glass cannon.
He
but
is.
once he gets
The
his
stun,
items,
the stun and the knockup, the terrify down onto Nan.
Did you see that though? The rest of RSG waiting for Oki to get the kill.
Yeah.
You want Oki to just scale up.
Yes, they want Oki to scale up right there, and better airstrike used to zone them. Ray and Roy all the way back, and just like that, they were able to clear the wave, funneling the farm to Sammy again. But look at that, Kirby with the stun and the knockup. Numenor blast with the flicker right in front and catches Kirby right on the edge, and the taunt comes in. Down goes Kirby yet again for the second time of the second game.
But all of this time, Oki is just pushing up the turrets by turrets. This is basically how you play Moskov. Just stay safe. You don't have to join the fights until very, very late game or ultra late game. This small little optimization, even though RSG is just up by 1 kill, brings their economy up by a fat stack of 5k gold.
Yes, 5k gold right now. Close to 5k. 4.6,
Yeah,
4.7,
it's still a sizable stack.
Yeah, we'll round it up, right? We'll round it up to 5k. And it does look like RSG, they are gaining the momentum yet again. It looked like Revival in the first 5 minutes, but RSG still had the goal advantage, right?
Yeah, and RSG has the gold advantage, has the tempo advantage, and that is the most important thing. Because once you're that much up ahead in gold, Revival has to play very, very passive. And this means that every single time you want to go for a buff, you need to make all 4 members just protect that one jungler so that you can enter a buff. And RSG basically just scouring the entire map, looking up for any loose bits, loose ends that they can chow down on. And Oki, even though he's just 1-on-1, his damage is starting to shine up. Oh, Sammy.
There we go, third turtle into RSG's pocket yet again. RSG, they're on the roll, man. They are crazy. They're going on a roll. They are enjoying their time here, just farming up and depriving those resources out of Revival.
Look at how RSG is moving themselves. Gray just putting himself in the front line, trying to soak up so much more damage, trying to force a flicker from Kirby at least, just so to keep Oki at bay.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Oki all this time just
Diablo.
taking down the turret 1 by 1. Diablo all
Oh,
alone.
Diablo yet again coming in with a Divine Judgment all the way in, but it's going to be a reverse Divine Judgment all the way back, and down goes Ryan. Kill going to Oki again, and Oki, he's slowly but surely getting there.
Well, an EXP lane for an EXP laner, that is a very, very fair trade, if I could say so myself. But RSG having total control with Roy, with the the options that Roy has.
Yeah.
He took the penalty zone, he took the Divine Justice, he took the better airstrike. Basically, there's so many
oyster, it's a buffet here,
It's
man.
a buffet right here. RSG can get in with so many setups.
Yep, look at Lucian Cutie right now. Giving space for Bray to even deprive out onto Revival. Lucian Cutie, he's just there waiting. being very patient and Revival, they're like, you know what? Just let this go, man. We have to play passive. And look at all 3 turrets on the side of RG Slate SG. Full HP, not even touched by Revival.
Oh man. Now RSG just slowly but surely setting up for the first Lord dance. I don't think it will be a dance if at all, because Revival, they are way too far behind to contest for anything. But Sammy, though, he's still 0-0-0. That means to say that he is still a viable option. We haven't seen him work that much. Lightning Truncheon already bought by Swirl. They're all together just waiting for the moment. They're creating a lot of space, trying to lure RSG away from that turret. And Roy is trying to give that vision.
Okay, it's the backdoor though, and all of Revival, they are reacting to it. They're like, oh no, they're backdooring. You know, let's defend the base. And then RSG is like, haha, we just psych you. And right now, RSG Slate SG, they are able to take away the level 1 Lord into their hands, into the back pockets, and the Lord shall be marching down the top lane.
Oh, this is very, very difficult for Revival to come back from, because with a Moskov, with an Arlo, and both of them are basically on that offside, and you have to face up against a Fredrin who is basically at full stacks, meaning he can slam you with his hammer, play his wrap any given point of time.
Exactly, any given point of time, he will slam down that sword. He will slam it down, and you are just gonna get demolished. And look at Bray, just nicely just tanking everything that he sees. And look at how Lucian QD and Roy plays. They are so safe on this. And look at how far Orki is. Orki is so far away from the team. He's like, I want to be as safe as possible.
Well, I mean, if your role is even scared to just check the brushes and open up vision for the rest of your team, that is where you know you are a huge deficit. But Bray, look at that. He's taking it. He's eating all that damage like a champ. He is. The turret isn't going to be the damage from the turret is not going to be high that much, but you should be waiting for the moment to set up a Numenon Blast. The lower minions are coming in. Lucian QD sets up for a play.
Conceal from Lucian.
Is that what I think it is?
Numenon Blast coming in, catches down onto nobody though, but the fighter slash comes in the way. Numenon Blast gets cancelled, but no, down goes Bray. What a play coming out from Revival. They keep punishing RSG Slate SG. They just keep on punishing them non-stop.
Well, I wouldn't say it's punish if RSG has an intended death. Like, Bray wants to keep everyone at bay, wants to zone them out as far as the turret is for Oki to just chow down on that turret. And that is what he's been doing the rest of the game. Look at how Oki is playing right now. He's just all over the map, taking out every bit of scrums that he can find just to get his max stacks of items. And this is where this in the late game basically is where Oki or Moskov becomes a monster.
Exactly, and if we can take a look at the items here, we haven't been seeing the items all games though, but let's take a look at the items of Oki as well. I mean, looking at him right now, RSGSG at level 14, 2-0-1, and not even having to touch that Inspire spell. I mean, he's probably almost, I think he's like 1 item away from full build.
I think it is. We'll just have to see if we get to understand the items that they built up there. But Revival, it looks like they are going to be rotating to that top side. They kind of know that Oki is right there, but it can't be seen. They're just buying time because as the clock runs down, 14 seconds till the Lord spawns, Diablo already showing himself. But where is the rest of RSG? Oh, Revival with steel play coming in.
Oh,
Diablo!
the 3-man slash from Diablo. The suppression comes in though. And here comes better airstrike as well. Sammy goes down. Kirby runs low. He's forced to dash away. Lucian QD catches him across the wall. But goodbye, Kirby. Diablo with a bigger sacrifice there, but RSG Slate SG with a triple kill coming out.
Wow. Oh, they just baited that one. They knew that they were going for that top side, but Diablo, with that final swing, that final slash, they're able to take out. And I mean, Roy was so phenomenal in this game, 4-0-3 so far. But the fact of the matter is, he's so versatile.
Blue team has slain the Lord,
and he plays it to their advantage, just using whatever you have against you. It's basically like an Uno reverse. We haven't seen Valentina use a lot because of the fact that her damage and her sustainability has been nerfed to the core, but like Roy is playing it like Valentina has not been nerfed.
It's like she was never nerfed at all.
Yeah.
Like he's playing Valentina like she was never nerfed at all. And this is how RSG plays around it, right? Look at how balanced it is. You have Moskov for the damage, you have Grey and Lucian for the heal, and then not only that, they have utilities as well. Diablo and Roy. Look at that, it's so well balanced. Just the draft itself.
Ooh, the rest of them trying to protect Oki as much as they can. Ryan jumps in.
Alright, jumps in, but the Luminous Blast catches down onto. Oh no, Swirl catches down onto Swirl. Diablo gets the slash all the way back. With the Divine Judgment, about to get down, not able to get down onto that Ottoman right now. He's going to be able to get a reset. He's going to be trying again, but the Terrify comes in.
Oh, the turn down, the base
The base goes down, the crystal goes down, and GG RSG Slate SG.
Well played, very disciplined.
Victory!
RSG Slate SG. The first game was very shaky for their start, but in the second game, they show us why they are still the defending champions of MPL SG. They might have a rocky start in M4 as well, but they're sure to prove themselves, and here it is, the first game that they've played in the regular season against Revival. RSG Slate SG solidified their victory. Abstract, you're watching a lot about this. You have a lot of thoughts, you have a lot of questions, you have a lot of things up for discussion. What do you say?
It kind of seems as though Revival's gameplay doesn't lack a lot, I would say. They do have very good ideas, they do have very bold decisions, and of course, they do have the mentality that they want to go in and win the fight. But unfortunately, it just seems as though that RSG Slate SG have got a better micro gameplay, or perhaps even macro gameplay to a certain extent, where they are able to turn around fights that was brought over to them. And not to forget about that, right? Because partially the reason why RSG Slate SG is winning these kind of fights is also brought down by the fact that there is better draft stability by RSG Slate SG, right? If we are looking at Kaja from the side of Revival, they picked Kaja number 2. So they're already looking at the fact that they would want to play a little bit more towards pickoffs. They have Fasa with the high ground, so it's really pretty much of a pickoff potential team playoff. They want someone off in order to get themselves the advantage in manpower and numbers, right? Advantage in numbers is definitely one of the easiest telltale signs to win in a team fight. However, RSG Slate SG, they do have ways that it is able to outbeat these kind of pick-off potentials, because Arlet is able to isolate someone with that pick-off potential with his final swing as well. And let's not forget that the Valentina being pick number 5, that would have been a surprise to Revival, because with the Valentina pick, it essentially is a better Kaja.
Yes, it's a literal oyster right there, like a full-on buffet, right?
Yeah. Let's take a look at the in-game stats really quickly. All from the item builds, Oki is going for the Holy Trinity, the Trifecta or Quadfecta with the Wind of Truncheon as well, dealing a lot of and highly focusing on the turrets itself. Take a look at how much gold he has as compared to the rest of the team and basically the rest of the players in the game. Lucian Cutie, a perfect 007 James Bond right there. 007 game for Lucian Cutie. Of course, Roy as well, perfect game. Actually, 3 members of RSG
have the perfect game with 0 deaths.
Exactly. Whatever that they have right now from the side of RSG, they constantly is able to win in those pick-off potentials, and they are just building themselves up based on that tempo. They're just winning really just because of tempo. And to make things even worse for Revival is that Roy did have Mystery Shop, allowing a deadlier Kaja to come online a lot earlier, and not to forget, Roy, all by himself with the Divine Judgment, is able to take off enemies better than Kaja, and this damage potential is just way so much higher, and the amount of items that he can rack in for himself, by himself as well, is so much better than this Kaja. So unfortunately, you know,
Revival not able to touch any of the towers from RSG's side at all.
Not at all.
Yeah, not at all. 0% damage to tower. But although we can't just we can't write them off just yet. All of them have played their part. They tried to make that calls. They tried to make the plays. The call up top on the early rotation just to get Diablo down was a good call.
It is a good call.
They want to take out Diablo so you don't have that lane pressure on that side. But then again, Revival, if I remember correctly, they fought their way through the qualifiers in Season 4, so they were still going up, they were still learning up against an experienced team. And with that experience, who do you think is going to be MVP
Roy.
of this game?
Roy, hands down.
Lucian
Roy.
QT.
Roy,
Oh, man.
hands down. Roy, hands
Hands down, Roy.
To me, I think Roy was really, really good in this game because of the fact that he's able to adapt to a lot of the other situations, able to get either the Divine Justice, either the Feather Airstrike, or even a penalty zone, just because of different situations. He counteracts, he reacts based on different situations, and that is what I like about this guy, this player. He's so unpredictable. In that sense, you always know that he's going to be there, but you don't know what he's going to do.
Yeah, like it can come out of nowhere, but very good score on him though, 6-0-4 if I'm not wrong, 6-0-4, but very well played by GG, RSG, Slate, SG. Oh, whole mouthful, I love it,
It's a
but
mouthful.
let's take a look at the highlights of the game, Abstract.
Well, when it comes down to the highlights, we are definitely able to tell exactly what kind of pickups RSG is able to, RSG Slate SG is able to bring for themselves. There is definitely some glimpse of, retaliation coming from the side of Revival, but time and time again, it kind of seems as though they are just being picked off unconsciously. They don't even know that the opponent is just coming into the battles and just working things out. So, such as this, they did manage to catch off Diablo. So it became a 1-for-1 trade. But because of the fact that they have backed off a little bit too far, they eventually lost the lead on the turret, and that is a translation from kill over to turret, which is definitely something that RSG Slate SG has been looking out for. They don't just look out for, oh, let's go for a revenge, let's go for a refrag. They are looking and thinking about miles ahead, a few steps ahead. They are essentially playing chess on the board this time. So technically, we have two teams that is playing MLBB plus chess at the same time.
I mean, a couple of players playing Farmville too. I mean, you see Oku just
farming non-stop.
Just farming all the way through, and
my favorite thing to say.
It does look like our story
Farmville.
for the start of the season is coming true for now. It does seem like experience is getting the better of the rest of the team, but with experience, how do they maintain their composure? How do they maintain those face? I mean, are you ready to take your games to the next level? Because Garnier Men is the official skincare partner of Mobile Legends, the MPL Professional League Singapore. I like that they use Paquito as sort of like a hero image in that thing. He kind of looks like the representation of all men.
Can you imagine Paquito doing a face wash?
I believe when he takes out that boxing gloves, it's like baby hands.
Washing his face.
Yeah, with Garnier Men, you can level up your game with confidence. Our advanced skincare technology is designed to keep your skin refreshed and revitalized even during those intense gaming sessions. Say goodbye to oily and acne skin and hello to a fresh and clean look. So why settle for average when you can be at the top of your game with Garnier Men? Be a champion, extra GG in just 10 seconds with Garnier Men Act No Fight.
Whoa, act no fight. So you act, but you know fightings.
I think that's why they use Paquito. So you can look like me and you can have like a nice face like Abstracts right here. You know, he slept at 3 p.m. last night because he was so excited for MPL Season 5.
Yes. Get me out of the desk. I'm waiting for that so much. As such, we're just going to be passing the microphone over
to our besto friendo.
We're going to be passing our microphone back to our besto
Besto
friendo.
Thank you so much, Besto Friendo. That was absolutely amazing play right here from RSG Slate SG, doing a clean sweep of 2-0 right here for match 3 of the day. And right here, I do have Captain Diablo right here with me. Say hi to everyone.
Hi, guys.
Absolutely amazing. We do have some burning questions for you. Now, the first one. Other than feeling old, how does it feel to be the last player standing from the RSG original MPL SG S1 roster?
I think it's been like 4 seasons. Yeah, and although I'm not that old, I feel old also. Yeah. Being the last one standing, I feel like I hope they are proud of me that I'm still here. And I'll continue to win for you guys. Even though all of them are in different teams like Sing, like LI4, KZP, but I still respect them because they are the ones who made me who am I today. Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Paying homage to all of the other players out there that we will be seeing on the battlefield later. Now, how do you feel about the addition of the two new players, Oki as well as Lucian QT? Now, did they introduce new strategies to the team or new play styles?
Because they are from Indonesia, they are more mechanically skilled, to be honest. So what we are left with is just building the chemistry, because my previous team we have like played together for like 1 year plus, but now it's just a new team coming along, so we might have like other tricks up our sleeves. Yeah, it's no longer the same .
Yes, honestly, it's very refreshing to see new heroes being played. Absolutely, there's so much that we can anticipate right here from RSG Slate SG. Now, one question for you is, what is one thing that your team has that it sets apart from the other teams right here in the league?
I would say is our experience and mentality, I would say. Other than Bleed, I think most of us is like both our teams are the only ones who went to international competitions, and going there and like facing all the strong teams will definitely be more experienced in a sense. Yeah. So there are things that we learn there and we bring it over, and we hopefully all the other teams here can learn from it and also improve. So I hope the SG Pro League will become more competitive. Yeah.
That is very inspiring, especially for those of you out there watching right now who are yearning to play pro. Yes, this is what our teams who have been on the international stage can share with us right here on our sunny island of Singapore. Now, next up is something that I really, really miss, is that roaring voice from Lolzy. I don't hear that voice anymore. So who is it now that does the shot calling?
It's our new tank, but his voice is not as loud as Lolzy. I think because Lolzy is a soldier, I would say, so his voice is like naturally loud. Yeah, but I'm not one to talk loud also, so I'm normally, when I speak in game, also this voice. Yeah. So we'll see, maybe we'll see a new Lolzy soon, but you'll definitely not be me.
Maybe you could give us some insights on what is something that's average that goes in your headsets most of the time.
Actually, our tank talked quite loud just now that everyone has to turn down his volume.
I see. Now that's a little bit of a fun fact right there. Now thank you so much for sharing with us, Diablo. Thank you very much. Yes, and of course, congratulations right now to RSG Slate SG once more. Now, in a few moments' time, happening at 7 p.m., it's going to be a very exciting lineup as well, and we encourage you guys to stay and join us, because we're going to be anticipating Evil that's going head-to-head against Stellark SG. Now, what's really exciting about this match that you don't want to miss is Evil has been a dark horse. Now, they were actually, for Season 3 of MPL SG, they were in the top 4 position. And then for Season 4 of MPL SG, they were in top 3. And they are the only community team right here that doesn't have a coach or a analyst. So a true-blooded and epitome of a community team right there. And let's not forget, Stellark SG, they have actually placed 5th for MPL SG Season 4. So these two will be going head-to-head later at 7 p.m. and we'll see you then.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feel. Feel what I feel. Ha!
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive. feels what I feel. Feels what I feel. Huh.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final match right here for week 1, day 1 of the day. Now, it's very, very exciting indeed because we have Team Evil crossing swords with Stellark SG. Now, what makes this match super exciting to watch is we have the community team right here, Evil, that is coming up next. Now, what's so special about them is for Season 3 itself, they were in top 4 position. And in Season 4 itself, they were in top 3. Perhaps, maybe, we will only find out if right here in Season 5, they might be top 2. We can only discover later. Now, they are the only team right here without any organization, without any coaches, without any analysts. So it is very exciting to watch. Now, next up, we also do have Stellark SG that will be joining us right here on the battlefield next. Now, they actually scored the top 5 position over at MPL SG Season 5, so they are one to watch as well. And with a coach change this season, what can we expect? So, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you our 2 teams. Firstly, presenting to you Evil. And next up, old but definitely gold, Stellark SG. All jokes aside right here, both of our teams are locked and loaded and ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. So without further ado, we'll leave, the team's dynamics for the casters to dissect. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Cheryl, for the amazing introduction. What happened, guys? What? You guys got a shock?
Almost. We almost went there.
It was pure silence. And
It's like, no, please.
It's the last game of the day. We gotta go crazy, and it's just not because I'm biased towards Evil. And I just gotta give it to Stella. Props to them for doing a huge coach change. So, is it going to make a difference? Guys, welcome back to MPL Season 5. My name is Vertigo. Joining with me would be the legendary Jace himself and the legendary Abstract. Ooh. You guys are still there.
We're still a little bit like reeling from that shot.
You kind of dropped 2 bombs at us right off the start.
Yeah.
The thank you so much blank. And then another one is you self-declaring that you are totally not biased to Evil as a caster.
Alright, guys. Let's just compose ourselves a little bit. Compose.
I'm done.
Compose ourselves a little bit and talk about both these 2 teams. Now, you mentioned that Stellar has a change of coach as well. Evil, on the other hand, still sticking to the guns. The formula that has been working for them for 2 seasons in a row and gain a bit of advancement. They're still sticking with no coach this season.
Yes, no coach, no analyst. But a player change. JS retiring from the... No, just kidding. It's not retiring. But he's stepping down from the EXP lane and giving Twist a pub stomper. A humongous pub stomper. He's been in the ranks for a while. His name would have popped up. But enough of Evil. Stellark, honestly, their team lineup almost similar except for one change as well, which is Blade. And along with the coach, Tenchi. So let's take a look at the lineup right now. Evil.
Yep, for the side of Evil, it's still Coconut, Melon, JS, Powerful, and Carrot. Okay, maybe we got the information wrong. It's still going to be JS that will be playing.
We'll check the cameras
later on, but we'll definitely take a look at the cameras. This team has exceeded... Oh, so it's going to be Twist instead of JS. Thank you very much, Reduction. This team has exceeded expectations 2 seasons in a row. People have counted them out. Usually in the regular season, they don't really perform as well, but somehow a different beast is awoken in the playoffs when they play in it.
Their evil intentions are coming out.
Wow. I mean, they have definitely done their job already since Season 3 to Season 4, and then now we are in Season 5. Season 3, you know, it's fair to say that not a lot of people are taking them seriously.
Yeah.
And of course, they are, a lot of people definitely look at them and just kind of thinking, yeah, we'll put our chances on them. But it didn't work too well, so Season 4, it kind of flopped a little bit when it comes down to, you know, support. But they did very well regardless.
Exactly, and for the Stellark lineup, we will be having Smelly Cat, Chesty, Chu, Bambi, and Forza on the roam again. So hopefully we get to see some aggressive Forza Hilda plays again. Forza on his Hilda, honestly, is just stuck with me.
No,
right?
I think it's the Jawhead for me.
Oh,
Forza's
yeah,
Jawhead.
his
Yeah,
Jawhead.
Definitely.
Like, I remember the fact that
yeah.
one of the teams in the previous season that leaked out the Jawhead is just to test, and that test didn't go well.
It didn't go well. It just went all sideways. But we digress yet again. We do not
digress all the
convulse.
time.
Yes, so, but convulse? I just say convulse. Compulse, convulse.
Well,
what else?
Definitely moving on from that topic. One thing that we gotta have to take a look at is definitely gonna be our casters prediction as well as we move on to the final game of the day.
Whoa, we're full evil.
Okay, so this is the
Okay.
funny thing, right? The three of us is the one that is on desk, which is rooting for evil. In the meantime, all of the other casters that is not on desk is on Stellark.
Yeah, so whoever, to the casters that are watching at home, too bad you do not get. Too bad you do not get
This
to-
is why we get this slot for today, right?
Today
Makes
is
sense.
evil across the table right now. All three of us with the evil on the evil bandwagon as well. But what do you
no.
think? No,
No,
you're
I'm
on the
not.
Stellark bandwagon.
No. Okay. I feel like Evil has proven itself way too much throughout, you know, Season 3 and Season 4. So it definitely feels like they're in a stronger form. And don't forget, the roster hasn't really changed as much, except for the fact of JX. But on the other hand, Stellark, they kind of lost Sync. Sync is not playing in the mid lane anymore. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Chesty that's playing in the mid lane. And then Chu's still going back into the AXP lane. So and also with the fact that there's also a coach swap, there's usually a big impact that goes into the team as well. A bit worrying signs, if you ask me.
I mean, I do like Nash and how Nash was, you know, doing during the playoff. Nash was, honestly, the drafts were pretty good.
Yeah.
It all came down to the execution only and how they work together as a team. But right now with Tenchi, what do you think that Tenchi could actually bring to the team? A bit of freshness, a bit of unorthodox plays, you know?
Well, as for Tenchi, well, the fact still remains that Evil doesn't have a coach. And having a new coach coming in, we don't really have a lot of information as to how Tenchi coaches, what kind of heroes that Stellark will be made to pick. These are the things that we are definitely going to be looking out for within the games. If whether Tenchi wants to, you know, focus on Coconut's slow start and really just give Smelly Cat that adrenaline right off the start, making sure that the gold laners become the main priority. Because if Tenchi were to go for that, I think that will be a really good start right off the drafting stage.
I mean, looking at this, I think the goal laners are of top priority right now. It has always been, but it just this season just feels more of a priority, right?
With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop into game number 1 between these two teams. Stellark going up against Evil. This is game number 1 right off the bat. Stellark first pick, banning away that 1-1 top ban, must be banned. It's one of the most banned heroes across MPL in different regions.
And of course, just gonna be understanding what are the other heroes that could very potentially appear on the banning board. We should be looking at the very typical ones such as Joy. We should be looking at maybe Arlet that's going to be joined into the fray. And of course, one thing that we should probably look at is just inhibiting powerful heroes such as Martins as well as Fredrin. These are definitely powerful comfort heroes. And if Stellark do have quite a bit of flexibility when it comes down to Odious Bambi's hero pool outside of Fredrin and Martis, I think that is definitely going to be a great drafting start for Stellark, while Evil perhaps focus a little bit more on to Smelly Cat.
Your team
but
is
looking at the
banning.
bans as of now, it's going to be just like what you mentioned,
To
right?
live
Like 1-1,
is to
Joy,
trick
definitely must
the
ban.
Reaper.
Faramis also joins the banning fray as well. It's like a very strong way to basically come back to make sure that you sustain long in the fight. But there's a lot of information and that it's really hard to determine because from the side of Twist, we don't really know what his comfort picks are. And also with Stellark, with the form of the new coach, drafting styles were a bit different. Chesty also coming into field the seat of the mage role as well. Sparsa going to be one of the bands, or well, Sparsa will be one of the picks coming out from Stellark as well. That is also yet to be determined. Fredrin, I feel like it should be also be banned as well due to the fact that he's actually really strong in the jungle and he can always easily flex.
Your team is banning.
Now Glue will be taken away by Stellark as of now. Glue with the recent nerfs kind of fall in priority due to the ban in the ban phase.
Well, with Glue now being out, I suppose that is still a lot of heroes that they should definitely look out for, right? Stellark is not exactly focusing on too powerful this time because in previous seasons, we definitely have seen people wanting to inhibit Powerful's growth, trying to make sure that his hero pool is dwindled down to an all-time low. But this time, it kind of seems as though Stellark
your team is
that they do not want to deal with, finding pure annoyance. But all three heroes that Stellark banned is literally annoying heroes, right? 1-1, as long as you dart up into the sky, you can't deal with her, and she can very possibly get
your team is picking.
So this is probably one of the reasons why Stellark didn't want to ban the Fredrin. They are just leaking all the way out just so that they themselves will be able to pick up a Fredrin, while they should be able to kind of expect the Martyrs being taken over by the hands of Evil.
Yeah, Arlot's being leaked over to the side of Evil, and you're right, like, both
I
these
am the
teams are
priestess
standing
of
away
primal
from
light is
Evil
picking.
as
The
well,
hunter
even
of all
Edith
the
going
evil
to the side of
gods.
Evil as well. Now, this also begs the question, right? Now you pick two EXP laners. Which one will be the actual EXP laner? Technically speaking,
Need some stitches? I can help.
Yeah, she has to go to
you
the
also have an Arlot
That
as
can
a jungle as well. So Evil, as of now, without a coach, they're already giving questions over to Stellark's coach.
Among the planes, your team is
Where
equilibrium,
Stellark, on the other hand,
which
is very clear
I was
how they
made
want to play this. They
for.
want to fight S5. They want to make sure that everybody's staying in the box, and then use the Melissa to dish out damage, and of course, the raining hell from that.
In order to play on the mind games even more onto the side of Stellark, the third pick for Phase 1 should definitely be of a mage. This way, Stellark wouldn't have a very good understanding what kind of heroes that they want to pick out for Phase 2. Like you said before, Edith can EXP or roam. Arlott can EXP or jungle. The only one role that isn't conflicted is going to be the mage. This way, like I said before, Stellark is going to be a tough game for them. But let's kind of like break it down a little bit. Why exactly are they picking out the Edith, and why exactly are they picking out the Arlott, right? Okay, apparently Go Lane is something that I completely missed out as well. So yeah, Go Lane is one of the unconflicted ones, so that's perfect. There are still a lot of questions being thrown over to Stellark. Now, Carrot, when it comes down to the Edith have got a lot of crowd control that we're looking out for, and especially when she's building up her Wrath. Primal Wrath does deal a huge chunk of damage, and of course the comeback mechanic is very strong in that one. While we're looking at Arlott, do they want to go for something tanky for both sides? Because if the Edith were to go to EXP while Twist were to go to the jungle, there is very high probability that Twist is going to be playing more of the EX, more of the damage side. While if the Arlott goes to EXP, there could still be a possibility that he goes a little bit tankier.
Dude, this conspiracy theory abstract that you're proposing is a bit confusing, right? But we just have to see as the draft goes on by. Evil will definitely show their cards very, very soon. So Stellark, on the other hand, they're just gonna go ahead and ban away the ones that they know. Evil hasn't picked up a mage as of yet. Melon is a very strong Valentina back in the season 4 as well. So banning away the Farsa, I'm expecting Stellark to go ahead just ban away the Valentina. Evil, on the other hand, I think since, you know, Stellark hasn't picked up a roamer yet, the Lolita is a good big counter against the likes of Claude and even to a certain extent Edith, right? Your shield basically destroy any projectiles.
Your team is
Karissa is an interesting ban coming.
I know why for the
This
Edith
time,
ban. There is a reason.
Your team is picking.
It's to proc the passive of
Edith
Arlott.
Edith pick. Yeah. Oh. Ah, right. But how about an
Yeah.
Akai? Here's the thing, because Akai, you know, spinning, whenever someone is hit, boom!
Out of range.
Out of range?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, if you go for a wall pin, it only procs the Arlott passive once only. It doesn't continuously proc. his
I'm pretty sure it
Alan's
does
passive.
because of the what's that called again? Furvius. Because of the
Oh yeah.
yeah, you can constantly just hammering it down. So it should play the same mechanic.
Yeah, it should.
It should be the same mechanic.
Oh, with the Xavier ban as well.
Xavier, understandable, right? Because
I
right now,
Your
Stellar,
team is
the only
a
thing that they can do is to ban out something that they know 100% Evil will want to pick, and that is Mage. Because banning Roam, banning Jungle, banning EXP, they don't really... Okay, there's no way they're banning EXP, but they cannot find a reason to ban any of these roles. As such, banning Mages is the best. Both of these two mages that Stellar banned out are all high ground mages. And this is a way so that Chastity will be able to have a really good time being the only high ground mage in the game, and as such should be able to provide a lot of layers of defenses onto Smelly Cat, always being safe within the real world manipulation.
Yeah. Right now, Evil, sacrifice.
This land is our flesh, and it will
sacrificing
your
all
team
that
around.
long range capabilities. But it's still also quite a big open book, right? Technically, the Xavier can also go into the jungle as well. So
It is my mission
okay.
to banish all.
It's going to be a powerful on that Lancelot. Now we have to ask the question. We've seen tank Lancelot in other regions. Will Powerful be playing it as a tank? Now, this also signifies that the Carrot will be using the Edith as the roam, and then you also have the Arlott by Twist and Julian in the mid lane. A very close-up, in-your-face kind of composition going up against Stellar, who has a huge range in terms of the Eve and, well, huge CC with the Rock.
Exactly, huge CC it is, but welcome to the land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 for Evil up against Stellar. Who do you have your money on? Honestly, Jace, what do you think of the draft right here?
Okay, the draft from the side of Evil is like, I really want to just pop up in the face. I'm this annoying Sam, just trying to be in front of you and just annoy the heck out of you. Do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But with the fact of Julian, you can burst down and immobile Eve very easily. But they need to get they need to close that gap even quicker. Whereas on the other hand, Stellar, I think they're all about team fight, right? Use the Grok, use the Lapu, make sure everybody stays inside that Eve box, and then with the Red Green Taunt, you use your Appraisal Ralph, it's easy stonks for the side of Stellar. And it feels like Stellar is just allowing Evil to get dash in, and it's all about how Evil optimize how they enter. Would they enter to their doom, or would they be able to have enough firepower to burst down Stellar before they can do anything?
I think it all boils down to execution. I mean, the Valentina would be really good right here. I mean, you can just take away that real-world manipulation, and not to forget, you can also have a Terrifier on the opponent after you've done your double S1.
Yeah, I agree. But then again, also begs the question, right? I can't really remember. Like, have we seen like the panels as well? We need to see whether this Lancelot should be going to tank as well. This is also something that, if this is the case, then the Lancelot will be playing mostly around objectives, farming faster than with the Demon Slayer as well, and then finding the backline, bursting down, especially when it's secure. Like I think he needs like four or five core items for him to be effective.
I think honestly what he's trying to achieve, like I can envision this, right? Because I know that Powerful is not a assassin jungler. He is a fighter tank jungler. That's where his roots come from. And I think you are right, Jace. I think it is a tank Lancelot. Because the look on his face, he was so confident. He's like, yeah, let's go, let's go. There was little to 2 seconds to 3 seconds of no thought and just going with the Lancelot. So I honestly think I can agree with you, Jace.
On the contrary, for me, I don't think that is a tank Lancelot. Right now, whatever that we're looking at is that the chances of an Arlott going for a more tankier build could effectively be slightly higher. The thing about the side of Evil is the fact that they don't have a very good way to reach over to the back lines of Stellar. Stellar's lineup right now is built like a fortress. When it comes down to the back lines, we do have the Yeeve as well as the Melissa that is down to help each other. They are a duo that will be there for one another. It's either going to be the RWM that is going to be protecting the Melissa, or the Mother's Protection that will be helping the Yeeve. So it's kind of like an either-or situation. In the meantime, far in front, we do have the Grok, the Lapu Lapu, as well as the Fredrin. All three of these heroes have got great ways to deal with CCs, deal CCs as well, and of course, they have a lot of sustainability, so they will be able to hold the fort in front very well. And as for Evil, one of the best ways that they will be able to push through this thick fortress is that they gotta have to brute force their way in. When it comes down to a tank Lancelot, you would not be able to deal enough damage onto the backlines together with the Julian or perhaps even with the Claude. Claude itself is already going to be a very slow hero, while in the early games, the only few heroes that we should be looking out for is going to be the Julian, the Arlet, and, well, technically speaking, the Lancelot, if the Arlet joins them in battle a little bit more. Because in the early game, even if it's a little bit if he builds tanky, he still have got great damage.
Yeah, it's just because of the passive, right?
Yes.
It's all about the passive, but of course, you know, there's a lot of theories. Even after we saw the Evil locked in the draft, we're still questioning a lot of things about their draft. Like, what are they going for? What is their game plan? Yes, it's a very like in-your-face kind of matchup, but I don't know. I feel like they're gonna get picked off. Even before they reach the main goal. It's like trying to just walk through a minefield just to get to your main target.
Exactly.
And by the time when you reach your main target, you might have already lost a limb, might have lost a leg, and
even a head.
You're probably dead by then.
Honestly, we have to remember that the side of Evil, they have a pseudo 4 melee comp. Because technically speaking, for the side of Edith, it's a pseudo melee. Because technically, Primal Wrath, that is range, but because it's only a while, right? So I wouldn't want to think so much about the fact that, yeah, that's a range. You wouldn't be using you won't be losing Phylax to poke people. There's no way you're doing that because you want to accumulate in the Wrath charges as much as possible. So we'll stick to that 4 melee composition from the side of Evil. When it comes down to gap closing, there are technically three people that can really gap close. Lancelot will be able to puncture his way through. We should be looking at the Dexter's help from the side of Claude. That way that they will be able to go in with Blazing Duet. And of course, looking at the Arlet will be the one that start the battle because at least he will be able to run straight into the opponent's face, start the battle while still being tanky. Because I don't think that when it comes down to team fights, and Edith can do that. Only pickoffs.
Yeah, but then again, there's also another issue, right? Just looking at the draft once again, like Evil, they're still sticking to the guns. I thought, you know, after the Claw being picked up, they still went ahead with the Julian, they still went ahead with Lancelot, but you're going up against a Melissa. This one ultimate literally counters every single thing Evil wants to try to do, right?
Exactly. And just a little moment, guys. We are fixing the troubles right now, so please hang tight with us while we go for a short little break. But conspire all you want. Conspire in the comments.
Yeah, we'll conspire during the break.
Exactly. We're just going to keep on conspiring. But in the meantime, we'll see you in 5 minutes.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks
guys, welcome back. Oh, I was hoping to scare you guys again.
You didn't say you didn't go there. It's not as bad as just now. But anyways, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, back to season 5. We're still at day number 1. We're watching the last match of the day. No worries if you guys haven't missed anything yet. It's still game number 1. We're still sorting out certain troubleshooting, making sure all the game is smooth and it's also fair for both the players so that they can be able to play at their peakest.
So, in the peakest.
I like the name, Peakest Blinders.
Thank you.
In the meantime, we can have this short little time to really just understand the lineup a little bit more, right?
Okay.
Because we definitely have a lot to say about Stellark versus Evil when it comes down to their lineup, right? And I think that, this is actually a pretty good avenue for us to really explain a little bit more about that Lancelot tank. Because Singaporeans, not a lot of us are very exposed.
Yeah, that's something new. It's fresh.
I mean, it's something new. It originated, if I'm not mistaken, it originated from MPLPH, I think.
Yeah,
and then after that,
it
kind of spread over to MPLH. MPL ID, Kyrie used it himself as well.
Yeah.
And I remember that gave him like the super crazy play when you swap items and stuff like that. It was crazy. But I can see the appeal of Lancelot tank myself. I played him a couple of rounds as well. You actually do have a bit of kill pressure in the early part of the game. You don't really need items at all. The numbers are already enough. But also another thing is that the iframes is also very helpful. It's like having like a Martis second skill while you secure your objective, but instead you are not targeted.
So it's like a Link ultimate. So you can just...
Yeah, it's something like a Link ultimate.
Yeah, it gives you space to, like shoot a 3. Like, if you fake somebody out, it gives you nice space to shoot a 3. It's exactly the same thing. Ling, once you use Tempest of Blade, you can just easily land that Retribution with no worries in the world. Unless you get suppressed.
And the best part about tank junglers as well is the fact that, you don't really need to care too much about your HP. That's the reason why, you see tank junglers just holding down the fort right there, just hunkering down, just letting the Lord hit you. And then you just slowly take over the Lord, and then after that, you have a lot of HP to tank all the damage, not be it from the Lord or the enemy anyways, so that you get to land down your Retribution without any trouble at all.
Right, so essentially it's really more about that iframes that we are generally looking out for. Not specifically, it's not specifically the fact that Thorn Rose and Tempest of Blades are similar. It's just so that both of these abilities have iframes tagged onto them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's really just about iframes. Yeah.
It's an add-on.
So this is where a very interesting conversation can happen, right? If we are using an iframe in order to get close to the Lord, or rather,
it's more like
you are safe while you press retreat.
Correct.
Right?
That's
But why wouldn't you instead
use a Link?
Why would technically yes, but why wouldn't you instead play a Bowman so that you have double retreat? This way, your opponent wouldn't even have that time to respond with the Thorn Rose or Tempest of Blades while trying to press the Retribution, because if you double retreat anyways, they can't even get anywhere close to that margin. Early game, it's got some kill pressure too.
Correct. Right? So the thing about Lancelot, Lancelot itself is in his kit. If you dash, you can basically dash from one point to the map to all the way there if your enemy line up properly. And the fact that you have the ultimate to
mobility,
also get close.
Right.
There's a lot of mobility in his kit as compared to a Bowman. Yes, you lose out the double retribution opportunity, but you still do have that gap closer, which is definitely invaluable. And not only just that, I think recently as well, a lot of players start to realize that, hey, you know what, with the Twilight Armor being built in, with the Curse Helm and the Garden Helm as well, and of course one of his core items, you want to play a tank Lancelot as well, is the Thunder Belt. It actually do quite a lot, decent amount of damage, but only in the late game. So you have a really weak mid game.
Yeah,
but you have a decent late game. You have a strong late game.
You can some sort of
a strong early game.
You can peel a little bit more for the team. It gives you a nice little advantage. So speaking of advantage, what are the advantages of getting a Frank OCBC card?
Of course, the Frank OCBC card. If you guys notice in front of us, there are different cards available with different designs, and the best part is they came with interesting skins as well. The Fanny Lightborn skin is the one that I'm looking at. Of course, apart from that is a Valentine's Day skin alongside with Grushin as well as the Leslie, and that's 2 heroes together on the same card.
Yeah,
This
that's
is the
something
one, right?
new.
Yeah, we were originally kind of like looking
we're looking for the
out,
Leslie,
like,
yeah.
Where's Leslie?
Yeah.
And
No, it's mostly Jace, but where's Leslie?
2 for the price of 1. So technically speaking, all you guys gotta have to do is from Monday onwards, you guys can head on down to www.ocbc.com/MPLSG, and all you gotta do is really just spend a little bit with your card, and you will be able to get big grand prizes, such as, for example, a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra 256 gig, right?
S23, 256 gig OSIM Youth gaming chair, a scoop voucher, and various random MLBB in-game items like the Lightboard and the Saber skin. So thank you very much, Frank OCBC, a staunch supporter of MPL SG, and I mean, personally, I'm a Frank card member myself.
Oh, nice.
I've been using that flex card every time.
What a big flex.
Yeah.
Well,
but of course, this is a big flex as well. Can you imagine paying someone else and to show your love for the game and to show that you're a big fan of the game? Get the MPL skin. Get the MPL card as well, right here, or get the skins as well. Looks really neat when you flash it out.
The white one is very classy looking, right?
Yeah,
it's like
yeah.
abstract and you.
What?
You guys look classy.
We do?
So, yeah.
I thank you.
I don't know.
You guys don't feel good about that.
I don't
No, I'm not good with compliments.
Same, I don't know.
I don't know what to do with it. What do I do with this?
What do I do with the compliment?
What do I do with this compliment?
I would absolutely love it. If one day, Frank by OCBC have like a cut like this, and then it says MPL caster.
That's how Frank OCBC with a caster premium custom. Caster custom Frank.
A custom
OCBC.
Frank LCBC card. But of course, apart from that, I mean, this is the particular last match of the series. We've already watched three matches already. We start to see a lot of leaks in with the Arlott, right? Arlott is basically allowed to play in the game for like, what, the past 2 matches already? 2 matches. Yep, and apart from that, we also saw that a lot of the winning teams, they always prefer tank junglers like, the Martyrs or even the Fredrin. This is, I think, still in this particular meta, in Singapore meta, it's still leaning heavily towards tank junglers because of the invaluable value that they can bring, especially to secure objectives. Like the Lord, you saw how Deck was basically providing fake information, right?
Yes.
At match number 1, that was so good.
They
And
were
you
like
can't do
biting
that.
every single time. They were
Correct.
like,
And you can't do that if you are an assassin jungler.
yeah, you can't do that. You can't bait your opponent or give them false information because your jungle route is definitely fixed at the time, right? So knowing the jungle route and giving your team already has that information of the jungle route, it just gives you an advantage over your opponent. So, but that's the beauty of MLBB, right?
Yeah.
If you have that information and the opponent has that information as well, that they know your jungle route as well, then what are you gonna do from there?
Yeah, so you're gonna have to play like a reverse mind game, right?
Yes.
Especially when you pick out assassin junglers, like the Lance, so not the Lance Rock per se, the one that's criminally, like literally open book,
jungle?
right? No, an open book jungle rotation, right? You're basically telling exactly wherever you are. You pick a Fanny, pick a Link. You rest assured, your first buff, there will be someone there.
There will be someone there trying to steal the buff, maybe even forcing a retribution. So in return, what does the team do? The team will be there, trying to chase away, maybe chunk down some of that roamer's HP or even the mid HP to get them to back off and give them some space, give the jungler that purple buff that he truly wants.
Yep, and currently, looking through the stats that we have seen thus far, Arlott, Fredrin, Joy, and Kaja technically have a very high pick ban rate. Technically almost being picked or banned all throughout. So this kind of should go to show, like, this is currently the situation in Singapore meta, and of course the 1-1 as well. But another thing that we also need to talk about is the glue.
There we go.
Yeah. Is the glue, I don't know, it's like, we see people do, even though it's not banned away, people still don't pick it yet because I feel like there are better EXP laners out there, such as the Lapu Lapu, or even down to the Yuzhong as well.
Exactly, and just speaking of that, honestly, I have a very nice information for you guys. I mean, it's already out on the main Instagram page. If you follow MPL SG official on Instagram, in last season, the highest picked the highest pick is Esmeralda. The highest ban is Archive at 69. 69 bans for Archive, but Esmeralda for 61.
Yeah, but with that said, we're just going to go into another short break once again. We're so sorry for the delays, but we'll be back even stronger once again. We want to maintain the integrity of this particular competition. Yes, this is just a regular season, no elimination, but every single point counts for these teams. So don't go away. We'll be right back, guys.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a...
Alright, and we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So sorry for the wait, but it is nice, quick, swift, and decisive right now. And thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. And we have our very first game on our hands, Jay Stellark up against Evil.
Oh, there's a slight goal lead already for the side of Evil. Okay, just 100 goal lead. Not too much as well now. I joke, I kid. But Melon does have a need to be a bit careful, right? Needs to get to level 3 as quickly as possible. Chesty can easily shove the wave and force, Melon not to rotate as much as possible. Now, Carrot on the Edith roam. We've seen Edith mostly on the EXP because of the fact that once you hit level 4, there's a strong pure pressure and now powerful. Okay, that's one of the telltale signs with the emblem going for the Demon Slayer. Could be a tank, we're not too sure yet.
We gotta keep a close eye on the items.
Correct,
right?
we gotta take a look at the items.
We gotta keep a close eye on the item. We'll check it out again in a few little moments after that. But in the meantime, looking at the rotations, nothing much is happening, but it seems to be a little bit of a skirmish right down at the bottom lane. But oh, looking powerful. He is looking pretty tanky, I must say.
Powerful still, not too sure. We gotta have to take a look at the items, but of course, looking at the wave, the clear for now, both these two junglers do match, but here's Stone Rose just to help the wave clear a little bit, and that allows Melon to hit the level 3 power spike.
Yep, and Melon at the level 3 power spike already, and it probably is gonna be a big impact if Melon starts to rotate, and we do see Melon with the rotation right now. Not giving any vision to Stellark. And they're just playing it very slow and very carefully right now. Now starting at first turtle of the game, and there's no answer. Frederick is nearby though, but there is no answer. There's no battle for the
has slain the turtle.
He gets the turtle.
Yep, that's what I was talking about. The Landslot, well, first item, but oh, that's a lot of damage coming off of Melon already. Fossa has to run away. But looking at how Stellark is rotating, not as efficient as Evo right now. Powerful taking the first turtle is a statement to that. And not a lot of ganks that I'm seeing from both these two sides as of now. And Melon, does have the initiative right now, looking at bottom side.
Have a lot of initiative on the bottom side, but what are they going to do? Are they going to go for a cross map play? I think it is Carrot just scouting out and giving them information though by the wild charge and the wall. The Guardian Wall comes in though, but is Carrot going to be able to get out of it? He's running very low with the 1 bar of HP and he gets away!
Oh, that
3 ultimate use!
That cooldown was so clutch, right? Carrot was able to make it out alive. Tenacity, the emblem kicking in, working wonders for the side of Evo. Now, Evo does have a significant, not say a significant lead, a small little lead because of that turtle. But I'm looking at Twist right now. Another interesting emblem as well is the
Festival of Blood?
No, it's not a Festival of Blood. It's I can't remember the emblem name. I don't really see that often, especially on an Arda. Usually you expect Concussive Blast or Festival of Blood, but it's still a very interesting pick. But we also see a lot of Arlots these days, right? Instead of going for the Vengeance, using the Flicker instead.
Yep, and we just got confirmation it is Unbending Will. I mean, didn't Benedetta used to use Unbending Will? Right? Or is it still Unbending Will? It still is, right? Yeah, I mean Benedetta. But big fight right now. Aaron goes down. But look at that. The Coconut is going to be coming in, but 3-man knock-up. Very well done there. Smelly Cat runs low, and just like that, it is going to be a 1-4-3 trade, ladies and gentlemen. Real world manipulation comes in at a very good timing, but Evil, you just evil with your intentions right there. It was just so... I mean, the execution, it does look like, Evo was losing at a part, but then the sustain and the damage, the burst that just came out of Stellark just couldn't handle it, especially with the Julian.
I think the interesting part coming off from the previous fight is the fact that Melon was able to dish out the damage using basic attacks against Melicat. Had he could have do it because of the weird range of Melon, well, Evo could have lost that one fight, right? And of course, don't forget, Carrot does have some buzzing power. Oh, the baby takes away the jungle.
And the Puncture comes in all the way, and look at Coconut right here with a blazing duet coming in. Smelly Cat trying to push the aggression, trying to push the damage, pops the Inspire, but to no avail. Honestly, what was that?
Okay, that was a good equalizer that Stellark desperately need, but of course, hashtag our pride, our passion. Show support for our players who are representing with pride, honor, and passion. Doing the code right now, scan the QR code on screen. And apart from that, we're looking at a very slow start for Stellark, right? Like, Evo, on the other hand, Melon is starting to snowball. And another interesting point is the fact that it is going to be the Julian on that Petrify.
Honestly, you saw that? I saw something very gross. Oh, Helen?
Red team hero has
Easy
been
execution.
slain.
You know what I saw? I saw a Sky Guardian helmet on Powerful.
Okay, there we go. That confirms it, right?
There we go.
That confirms it. So here we go. It's going to be engaged coming in.
Knock up on Shield Puncture from Powerful to get it away, and Twist takes a little bit too much damage, and we're starting to see this Lafu get out of hand. And Stellark at the same time able to take down the Tier 1 turret. First turret of the game. Stellark secures it. Nice and easy into the pocket.
He was focusing a little bit too much on the kills right now, and the general objectives like the turtle, well, they technically lost the second one because Audio Bambi was just there just in time, stole it away, and then now Stellark starting to snowball a little bit better because they take down the topside turret. Equal in goal, both these two teams are. Why do I speak like Yoda for a moment? But the more main thing for the side of Evo is I think they just hunker down Powerful. This is the awkward moment for a Tank Lancelot. This mid-game, it doesn't
It's just
fit
a weird time.
It's just a weird time.
It's just like when we were kids and we start going through that awkward phase.
The puberty.
That it is. Oh, you said the P word.
Don't remind me about that.
That's the awkward phase that, Powerful is facing right now. Not in real life, in-game, during mid-game, because look at that. On Dawn Rose comes in and the Puncture. Look at that. The taunt comes down, but it doesn't affect Powerful at all on the Lancelot.
Yeah, and that's the power of a Tank Lancelot, right? Had that been an Assassin Lancelot, the Lancelot would be
dead,
long gone, and now he's already back in health, and he's ready to strike once more. Look at Smelly Cat setting it up, and the Bambi!
Goes a little bit wide, the taunt comes down onto Powerful though, but can he get away? The knockdown comes up in time. Powerful, he's low. Real World Manipulation is going to be able to secure him down, and Previous Warrior with the Flicker as well takes down Carrot.
Stellark, this whole snowball starts because ever since that, Stellark took away the second turtle away, Evo start to lose a little bit of momentum. But let's take a look at the instant replay, right? You see how Smelly Cat actually managed to zone out Coconut Powerful and even Carrot away. And all of a sudden, there's a slight miscommunication coming up from Evo. You see how Carrot is trying to get away, whereas Powerful is still trying to re-engage. And because of that, this miscommunication right there cost them not only just members, but also the turtle.
Yep, and honestly, seeing that, I did notice something. Like, Melon wasn't engaging in the fight at all, right? Melon was just standing there in the bush. No skills, no nothing. He was just there. I mean, if he were to be there, at least there might be a display for him to get back down on the board. The Coconut going a little bit crazy. Powerful going in all the way. The Blazing Duet comes in though. 4-star runs very low, but a continue play comes in as well. And Chesty with the real world manipulation too. In the thick of it. Look at this. He's gonna get stunned up. He's gonna get knocked out though, but no. He still survives. Powerful goes down. He gets crazy, trying to go a little bit crazy here. He gets one. Can he get two though? Is it gonna be enough? Bella comes in at a very late stage at the time. He's gonna be a 3-man down on the side of Stellar. But Twist still going crazy here. 4 members down on the side of Stellar, and they're still going for a team wipe out here. Evo gets a team wipe and a very excellent gameplay. Mela comes in at the very last moment, and still, honestly, if you would take a look at that instant replay, wow, Twist is on a different level, right, Jace?
Yeah, it feels like every time when Evo replaces someone, right? Remember when Melon replaced Salmon?
Oh.
Yeah, it feels like Salmon didn't leave, but then now JS was replaced by Twist. JS didn't leave as well. Just take a look how he's balancing out the damage, going in and out. We always say that, hey, an Arla doesn't really have any way to disengage. Dude, with the unbending will, there's a lot of damage that he can deal. There's also the spell bam that he could do as well. And not only just that, before the fight started, Melon hit another item, Power Spike, and that's why Evo was able to get that particular team fight.
Yep, and with that team fight, they are at a 2.2 thousand goal lead and a little bit of a long dance right now from Evo. And look at how they are gallivanting in the very nice precarious S-Bush right now. I would really call it an S-Bush. Do you call it an S-Bush?
I call it a Z-Bush.
Right?
I just call it a river bush, but enough said, right? It's once again powerful. And this is the power of like what we were talking about just now during the downtime, right? Powerful because he's a tank jungler. He was able to hold down the Lord a little bit longer. And it's a bit of a battle of fight of who gets the Lord's attention, right? Just flaunting around, making sure that Lord attacks you so that it's on the side, but they they have to pull the trigger.
Pull trigger, and there we go. Evo securing down onto the Lord. Aaron takes a little bit of too much damage here, but the return fire comes in. Look at Twist running in. The final slash coming in, but no! A big pause comes in the middle of a fight. And that was a very, very dangerous Lord. I mean, if you noticed, Powerful soloed the Lord all by himself without losing that much HP. So the tank Lancelot jungle, it kind of seemed like it was a myth, but it seems like, you know, Evo is bringing this to life.
And also another thing to another unique selling point of Powerful, right? He has always played ML with the phone on the table.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, he has that weird claw position.
He plays it on, because you know why? Because I asked him, why do you play your phone flat? You know, he said, oh, because at home, I lie down on the floor and play. That's the thing. He puts a pillow on his chest and lie down flat on the floor and plays with the phone flat on the floor. Exactly. I do not know how you do that. I do not know how you do that. And it's so unique. Like, we've seen claws, we've seen people playing with their hands across the phone like this, but we have never seen someone who plays with the phone flat on the table. The screen is very close.
There's this one guy who reclined his chair all the way
Yeah, I know
back.
who you're talking about. And he hits a nasty 3K after that, right? He lies down, he reclines all the way back and put his feet up on the PC under the floor. And they were like, is this guy trolling? And he produced results.
I mean, whatever the rocks above, right? As long as you're able to produce results, hey,
it works.
Powerful puts not say flies on the phone and play, right? Puts down his phone and start playing, and well, his team got top 3. You can't complain anything about that, but you gotta admit, it was looking a little bit bleak for a moment for Evo because of the mid-game power spike, during the mid-game part, and then Stellar started to pick up some steam, able to do some damage. They did wonderful fights, but when Lancelot starts to pick up the necessary item, because if you notice just now before we go into the pause, he was already slightly tanky, and he can even out-sustain the damage coming off of the Lord as well. It's something that I would expect from a Fredrin, but a
not a
Lancelot tank.
Lancelot. But the Lancelot just comes out of nowhere and just solos the Lord and plays it slow.
I think that their early game is definitely impeccable, right? Whatever that we are looking out for is definitely working, and you guys were right. Tank Lancelot is nice to see. But
Yes.
you have identified that Tank Lancelot is definitely weaker within the middle stages of the game.
Correct.
As such, I think that the next caveat that we're looking out for Evil is for them to hold on to this tempo. If whether they are able to win in the middle stages of the game, or perhaps even hold out the middle stages of the game to the late stages. I believe that they have an Alert on their side as well.
Yes.
When it comes down to the middle stages of the game, Alert also, to a certain extent, loses his objective. He doesn't really have a lot of goals that he can do. Because when it comes down to, pushing the lanes, sure, he can definitely do that. But he doesn't have escape mechanism. So that is one thing that we should be looking out for. So definitely have to be careful. The only thing that Alert probably should do is that they should practice bushwhack positions. Where and how they should be positioning themselves. As such, Alert has to be really damn good at positionings.
Yeah, I think Twist has accomplished all of that, right? If you notice how he knows even down to how much punishment he can take, how much punishment he can basically regen with his second skill. And not only just that, if you notice, the common battle spell that most of these players have been taking on the R-Lot is that Flicker instead, to compensate for the fact that if he goes in and it's not a favorable fight, I can still at least flicker all the way out.
That's what he did. During the fight, he was low, he flickered out, he did his stuff, he did what he came to do. That was his target, that was his motive, done and dusted. You do not overextend as an EXP laner. We all know that. I mean, Mr. EXP laner over here does know the story of overextending.
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time. It's like
all the time.
It's like a daily pain. I'm so numb to it.
It's just I'm flanking.
It's just, I'm just
oh no! No,
it's
you
called
do not
flanking.
call us out like that, alright? We were genuinely flanking, okay? Just so that you guys don't give us enough information.
And
Right.
and the fact that you leave your marksman to just basically to its own devices all the way in the back line, right?
We're not a babysitter, alright?
It's okay. We understand, but truth to be told, it was a very seesaw game for both these two teams, right? Stellar SG has its moments of brilliance, like what you mentioned as well, like the Melissa with Smellycat zoning out the members of Evil from objectives, but Evil has started to pick up. Even if it's already started to pick up enough damage as well, you cannot count out Carrot's damage. Yes, Carrot's is already quite tanky himself, but when he goes into the human form, oh dear lord, he's going to do a lot of damage.
He's gonna burst you down.
And it's a percentage HP damage.
Exactly. And
against a Fredrin.
Against a Fredrin. And don't forget about this. Against Melissa. So if he can rush into that backline, that Melissa is in deep trouble. Because it is a range. Human form is range, right? Human form is range. Protect Me Mothers is not gonna help you here.
And not only just that, it's also a range that kind of spreads, right? Because of the passive.
Yes.
And it's also very annoying to deal with. That's basically everyone just dealing with. You basically have a situation where the Melissa is just facing a lot of collateral damage coming out from the Edith, basically what you expect from a Moskov, right? But now, I think Stellar SG, in a sense, they know what they're doing, but I think it's just about the position of Evil has always trumped and triumphed against Stellar SG. I think Stellar SG, they know what they have to do. Just slow it down a little bit, let them fight into you. That's what they want. Let them fight into you, and don't try to force fights against Evil.
Yeah, I mean, Evil is like, come to me and I will fight you in the face. But then Stellar is like, no, you come to me. And then, like you said, this is the very seesaw game. We can see how Stellar turns on the fight and how Evil turns on the fight. Because look at your roam. As an Edith, what engage do you have? And you're very hindered by movement speed, right? You are so hindered by movement speed. There's no way you can close the gap, walk up and give a 5-man knockup. Unless you go for a 5-man knockup with the knockup flicker.
Yeah, another thing also to talk about is the fact that the invaluable value that Julian has been brought out, right? Yes, he's able to help bridge the gap just a little bit for the mid game because he has an earlier power spike, but he kind of falls off late because by that time, your marksman is definitely protected by layers and layers of fortress, like what Abstract was talking about, right? The way that Stellar SG is building this stuff around the fortress, that box, it's really hard to attack in. You have the Grok, you have a Laughing Crew, you have the Infinite Slow, Bridging to start. Bridging to taunt. There's a lot of things that Evil has to slowly peel Stellar's SG shot apart.
I definitely want to see how Stellar would want to get themselves out of this current situation. It's definitely not difficult per se, because we are 10 minutes into the game. We are starting to get ourselves into the mid stages of the game, where Stellar
I think we're going towards the late already. We're like stepping into the late parts of the game.
Yeah, I feel that we're still kind of
foot
like in mid. Yeah,
mid-late,
kind of like.
fine.
Because right now, we're looking at 27,000 gold from the side of Stellar, and we're looking at 29,000 gold for the side of Evil. It is fair to say that the junglers have already gotten themselves relatively good items, such as their core key items. So typically for B, picking up core items equals to the start of the middle stages of the game, or close to, yeah, kind of like the start or the middle of a mid.
Yep.
So we should be able to expect that mages are starting to be able to burst down well.
Yep, and we should be hopping into the game very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much for your patience. Like I said, making sure that the games are executed at the top priority. But we're actually going back in black.
Right back in. Chu jumping in with a Bravest Warrior there, taking down onto Carrot as well, and down goes a Melon. And there's going to be 4 members down on the side of Evil. It looked very much towards that, towards the side of Evil before the pause, but that was a very, very big fight.
That was a big fight. Evil, at the very least, did take the Lord, albeit the fake Lord for now. Coconut has already secured that corrosive side as well. Coconut is a very late game marksman, and he has hit his power spike. 107, he hasn't died a single time as of now, but rest assured, Coconut, that blazing duet is gonna hurt. Stellar needs to pay some respect over to Coconut already, and not only just that, Melon as well, and of course, at the late part of the game, Powerfuls will also do a decent chunk of damage with the Thunderbell.
Yep, with the Thunderbell, it's gonna be OP, but I just noticed Twist picking up the Oracle, so that healing is just gonna keep on going, increase and increase. But let's take a look at the items right here.
Yep, let's take a look at items, right? Like Thunderbell's already been built. You also got the Garden Helm, Molten Core is slowly going to be built up. I think that is going to be either a Dominant Ice or even down to a plate armor as well, because that you need to basically counteract against damage from Melissa. Melissa going for an attack speed build, corrosive side, sword, and even golden staffs. Still the same. Rock on the other hand, for the side of Forza, went for a pure tank instead, trying to sustain, trying to deal the anti-regen against this.
To deny all sort of magical bursts coming up from as well. But let's take a look at there's nothing out of the ordinary.
Actually, no, there is something out of the ordinary. I missed that out. Sorry. Melon actually went for the Shadow Assassin Blades instead because, you know, I've been playing quite a few Julia my own, but hold on a second, you gotta hold that thought. But it's gonna be a fight happening in the bottom side.
Coming out, Coconut is gonna be stunned up right there, and Carrot goes down in the meantime.
Red team turret has blue team turret has been
Bottom
destroyed.
turret going down, but in the meantime, take a look on the other side of the map. They're trying to do a reverse here. They're trying to do a mirror matchup. They're trying to go for a mirror matchup, and Arlord is pushing up on the top lane. Can he get it though?
Can.
Oh yeah, there we go.
He definitely can. The temple is still in the favor of Evil right here. Twist has bought his team so much time. And that takes a different level of macro to understand, right? Even though Stellar has a lot of people at the bottom lane, Evil was is still able to hold out. They trade a second tier turret for a base turret.
Yep, second tier turret for a tier 3 siege minion turret right there in the top lane, and that forces Stellar to be in the top lane more often because of that siege minion. Alright, let's take a look at the lot done right now. Evil, they are inventing a little bit more nicely right here, but look at
I don't like this positioning.
Yeah, notice who's missing right here.
I don't like this positioning. You've got Smellycat all the way on the other side of the map, and Evil will send Twist over to handle it. Powerful is able to pull the Lord over to their side right now. Gold lead is even, so we're talking about a very equal amount of damage output. It's all about whoever can be there right here. The fight going to start. It's going to be Forza will take a bit of damage, and if you notice, Stellar is already joined the fight. The Lord is already down HP, in half HP. They have to pull the trigger.
Gonna be pulling the trigger very soon right now. The Lord is running at 10,000 HP, 7,000.
Oh!
He's make the big knockup and the taunt onto Powerful. But the pause comes in nick of time again.
Oh, the Powerful was charging up the dash. He's ready to just pounce on top of the Lord, steal that away, and then just take that Lord for themselves. Evil, I think they kind of missed that window of opportunity. Stellar was all over the map. There's just only 3 members around the Lord pit. Had Evil had the decisiveness to just go in and commit to that fight, I think they could have taken the Lord already.
Yeah, they could have taken the Lord right there and there because that's the thing. They do not have the information. There's no one there for Evil to open up the map because they do not know where Melissa might be hiding, where Smelly Cat was hiding. That's why they took so long with the Lord. They could instantly take it right there and then.
No, I'm talking about when, Smelly Cat showed himself all the way bottom, split pushing at the bottom side, right? And of course, Forza has already shown himself in the mid lane. You've already got Melon to verify that. There's only 5 minus 2, 3 members on
quick math,
on the Lord pit right there. I think, Evil could have just pulled the trigger, just go ahead, bite that bullet, and don't forget, it is a late game. Going to the late game already, this Lancelot should have enough resources to at least secure the Lord and dash away or even pick up a kill.
Honestly, I think Evo, they are very focused on the macro right now. They're not much on killing. Like, if a team fight comes, it comes. But we focus on objectives more. That's what Evo intentions are. Right? That's what the plan is. They are all focusing, they are hyper-focusing on the macro right now. But if a fight comes, it comes. Therefore, the Arlet was the answer to that. A great team fight hero. Honestly, I thought it was a very Lone Ranger kind of thing. But it looks so awesome. Like the Arlet, we saw how much damage it dealt, and the HP return was insane. And he even got away with it in the memory.
Oh. Which part of that even rhymes?
Insane in the memory.
Did you even say insane?
I did.
He did.
You did? Oh man. I'm glad that I'm the analyst for this portion.
Do you wish to be muted again?
Do you wish to be seppuku? Do you want to seppuku right now?
Count me out.
Oh
But-
dear Lord. But yeah,
Okay.
talk me through, right? Like, what's the issue coming out from Evo? Why were they not very decisive going towards the late part of the game?
I think the current issue that they're facing is probably the I would say it's probably the way that they can start a fight. Remember how I spoke about the fact that one of the only few ways that they can start a fight is to have the Arlet to start things off first. Have the final swing, go in, and just kind of like make full use of your passive, just kind of zip-zap zoom while you are tanky as well. So there's a lot of peeling potential that Arlet will be able to do. During that moment in time, you'll be able to either number one, be able to stop someone from using any form of abilities, or rather kind of make them waste abilities. And of course, Arlet is able to close gaps pretty darn well. That is the main thing that I want to see from the side of Arlet when it comes down to peeling. In this case, Powerful also can peel very effectively when it comes down to the Taunt Rose.
The fight right there, but Stella able to steal away the Law. Powerful runs low, but look at that. It's gonna be a 2-man final slash, and the Blazing comes in, but down goes Medicaid, down goes Bambi. Real one manipulation still there. Tweez managed to get right out, but no, he's being stuck right into the Lord Pete right there. It is gonna be a 2-for-2. Right now, and Stella, the victor of that skirmish.
Yeah, Stella was able to just yoink that Lord away to their side. Evo kind of missed that opportunity right there. Will lose Powerful. I think that was the red team also being used as well. But here we go, damage coming in.
Blue knocked out Coconut, shredding him to pieces and running away with Dexter and getting away safe. And Melon as well, putting on a show. Look at how fast Chu was shredded right there.
Yeah, I mean, it is Coconut on the late game Claude. Super farmed up, super healthy, and super wealthy. And with the Demon Hunter Sword and the Golden Staff should do a lot of damage, especially against Chu, unable to out-sustain the damage coming out from Evo. Don't forget, you also got Melon right there with the Encounter Sight as well.
Exactly. Damage being taken by Melon right here. He has to go.
He has to bounce.
Yeah, he has to get out the dodge like
Yep. Has to bounce a little bit. Now that's Melon Holy Crystal right there.
Wow.
Expect Melon to do exponential amount of damage. And remember what I was talking about earlier just now. Going for the Shadow Blades as well as an item for the Julian. I found a lot more successes with the Feather of Heaven instead because you do consistent amount of damage. Yeah, because the problem about Julian that I'm facing right now, or maybe because of my limited gameplay on Julian, is the fact that when you do the damage, you only do that burst. You need to follow continuous damage of your auto attacks
That's
to
why the
follow it
Feather
up.
of Heaven works
Correct.
better.
Yeah, it feels like Feather of Heavens in this particular meta, in my opinion, works a lot better.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I mean, it's perfect reasoning right there, right? I see a very, very good perfect reasoning. It's like...
Oh, top side.
Oh, top side. Oh, they're going to be gallivanting right there. Melon takes a little bit too much of the damage right
Forza?
here, but he's not on the right side of the map. Forza spins him down, and down goes Melon. A bit of a missed position.
Twisto on a one-man, he's a one-man army.
He's a Diablo. He's the Walmart Diablo.
Yeah, I think his playstyle reminds me of Diablo just a little
Right? Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. But interesting emblem being picked up right there instead of going for the concurrent blast. Now, Stellar will press
team turret has been destroyed.
The mid lane for now. Evil does shove the bottom side, looking the wave lane.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Because of that shove, Stellar focused on the mid lane instead, and Stellar will lose the bottom lane.
Exactly. Lose the bottom lane. The tier 2 bottom lane goes down and leaving the tier 3 on the middle lane, still standing very strong right there, but I have to say, Evil is the big macro play right there. 5 turrets being taken, 1 Lord. Well, 1 Lord? Yeah, they did took 1 Lord, and Stellar did take 1 Lord as well, and the turtle. And 2 turtles towards Stellar though, but look at how Evil are so macro focused right now.
Okay, now it's about this Lord, right? Look at how Evil is positioning himself, very heavy on the top side. The Lord's actually focused on down the bottom instead, but Powerful is already there. I think he needs to start calling for reinforcement, because rest assured, Starlark would definitely try to go all the way down bottom after they clear top side, because that's an open lane for Starlark. They will slowly have that push against them, but hold on a second, mid lane though.
Oh, they're converging.
Yep,
they're converging onto Forza? They're converging onto Forza, but to no avail, they're not going to be following up with that. And Powerful is still chunking away, and Bandy is still waiting impatiently right there. But look at Carrot. Up here with the taunt comes in, and the taunt rolls, and the slow, the puncture comes in. The 2-man knocker from the Lord is going to be engaging with the real one manipulation coming in. Look at Melon jumping all the way in. Oh, it's going to be a double kill here for Chu. They're going down. No, down goes 3 members of Evil. Powerful goes down as well, leaving Twist on his own, to his own endeavors right there. And the Lord is going to be evolved right now. Level 2 Lord coming out, but I have to say, that was an intense fight.
I have to agree. Forza with the wall basically.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Right here. Evil's new tunnel vision on top of taking away the Lord, but then again, Stellar doing so much damage with the help of Medicat. Look at the attacks.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
You know, the members of Evil, they need to try to take this opportunity, and there's a fight happening, and they're going to try to push down the core.
Oh, the core is going to go down. Look at Smelly Cat shredding away, and because of one bad misfight, and Evil goes down, and Stellark takes the game away. Very well played by Stellark.
Yeah, good game coming out from Stellark, especially towards the later parts of the game. Forza, that wall practically delivered him, well, his team, the big victory, right? Like, just reset it, and then it forces Powerful just to be a little bit awkward right there, not too sure what he's going to do. Should he try to focus on taking down the Lord, or should he join the team fight? If you notice, Stellark is watching the issue on the other side. Smelly Cat, definitely, with the puppets, is able to zone away the members of Evil and just shred through the members of Evil very quickly.
Yep, and Stellark did put on a stellar performance. Very well played by Stellark right there. And using that Melissa for that utility, just constantly pushing down turrets non-stop. Very well done.
Yeah, very well done as of now, but you know what, Eugene, well, Abstract. Sorry for doxing you.
Exposed.
Sorry for doxing you, but Abstract, just
Eugene
run us
who?
through. Just run us through, like, especially towards the later part of the game. You know, we thought that Evil has already slowly stabilized a little bit because of the wonky mid-game, but Stellark SG managed to climb back in.
Yeah, so it really boils down to the tempo that we were kind of looking out for, or rather maybe at that point in time, maybe about 15, 16 minutes in, it's no longer about tempo, because Evil and Stellark, they are kind of like steady with one another. They are kind of like racing all the time, kind of like catching back up again and again. So in this case, it really is not tempo, but momentum. For the side of Evil, they have been strong in the early stages, but then because of unfortunate pauses, because of, well, technicals, it's really unfortunate that Evil just couldn't really get themselves probably their game inside. But if we were to look at other causes, I would probably just blame it on the draft, very likely. It's the four melee man draft in this, and they don't have a very strong opening sequence in this lineup.
Yep, and taking a look at the items, we see Powerful with the Lancelot tank right there, Sky Guardian Hammer, Immortality, Blade Armor, and the Thunder Belt, and hopefully finishing up that Molten Core into a Curse Hell.
Yeah, and this is also another problem that I would like to point out, right? Melon was only able to just jump in, throw his plethora of combos, and then after that back off. There's no like continuous sustainable damage that you the Julian Kid will be able to output because of that particular item, the Shadow Blade, right? Had it been a feather of heaven,
yeah,
at least you can sustain the fight because you do have innate sustain and continue just whacking people with your chains. But also another thing from the side of Evil, right? There's a lot of damage and a lot of front line from the side of Evil, but Stellark on the other hand, that fortress was just way too hard to crack.
It's a huge, it's like punching a spiky durian, right? The spiky durian thing. It's like, okay, it's like punching a turtle. Yeah, please don't go out and punch a turtle.
Why would you bring a turtle into this?
I don't know, because turtle has a hard shell.
But anyways, let's take a look at the post-game stats, right? Look at Chesty, 100% kill participation right there. But apart from that, look at the amount of damage that dealt back from the side of Stellar. Smelly Cat was the one that's able to just spread damage all across the board over the side of Evil. Don't forget, Melon, Coconut, and to a certain amount, Twist, right? They need to be right in the face of Smelly Cat in order to output the damage, but that's where, the puppets will just shred them to bits.
Yeah, just constantly shred, so you have double damage right there. It's essentially like a Irrital, I would say. Close to an Irrital, right? You get double bullets coming out there. So somewhat like that, but it's just constant double bullets.
Correct, and not only just that, you spread the damage all across the board, and it kind of acts as a zoning as well. So I really like this Melissa pickup coming on from Stellar SG. And Evil, I feel like it's a drop problem. Like, knowing that there's a Melissa right there, just use you went to stick to the guns, just go in, let's go dive the enemy.
In the meantime, I believe that Forza should be the MVP, just kind of like an idea. But Chesty is going to be the one instead. With 8 kills, 2 deaths, and 11 assists, he is, after all, the base foundation of the fortress that Stellark have made for themselves. If not for Chesty, if not for his real-world manipulation, the front lines would not be able to get all the backup that they want, and of course, Melissa would not be able to get that additional layer of protection.
It's just like, the members of Stellar SG is playing Sandcastle, but instead of actually building your own from sand, it's actually built from concrete.
So it's kind of like a sand castle versus a concrete castle.
Correct.
And an actual castle.
Yeah, and I like the fact that how most of these fights are mostly happening inside the box, and it's all up to Chesty to, make sure that the box stays up as long as possible, so that Smelly Cat will be able to stay as comfortably in that box as well.
Yep, and just constantly rain down damage. You can take a look at the highlights. You can see from that. Look at this. The box comes up, constant raining on Carrot, just non-stop. But Chesty gets a little bit of a backline right there. He goes down. 2-man swipe, and then Smelly Cat run low, and then that's how Melon is going to be able to take care of Smelly Cat. And it's going to be a 3-for-1. And right after that, just like that, the turtle goes down. Powerful gets chunked up. Carrots try to save him, but down he goes. And look, real-world manipulation yet again from Chesty.
And it's also the fact that Melon wasn't able to join the fight after he loaded all his skills. He's just basically an observer right now, trying to look for a re-engage as well.
Yep. Twist, that play was literally right out of this world. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get close itself to Forza, but hey, it's okay. In the end, Melon still managed to secure it for the fellow team. But well, all in all, from all of the highlights from the start to the end, you can start to see that Evil is starting to lose out in steam. The damage is starting to go lower and lower, and even if Coconut is able to come in with the Blaze to do it, he wouldn't be able to do much because he just don't have enough peel from his team. That Blaze duet was actually not bad. However, they don't have enough of that lockdown, AoE lockdown to really hold people within that Blaze do it.
And not only just that, right? If you notice, Smelly Cat is practically free hitting all the way on the backside, playing over the other side of the wall, and still managed to go back around the wall and join that fight. So it's all about the positioning, and the members of Evil, even the Arlot this time round, wasn't able to find the Melissa. The successes most of the time that Evil has found is via, making sure to zone out the damage dealer, like for example Melissa, and then, force Chesty out of the real-world manipulation.
In the end of the day, I feel that, well, for the side of Evil, their draft it looks good.
It looks
It
good.
does
It
look
does.
good. But unfortunately, I would believe that this draft is probably used at the wrong time or wrong situation. Because at least right now, they would have learned a little bit about tackling fortresses. Learned a little bit more about how they are able to, have an opening sequence. Who goes in for the opening sequence and if really even work. So now they have got the experience, they have got an idea, they put this and that together. Julian's gonna be great in the early stages, but in the later stages of the game, kind of seems as though he's falling off because no one can help him.
Yep. There's a little bit of a miscommunication there. It's a little bit of a split apart. And speaking of splitting apart, what more do you want to split apart than enjoy your wallet? Your wallet, dude.
You want to
just gotta
split apart my wallet?
No, because your wallet, you have to split the top to
We're going to be
gain
going
into
to the
money.
Durian analogy again.
Get into the money. That's how you split open your wallet.
Okay, so the segue is?
The segue is to split open your wallet, take out that money, and start using them on the Jujutsu Kaisen skin that just came out yet again. This is the second round, if I'm not wrong, right? Second round for the nice little
Second
feature.
phase.
Yeah, the second phase of the promo coming out right now with the Jujutsu Kaisen with daily first draw, 50% off, and it's up to when again? When is the date, guys?
Of course, it is from 18th until next month, the 20th. And of course,
Wow.
like I said, 50% off for the daily first draw. And of course, in case you don't know yet, which I don't think that you do not know, but quite quick little refresher. We do have Yuji Itadori. There is, of course, or rather Yin cosplaying as Yuji Itadori. We're just gonna use the word for cosplay, right? Julian cosplaying Megumi Fushiguro. Melissa that is cosplaying as Nobara Kugisaki. And of course, Xavier as the
all-seeing,
the all-knowing, the all-seeing, the
Actually,
all whatever it is, the OG, and of course the best, Gojo Satoru.
Goju Satoru.
So what are you guys waiting for? Join the MLBB X Jujutsu Kaisen Gacha event happening from, 18th of February. It's already happening currently right now, and all the way it will end on the 20th of March. And of course, don't forget, you can take advantage of the 50% off on your daily first draw.
Ooh, every day for a 50% off. Where
For
can you find a
1x.
deal like that?
Yep, of course. Well, personally, I've already collected 2 skins of it. I am considering Melissa a little bit because I'm a marksman main, but
Oh, you haven't
personally-
gotten yet?
No, because personally
So,
I don't like that character. I like Megumi and I like Gojo a lot more.
Wait, you guys have skins?
Says the one that has skins.
I don't own any Jujutsu
Oh,
Kaisen
I'm-
skin.
I don't have as well. I mean, I'm too frugal for all that.
Yeah.
But how dare you not like Kugisaki Nobara?
Yeah, how dare you?
How dare you?
Like,
She's
whatever.
actually useful.
I just don't resonate with her character. It's too crazy for my taste, right? So, unlike Merkel,
He's the
but
kind of person that likes
He
likes Haruno
he like-
Sakura.
No, he likes.
no, I don't like her.
Jace is the type of people who eat prata with sugar.
Hey, don't discriminate.
Oh,
Okay?
are you
Prata
one of
sugar is
those?
not bad,
I
okay?
actually don't eat prata with sugar. Why are you guys getting my food choices wrong? But anyways, we're hopping into the draft right off the bat. It is going to be Stella banning away 1-1 and Joy. These are perma-bans used most of the time. But let's talk about from the side of evil. Not too sure whether that's a skip of a ban, but it's going to be a Faramis and a Kaja getting banned out.
And of course, we are just wait.
See
Did they just
value in
miss out
me?
a
Your
ban
team
from the
is
side of
picking.
evil?
You should.
Okay, first ban from the side of
Oh, it's an
Arlott.
Arlott, okay.
Arlott. Okay, so Arlott is gone together with a Kaja as well as the Faramis. While on the other side, Stella have banned out the Joy,
Your
the
team
one
is
as
picking.
well as the Fredrin. And it kind of seems like we have the resurgence of Daniel Zhang.
The slip through of glue has finally made his appearance.
Yep, he finally
Highest
slipped
pick
through.
ban.
Finally slipped through into the draft of MPL SG, but that's the reason why they banned away the Arlon. That's also the reason why they banned away that Faramis as well, because Faramis a known big counter for the glue. But I do hear in certain cases, Paquito sometimes works really well against that glue because you do have the early kill pressure. And not just that, you also do a lot of killing if you pick up the Bloodlust Axe as well when during the glue.
I am more
I
Your
happen
team is
to
picking.
love to use my Benedetta
no.
against a glue. Whenever the glue tries to use split on me, oh,
dodging
I'm
away.
sending you back home, baby. And of course, if I'm dying, you know, all the little thingies,
get out
all the
dodge.
little glues, they
Little
immediately, little glues, right? Immediately give me like 50% of my health back. I'm
Wow.
absolutely thrilled whenever I fight against a glue.
What if you pop an Oracle on top of that?
Oh, I'm pretty sure that I will
70%?
take 100% back.
Full on 100%.
Full on, right out.
Yep. But right now, looking at how Stellar is going to go for the draft right here, it's going to be a slight switch. They're taking away the carries from Evil in game number 2, and they're making sure that Evil is not comfortable on picking the same.
Need some stitches? I can
One
help.
instead.
Your
Now,
team
Melon will
is
pull out
picking.
one of his signature pocket pick, Valentina.
I'm the
to
priestess
kinda
of
not
primal
show
lightning.
which
Your
ultimate
team
he
is
uses
banning.
there.
all the
Now
evil
it feels like
gods.
the evil, picking up the Valentina is more of like a vintage reaction. Also counter, well, not counter picking, taking away the Melissa before we go into the second ban.
I do want to take note that none of Ling or Martyrs have been banned just yet. It doesn't seem as though Stellar really cares too much about Powerful's hero pool. Yes, they did ban the Fredrin after all. I mean, after all, Fredrin is a very
Your
strong
team
hero.
is banning.
Oh, you know, they're just going to be following up with an Archive ban as well. So at this point in time, it does definitely seem as though that Evil will want to have a lot more crowd control within of their means. They do have Melon that picked up a Valentina for themselves, and that is, at this point in time, we don't really see anything for Valentina to steal, right? Because you don't really have a reason to steal Primal Wrath, as you can't rack up in Wrath. And you can't steal anything from Chesty.
Your team
unless
is
you want to
banning.
steal Scythe, just calling out from below, not going to do anything. And while, of course, the place to do it, I think that is pretty much straightforward as to why you wouldn't want to steal that away. So Stellar can respond to this if whether they want to take heroes that doesn't really have very impactful outlets.
A punch for a punch.
Oh, there you go.
Your team is banning.
It's a self-ban, don't you think so? Because powerful, okay, it could go both ways, right?
Yeah,
It's to
powerful.
deny the glue and deny powerful's
Paquito
jungle.
jungle. Yes, it's quite some time ago. Not
Yeah,
gonna
it
lie.
is.
It's like a major throwback.
Right,
But it's also
kind of like a niche pick.
It is a niche pick
Big
as
pocket.
of now because of the nerfs, because of the cooldown nerfs, but the damage was ramped up just a little bit. But I believe what Stellar is also afraid of, it could be a pocket pick for powerful. That's why you just take it right off the board, right? Now,
Your
Evil
team is
bans
picking.
away that Kufra. Now it's Stellar's time to pick up a roam, or even they could just use the Edith as a roam. Drop a Lapu Lapu in, bring that Edith to a roam, and you kind of limit that pool of ultimates for Melon to steal once again.
I definitely do like a Julian that heads into middle or an EXP lane. So as much as possible, I wouldn't want to see that Julian jungle. So it is fair to say that Stellar still have yet to pick their jungler. So let's kind of open things up a little bit and take a look at what are possible junglers at this point in time.
Cyclops. Here we go again with the Cyclops.
Martis.
Your team is
I'm just
picking.
gonna flat out ignore you.
Ouch, my heart. How dare you ignore Cyclops?
Martis is very likely gonna be the hot topic between these two teams. I think that Evil, if they do not pick the Martis here, Stellar is going to snap that away from themselves. But let's not forget about the fact that there is still Fanny, there's still Ling as well.
It's
Even
not
for
right up Powerful's blue though.
I mean, Ling though, I think that
It's
Powerful
not-
did play a Ling before.
No, I think if you're evil right here, the Marcus is actually a better choice.
Yeah,
because
Marcus.
Stellar, on the other hand, Odia Bambi is also quite flexible. Or Evil could pull back the tank Lancelot once again. Odia Bambi, on the other hand, will go for something else.
Yeah,
There
your
you go. That's a
team
Marcus.
is
Carrot will go
world.
for the
And not a single worthy foe.
Just
It
as you
works,
would,
it works,
it
it
works. It kind of works well against taking away the
I like it.
Julian's insight as well, and also to a certain extent block the projectiles from Eden.
Let's not forget that he can eat up the entire side.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Coming in from our Julian over here. If it's well timed, then that is a massive peel that Evil will be able to unlock for themselves. And that will definitely spiral things under control, as Julian will be, wouldn't have anything to do for the next series of seconds.
And not only just that, right? That's a point-and-click stun. from the side of
begins.
Evil onto Smelly Cat with the Blazing Duet. And now this concludes the draft. It's going to be a Cho jungler from the side of Stellark. Forza will go for a Ruby Roam. Chu as an AXP Eater. This is getting very spicy coming from both these two teams.
Looking pretty spicy here, and honestly, I feel that I'm offended.
I've never seen Audio Baby play a Cho before.
Never seen? Okay, it was a major throwback in donkey years ago. Many years ago. But enough said, we are going to go for game number 2 between Stellark up against Evil, and Stellark 1 game up.
Yep. It is up to, Stellark SG to kind of maintain this momentum that they've got right here, right? Whereas Evil, on the other hand, there's a lot of things I think they were almost there. They just need to fine-tune a little bit. They just need to sharpen the claws a little bit. And I think they may take game number 2. But here we go.
They may take game number 2. Honestly, Stellark's draft is looking solid. Yet again, concrete hard. They are looking on a roll. But could they prove it? Could they do it? Let's find out. Oh. Okay, sorry. My brain just lagged for a moment.
What do your brain lag?
I thought it was an invade, and I was like, hey, wait, no.
Okay, you know what? What's going on right here is just standard startup from both these two teams. Both these two teams start with an orange, but Powerful should be able to clear even faster because you stack the passive. You do a lot of attack speed. You have a lot of attack speed and also to a certain point attack damage. If you notice, Audio Baby lagging in terms of that farm.
Yep, and a retribution not even needed right there, and still holding on. And honestly, Powerful would definitely clear the jungle and hit his level 4 way more faster than anybody. I mean, maybe Twist? No, Twist is pretty far behind. Here we go, Powerful level 4 at 1 minute and 10 seconds, guys. 1 minute and 10 seconds for a level 4. Wow. Yep, that's the power of the Martyrs.
Yeah, that's the power of the Martyrs. Not only just that, you have, your second skill to provide that immunity, you can dash on the walls, you basically there's a lot of CCs coming in. Something also interesting coming out from the side of Evil is looking at how Twist is cutting the waste as of now, forcing the issue and hard invading Stellark's side of the map because they want to secure as much EXP pressure, lane pressure as possible.
Yep, and Bambi, they're nearly catching a glimpse of Carrot. Carrot finally reaching his level 3. Stellark right now gallivanting. And Evil, they are just moving quick. And take a look at the goal lead right there. Or just with the Lethal Wanderer and the speed and the clear from this Martyrs. And a little bit of push down in the top lane right there, pushing Chu all the way out, and Chu misses the knockup though, but take a look at this. Powerful looking very strong by Chu. Want to use that ultimate right there, but Flickers out of it. But look at Twist! Comes in with a split and Chesney forced to go right out right there. And Chu runs a little bit low. If he can get popped right there, and there we go. First blood comes in, and the ultimate reset is going to be up onto Powerful. And take a look at the speed of this man.
Yeah, the Martyrs, just instantly executes Chu right there. I think Chu coming in with a Brave Flag is an interesting emblem. Usually you expect tenacity, and the fact that you don't have
slain the turtle.
You're practically paper without the bonus armor and magic resist.
Big hole coming in, big armor defender coming in though, but Mana gets away and the initiates with the armor fended as well, but to no avail. Not much damage though, but it's okay. It's a-okay for the side of Evil.
Yeah, Powerful was able to secure a very strong early game because of his farming speed, and now that whole jungler just feel a little bit iffy right now. He is unable to kick away the Martyrs because of the amount of CC immunity, and it just goes to show, like, I don't see how Audio Bambi is able to use this Cho to great success.
Right there, but Powerful just getting any of that. Yep, just walking right out, just waltz right out. And the good thing about this as well is that Powerful is there, he's able to negate CCs. He can literally open the map, just like Carrot does.
Stun going in for, on top of Forza as well. Audio Baby, that's a two-man knockup!
Two-man knockup, and we have the Dragon going all the way back right there. Juvenile Blast catches out, also Forza, the Forza round through, downloads Forza, and just like that, Evil taking another life away from Stellark.
That was a good engage, and maybe, okay, that's one way to use it. And not only just that, Audio Baby kicks away the right member as Well, but like I said, there's no objectives being contested right here. It's just, you know, Audio Bambi showing that, hey, there's somebody over there. But at least for the side of Medicat, he can play a little bit safe. He can even burn down the Blazing Red, just make sure that he gains enough gold into his wave clear, go back, reset, come back to lane again.
Exactly, and take a look at that. On the bottom lane, tier 1 turret already running at 80% HP, even with the gold plating taken out. And this comes to show how much a Melissa could bring to it.
And that with the help of Carrot as well, protecting Coconut most of the time, and that's actually doing well for Coconut. In fact, with the Electro Flash, allows him to sustain very well, but I think it's a little bit overkill because, you know, Medicat, you do know that he doesn't really have much kill pressure in the early game, needs to scale quickly into the later parts of the game.
I think Evil is thinking towards the long term. That's why the Electro Flash is there. He wants to get out of the dodge anytime he can, give you a little bit of mobility, a little bit of movement speed, and it seems like there's no contest coming out, and it looks like
Blue team has slain the turtle.
Down onto the one lane, there might be speeding up Coconut, and Coconut he's doing perfectly fine.
Yeah, Stellar has shown their hands already at the bottom side. Not only just that, Melon is basically showing so much vision for Evil to make sure that Coconut gets to be a little bit safe as well. And not only just that, while Stellar is focusing trying to gang the gold lane, the indecisiveness costed them the whole turtle on himself.
Bambi right there, but here comes the two-man stun all the way back out of and then the Blazing Duet comes in with the two-man knock up and the way of the dragon. Down he goes. Second Muddles will not do anything for you. Just like that, Stella able to take two in their name, and Carrot runs slow and then go take 3. How the turn have tabled right there. Stella takes it back.
That's a good lead coming out from Stellar as well, especially from a very awkward early game, right? A kill at the bottom lane will make it to, I think it's around 2 kills at the bottom lane, and not only just that, they crack open the bottom lane as well, causing a lot of irreparable damage coming out from the side of Evil. Now, it's all about the later part of the game. Medicat with that lead should escalate into the late games comfortably.
Exactly. Smelly Cat finally gaining that lead and starting to come online soon. And powerful right there, able to secure down onto the Golem. And it does seem like Evil, they are slightly ahead right now, but honestly, Evil, right? One turret each, turtle into the name of Evil right there. And it does seem like, oh, it's a stare down.
Yeah, it's going to be a very long and slow fight coming up for both these two teams. Right? Evil may have lost a little bit, but they're still like 1k ahead. It's not a lot right there, but I think the problem is going to be even worse for Evil right here. Just take a look. Smelly Cat has already secured his own golden staff. That's another power fight. Expect Stellar to win the next turtle.
Hopefully, Stella might fight as well as the turtle comes up. Stella putting a decent amount of damage. Armor Fender is being taken away right there, and Carrot just trying to give vision to the side of Evil, but no, the S-Bush is completely dark on the side of Evil right there.
Stellar off mid lane, they need to create a little bit of pressure, and this time out, Evil is not there on site as well. They've already secured, Stellar has already secured the main house fight right here. Audio Bambi just turtle.
Luminon Blast was charging, but take a look at this Melon on the wrong side of the map. Yet again, he gets out with the double dash. Two comes in from the backside and able to take him out. Coconut trying to shred them right now with the Muddles. Chesty runs low. Down goes Chesty. Blazing duet from Smelly Cat comes in, but no, down goes two as well. Coconut runs so low. Smelly Cat does not have the Muddles protection right there, but no, down goes Bambi as well.
Stellar took a lot of damage right there. Yes, they are the ones that secure the turtle, but they got punished ultimately, giving the gold lead back into Evil, and now that's additional 1k.
Wow.
It's really stonks coming out from Evil. And not only just that, Evil was able to walk away, albeit a little bit low in HP, but like I said, the value of the Melissa going in hard to job is just so wonderful against Stellar's team.
That Melissa just chunks them down. 3 members on the side of Stellar linked, and all Coconut has to do was just keep on shredding and shredding and shredding. That's the... Honestly, if we were to put a value on Melissa, it's like top of the table right there.
But looking at the level disparity coming out from both of these two XP laners, and Twist, should be closer towards a level 12, additional upgrade for the split as well. He's taking a lot of pressure at the bottom.
Sweet is taking a lot of pressure there. He might be able to get out of the dodge. So is he going to be able to get out of it? Yes, he's going to be using the split. Oh, dear Bambi able to spot them out with the lethal one. Where he's trying to pull. Big rock up down onto Chris. So can he survive this in split? No, he cannot. Down he goes. But here comes the rest of Evil coming in. Ultimate use on the two Smelly Cat. Forced to go back and two right there to stop and stand back for the team. It is going to be a 1-for-1 right now. EXP for EXP.
EXP for EXP lane, but it is still the momentum in the favor of Evil. Stellar needs to play something else. They need to find other split pushes. Right now, you know, this Manicat has found himself in a bit of a trouble. He doesn't really have enough damage to burst down Coconut, and not only just that, could be the teamwork coming up from Evil this time round. Powerful stick on top of Coconut to make sure that he's well peeled against Stellar's attack.
Yep, and taking the already in a very nice promiscuous position right there. Bambi spotting out powerful and going to the bush, powerful, running right out, and that gives Stella precedence.
Yeah. It's just a very push and pull for both these two teams, right? And it's still in the favor of Evil because of the structures taken down, and also with the gold lead now with this ward spawn. Stella's gameplay is just hope for the best. Hope that Smellycat goes all the way to late game, but Coconut is already there and should easily thread through Smellycat. It's all about the position, all about making sure that he lands into the BMI, and of course leading into the blade. Now, Carrot opening up the map on the other side. Powerful basic. He's taking a lot of punishment for the Lord, but I think he's definitely unfazed. Smellycat rushed right in through BMI all the way back to safety. Stellar is just lingering around there, not pulling the trigger, but the waves are still in the favor of Evil for now. But now, okay, Audio Bambi, here we go.
Bambi right into elbow into the Lord though, but they are just going to disengage. And Evil forced out of hiding, and the Lord reset will be imminent. It was all built up to a
Yeah, it feels like, but hold on a second, this could be it.
Big jump in, coming in from Carrot though, but no stun comes down, 2 runs slow, powerful goes in with an ultimate, and the big reset right there.
Big reset right there, with the well, at least all that Lord Dance amounted to something, right? Take down for the side of Stellar, and that's going to give additional 500 gold lead. It's not really a big deal right now, but both these teams, they're fighting a fight, but okay!
Oh, I'm offended onto Foresight himself, a little bit taste of his own medicine, but a big disengage. Oh, they love to do this to us, Chase. We thought something is going to happen.
Both these two teams, I think there's so much at stake right here, right? Stellar versus Evil, especially Evil. They do have some sort of brand to protect. They were top 3 in Season 4. Stellar, on the other hand, well, they've got nothing to lose, but it feels like they're actually doing quite well against Evil, right? Like the fact that Smellycat will still go down to the name right here, and they force the Lord reset over and over again, it will get infuriating for Evil, and Stellar is more than happy to play that game.
Exactly, the Lord and everybody the patience, but how long can Evil lead this out? Can they be as patient as Stellar?
Out. The Lord is just bashing. Both these two teams, they're all gathered all the way up at the Lord pit. Someone just go ahead and split push, and the Lord resets.
There we go again. They love to do this to us, James. They love to do this. This is the everyday thing, right? Okay. Good catch down onto Audio Bambi though, but look at Melon. It's a very nice position right there. Audio Bambi is going to use that. We have the Dragon, but no follow-up right there. Coming in, the Numenor Blast is going to be able to catch down onto Judo. Smittycat right all the way to the thick of it. He's trying to catch down onto Smittycat to no avail. And Chu right now runs a little bit low. Karen forces out the Ultimate 2-man walk back. And the Blazing Boomerang comes in. Look around Stallycat. He's chunking everybody down on the side of Evil. Melon runs slow. Smittycat gets a triple kill all the way back in. And that was the engagement coming out from Stellar and putting them back on fighting.
An aggressive BMI allows Smellycat to pick up even more kills right here, and this is the problem coming up from Evil, right? They're too slow and allowing Stellar to farm up, and by then Smellycat is starting to shred, and if Evil lose one member, Stellar is just going to overscale and then take the Lord, they take the mid lane turret, and they take members of your team away, and all of a sudden that Lord,
turret has been destroyed.
Evil desperately tried so hard to fight for, just
gone.
Extinguished.
It just melted away, just like a hot ice on a hot iron. Just instantly melted away. And Stellar right there, they got the Lord, they got a triple kill, And not only that, they got the mid turret and the bottom turret as well.
Yeah, and now the enhanced. This is an enhanced Lord,
Yeah.
mind you, right? We'll be marching out the bottom lane, and now Stella goes into hiding right here. Evil goes into hiding as well. This Mexican standoff is infuriating.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Top turret finally going down, and Stellark right here looking to end this. Melon finally able to bring down onto. I'm offended though, but can they be used for good things right there by all? Melon runs a little bit too far away of the dragon. Powerful right into his own turret base right there, but how will he get all the way back? The two-man spin right there, and here comes the blazing duet from Smelly Cat. Gets one, gets two, all the way into right there, but no. Carrot runs low, Chu is still in the thick of it. Holding up, Babby is gonna go down, a double kill coming out, but Melon, he's gonna go down as well. It's gonna be 3-4-2 right now on the Land of Dawn.
That's just 3 for 2,
Blue
and
team
in
base
about
turret has
technically
been
speaking,
destroyed.
Stellar technically
Blue
1 to
team
5 because
turret
if you
has
take a look
been
at the bottom lane,
destroyed.
the members of Evil, they're too focused on the fight. Stellar, they just send the Lord practically free pushing all the way down bottom, and it's actually looking a little bit dire for them. Evil managed to defend.
That's a little too close for comfort on the critical stage.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Look at the force just like it's all part of the plan.
Man, like Stellar just forcing the issue right there. Okay, fine. There's a little bit, there's a bit of a method to the madness right here at the top side, right? But Stellar, on the other hand, I think just the fact that Evils was unable to pull the trigger to basically, like, just end the game, take the Lord, and then after that just try to push down or try to make some plays around the side lanes, that costed them a lot of time. The hesitation in Evil. What's going on?
I'm not really sure what's going on, man. But Stellark able to turn the tides just like that. Evil had a nice commanding lead, and the seesaw just tipped over to the left side, and then right there, Stellark just tipped it right back, and in a amazing fashion. They don't even need a Lord fight. They were fighting at the Lord, but not with the Lord.
Yeah, and also another thing is that, okay, technically speaking, Stellar got out dodge without any punishment at all. But I think this is the problem of a troll jungler, right? Because you are unable to reposition and kick your enemy into a nice angle. You kick your enemy right back into the turrets, and then all your team just had to follow you all the way through. And I think that's the issue of going in for a Cho jungle tank.
Yep, Cho jungle tank. I mean, it's just purely to isolate someone and let the rest of the team melt them. You know, just put them in a very weird and awkward position, and with your team, right into your team's arms actually. Right into your own team's arms with Rear of the Dragon, able to chunk it down. But Powerful was able to get out of it, but eventually still succumbed to his injury.
Yeah, but then again, okay, fine, you kick away. I think it's just Stellar SG tactic to basically stall on Evil from going back into the base to defend. But now, you know, with Evil's bottom side crack open, they need to pay a bit more respect over to the damage output of Stellar SG.
Yep, they need to pay a lot of attention to Stellar right there. And not only that, do not forget, Stellar could possibly go for a backdoor.
Yes, with the Claude, you do have a lot of pushing power. You can always use the Blazing Duet to clear waves very quickly. And to a certain extent, Edith could also get out into human form and just start peppering down that core, but the core still survives. So Evil is technically not out of doom as of yet, but they are definitely not out of trouble in the first season.
And right now, Powerful up right there again, and look at Stellar turning the tables right there, and it will be 1,000 goal lead, but honestly to me, it seems very equal a sequel. And ooh, we have a very good advancement right now from Odia Bambi, giving a lot of vision, giving a lot of choice, and for Stellar, and it helps them decide what they want to do.
Yeah, but like right now, I think both of these two teams are just waiting. There's nothing to do on the map.
Just a big standstill.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the next Lord to be able to push all the way in. But yep, I mean, Vertigo, you mentioned it. There's always the potential for Stellar to basically do a backdoor at the bottom lane. But not only just that, you know, the Claw is actually positioned all the way up top instead.
Exactly, and it does seem like Evil, they waiting for a very good solid fight instead of playing in Stellar's terms. Because most of the time, they are playing in Stellar's terms, and that's how they actually lost in the skirmishing.
Now, it's going to be Powerful on on the side as well. Loving some aggression over for the Twist is not moving. Coconut went to the fight. Dude, I think that's the recurring theme that we see from our Singapore players.
Yeah.
Like to just solo. They just like to stall and solo the jungler right here. And
1v1 me Lord. It does seem like Powerful does want the Lord to reset. It does seem like he wants the Lord to reset, but look at ODS on it going. Excellent.
I don't like this. I really don't like this coming up from Evo because eventually, you know, the wave's gonna get crashed on top of you, and then, you know, Stellar can just jump on top of it and press the issue right here. Coconut. Oh, the Bambi.
Bambi a little bit too close for comfort. Force out with a big hook in. Oh, with the I'm offended as well as Smelly Cat there with the blazing duet. And down he goes. Down goes Coconut. There goes your Powerful. But Powerful able to take down on the Smelly Cat as well. Big Numenor Blast coming out. And a big double kill coming out. It's gonna be a 4-man takedown, and Twist left alone to his endeavors, and down he goes. Oh, with the flicker. I'm offended was like, get over here.
How many times have Forza used to get the I'm offended in this particular fight, right?
Twice.
Yeah, twice. And now this could be key. This could be it.
door.
Stellar is gonna go all the way down and just even use the flicker to end this game.
Yep, there we go. And the Lord goes. The Lord, they didn't even go. They were like using the Lord as bait. And Stella, one good fight is all it takes.
Yeah,
and just like that, they take the game away.
Yep, Forza was the real MVP right there. Finding the flank, was able to, you know, put a lot of pressure around the edge. And don't forget, Twist was really out of position from the side of Evil, right? And not only just that, it's just also the fact that if you notice that I'm Offender hook drag Melissa close right into the damage of Smelly Cat, even though the Melissa is in her own ultimate.
Yes, and that was very precise hooking there coming out from Forza. And notice that the timing was so accurate because Protect Me Muddles, by then it was over. It was fully over and there was nothing that Melissa could do.
Yep. And with that said, you know, Abstract, what do you think about that particular game?
Well, unfortunately for the side of Evil, they didn't really manage to find themselves the rhythm, and they're unable to really catch on to Stellark. I wouldn't even say that Evil was that far away from Stellark, right?
No, they're not.
In both games, they definitely stood very good chances. But unfortunately, they just happened to lose a couple of team fights here and there, and some of these team fights that they are participating in and lost happens to be one of the most crucial fights that will eventually make it or break it for them. Ultimately, it really boils down to the decision making. I was supposed to say that, and as well as positioning. They probably were just thinking a little bit too straightforward about lot is being taken, we'll do this, we'll do that. But unfortunately, it kind of seems as though Stellark is a little bit is probably like 1 or 2 steps ahead of them, and they do have better ideas as to how they would want to deal with the opponents, even though we are looking only at less than 1,000 gold deficit, and you can look at the items, it's not that far ahead. So Stellark really just won them in the later stages of the game, where it really mattered.
Yeah, and interesting item coming out from Chesty, right? Remember we talked about the Shadow Blade coming out from Melon in game number 1. Chesty went for the glowing one instead, and that is to answer against Powerful and towards Twist, and even to characters to a certain extent. And you know, it's also Smelly Cat, right? The positioning, the patience coming out from this marksman, right, ultimately paid off. He was actually very behind in terms of the lane, and Coconut was having a wonderful time, you know, out-bullying a Smelly Cat. But once he actually picks up his items, and he knows his item spike, he picked up that 3 kill, and he's like, okay, you know what? I can actually do a lot of damage. I can actually go to the backline. I will shred every single one from your backline.
Yeah, I mean, and Protect Me Muddles couldn't even do anything about it at all.
I mean, ultimately, it's gonna have to come down to positioning, right? Like I said before, when it comes down to positioning, yes, Muddles Protection, it would help you from most melee heroes. But when Forza comes into the picture, when it comes down to I'm offended, yeah, you are gonna get dragged out of the protection. And let's not forget about the fact that Chesty is playing as Julian. This guy packs a lot of punch. Julian has a lot of damage, and if you're looking for enhanced scythe, enhanced sword, whatever it is, it will be able to make a very quick work out of Coconut.
And another thing to also highlight is that Stellark does have the Edith as well. Technically, all these three, Smelly Cat, Chesty, and Chu, they do have a lot of damage. Just take a look at the damage dealt. It's
Wow,
in
40,000.
the favor of Stellark as well, easily melting Evil's line draft. Yes, you do have Carrot to kind of cancel away all these projectiles, but ultimately, in the end of the day, it's not enough.
Yeah, it was never enough to begin with, but it was a smart choice picking up the Lolita, but we did not see. That's the whole point of the Lolita. It's to soak up the damage, to peel for your team, but there was no like impactful Numenon Blast coming up.
Yeah, I can see how they could do it. Yeah, you're right. We don't really see a very strong Luminum Blast. You usually see, you know,
kind of like game-changing one.
Game-changing one, right? But unfortunately, it is also them like just hanging around that particular Lord Pit. And both these two teams, they don't really want to pull the trigger. There's no silent pressure from both these two teams. They don't really go ahead and try to put in pressure to put in a bit of a time pressure on top of them to do whatever they want to do.
Everyone is pulling their punches, but there's one person that doesn't, and that is Smelly Cat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Total of 5 kills, 1 death, and 9 assists with a total of 93% kill participation. Now, of course, when it comes down to game number 2, Smelly Cat playing as a Claude definitely worked out pretty well. And of course, when we're looking at a head-to-head between Coconut and Smelly Cat is more of an aggressive player that plays very well in the early stages, while Coconut takes a little while longer to come online based on their playstyles, right? But when it comes down to Smelly Cat playing onto the Claude, his forte is literally just bring late-game heroes into fruition earlier.
Yeah, and the fact that, you know, Coconut is usually well known for his late game marksmen. Well, technically speaking, Melissa is an early game bully, mid game for a little bit, and then yeah, it was a little bit of switcheroo. So yeah, and I really kudos over the side of Stellark Tenchi, right? That draft to make sure that Evo is not comfortable on, you know, going through the same exact hero again going into game number 2.
Exactly, and Evo, it was good. It was looking great. The hope was there. I was high on Hopium, and all my hopes were on them, right? It looked really solid. But Stella, with the veterancy, just flipped it around, turned the table, and threw it onto them.
Yep, and with that said, let's take a look at the highlights as well. Abstract, take us through what actually allowed, you know, Smelly Cat to just scale out of control like this one.
Oh, it's the sprint, guys. Look at the sprint.
Yes, it really just boils down to teamwork in this case, right? I love how Chesty just went straight in onto the carrot with no care at all. For the entirety of this highlight, we'll just keep our eye on Smelly Cat the whole time. His positioning has always been optimal. Really much, I would really say thank you to the fellow friends in Stellark. Whatever that they do, they are always setting things up for Smelly Cat. Smelly Cat is all the way behind. No one is touching them. The front lines is indomitable. And only when the time is perfect, he sends Dexter out and boom boom pow, Blazing Duet goes around. So I would say that it really boils down to priorities and the hero priorities coming in from Evil, right? They would want to melt down the front rows first before heading over to the back lines, but they didn't really quite learn from that mistake. Even at this point in time, they should have learned a little bit more, but this is where Coconut overextended himself just by a little bit, and Forza, being a fast-reacting player, immediately went over to the back lines and really demolished Coconut, and with Chesty's help to really send her up into the air, they are able to bring her down after a long CC period.
I think I love the trust coming up from Smelly Cat and the rest of his buddies, right? And the fact that usually I would just open up with Blazing Duet. I don't care. I was just
he pops the sprint first, and then the Blazing Duet.
No,
with
if you
the
notice,
Dexter.
most of these team fights, as Smelly Cat has been doing, he always starts out with a normal basic attack. He hangs behind first, and then, you know, when the time is like just right, he goes in with the Blazing Duet and the BMI, making sure that, you know, the members of Evil has already burned off all their CCs or resources.
That's the power of peeling.
Yes, that's the whole power of peeling. And notice how he used with the sprint to cover that gap. Because we know how Evil get very reactive in the first game. We saw how they react whenever there was a fight. They capitalized on that and they were like, oh, they're very reactive to the fight. They love to go passive, they love to go back. So, what do we do about it? Someone who can close the gap. A Claude with a sprint.
Yeah, you don't really see a Claude on the sprint most of the time. It's usually a flicker that allows you to just like BMI and Flicker that extend. There's a hint of element of surprise.
There's a Vengeance as well.
There was Vengeance.
Oh, Vengeance, right.
Yeah,
Just
there's
keep
also
yourself really
Vengeance.
available during that Blazing Duet too.
Correct, and not only just that, right? The fact that Smellycat went for the sprint instead to make sure that he sticks most of the damage of Blazing Duet onto a very, mobile members of Evil.
All in all, I'm really happy to see how Smellycat has constantly finding himself in very fortunate situations as Forza and literally the entirety of Stellar. They are just opening spaces for him, peeling for him, and all the lockdowns that that Evil have just peeled off, allowing Smellycat to go online. This is literally what we are looking out for when it comes down to the win con of Stellar.
Yep, and that's enough about us, and we are gonna throw it back over to the beautiful, most amazing Besto Friendo, Cheryl.
I was about to say something cheesy, but I guess I mute my own mic. My gosh. But yes, thank you so much, best of friendo. So yes, that was amazing. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was an intense match earlier, and right now for 4 matches, clean sweeps all the way. And right here, I have Smellycat beside me. And Smellycat, I think you're parched, right? You're very thirsty. I think you should just chill out with a drink first. He has been holding his drink right here. Maybe it was a very intense match. Why? What happened?
So before the game today, right, my manager told me if we are able to beat Eva today, she'll buy me coconut juice with melon. So I fought very hard to get this reward lah.
Wow,
So
2 for 1 eh.
Yeah, 2 for 1.
Wow. You know, we have some tea right here today, even for week 1, day 1. Exciting stuff, stirring some pot right there. Exciting. Now we're gonna have some questions right here for you, Smellycat. Now, it was a intense back and forth in game 1. How is the team feeling about coming up on top of that?
Honestly, the results was kind of expected because we knew that Eva was always relatively weaker in regular season. But we still respect, their gameplay and all. So at the start, it was a bit shaky. As you can see in both games, we were sort of losing. But eventually, we come back when Forza started screaming.
Right. Wow, that is a bit of a contradictory statement when you say like, oh, it was expected, but then it was a tough fight. So, yeah. All right. But of course, it was a pretty disruptive game, and perhaps things would have been different if everything went smoothly. Now, in addition to the coach, Tenshi, that came on board, how has he changed? Oh yeah, he's here today with us. So how has the addition of Coach Tenshi, helped in the team as well as the dynamics right here at Season 5?
Okay, so first of all, right, especially for Team Stella, we feel that having a coach is very important, right? And Coach Tenshi has helped us with creative drafts that he took from the Philippines side. Because if you guys don't know, he's also from Philippines, so he has some creative ways to actually put it as additional input to help us to make our gameplay better and easier.
Fantastic. Right now here at MPL SG, we have gone international. And for those of you that are watching, who says that Singapore plays it safe? Right now we have Indonesian players, and of course, we also have Philippine coaches as well. So that you can stick around and watch it all unfurl right here at MPL SG Season 5. So, next up, what team are you looking forward to and facing the most? And why?
Personally, I would say Team Flash, right? Because they have import players as well, and our best friend Jay is over there, and we are still waiting for the time that he's able to play so that he can put out a good fight for us.
I see, so that's personal. So what's interesting was when he told me that off cam, I was like thinking Team Flash has a totally new roster, but yeah, I guess being a personal vendetta. Yeah. All right, so next up, starting off the regular season on a good foot with a 2-0 sweep, what do you have to say to the other teams as well as to all of your fans out there?
Right. To all the other teams, I hope that you guys won't see us as just a retirement home anymore. We are back for another season, and we will show you guys, stronger gameplay. Right, with the addition of Chesty and Coach Tenshi, definitely Stella will be putting up a good fight. And for all my fans, thank you so much for coming on today. Right, he even brought his son here, so it's like, oh, yeah. So thank you so much for the constant support. We really, really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Well said, Smelly Cat. Thank you so very much for taking the time off for this interview. Thank you. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, right here at MPL SG Season 5, we won't be here without you. Yes, those of you who are watching right now. And with that, we have come to the end of a very exciting Week 1, Day 1, right here at MPL SG Season 5. Currently, the teams in the lead are as follows. As you see right here on the screens, in first position, we have Bleed Esports, as well as RSG, Slate SG, Stellark SG, and SMG SG, as all of these teams have emerged victorious with 2-0 sweeps, and they are in no particular order. And for currently in the lower brackets, based on today's games, we have Alchemy SG, Evil, Revival, and Team Flash. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, with the teams heated up from the start of the regular season, remember, this is just the first day. And as you guys know, right here at MPL SG Season 5, anything can happen. So we'll just have to wait and see what they have in store for us on Day 2. We will be kicking things off tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the following lineup. As you see right here on your screen, right here for match 1 of the day, kicking it off at 10 a.m., we have Stellar going head-to-head against Alchemy SG. And for match 2, we do have RSG Slate SG crossing swords with Evil. For match 3, we then have Team Flash that will be crossing swords once again with Revival. And closing the day off with match 4, Team SMG duking it out with Bleed Esports. What an exciting day we have for Day 2. So remember, do stick around and join us right here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Now you can catch us on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch as well. So we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Now before we head off, a quick thank you to all of you guys right here today. We would not have been possible without you tuning in on all of your various platforms, and of course to our amazing sponsors for once again making MPL SG Season 5 possible. MPL SG Season 5 is powered by Moontown Games and Zenray Productions, and our official sponsors and partners Frank Bio TBC and Ghanaian Men. As well as our partners in esports, we also have OSIM and Suntec City Mall. Remember to join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. for Day 2 of the regular season and watch our teams battle for hashtag Our Pride, Our Passion right here at MPL SG Season 5. We'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Take care.